The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club.
Winning moves were in abundance at the U.S. Juniors and Senior Championships in St. Louis. Everybody hates Mondays, but these players were ready to roll up their sleeves and get to work. Zoe Tong won her second game of the event, remaining in co-lead of the junior girls section with an also victorious Alice Lee. Andrew Hong maintains a half-point lead in the juniors, but there's a four-way tie at second, and they're hot on his heels. Maxim Dlugy jumped into the contender conversation after notching his second consecutive win, joining Melik at the top of the senior standings. The race for a national title is on. Day 4 of Incredible Chess, coming up next.
Welcome to the day 4 of the US Juniors and Seniors Chess Championships. We are here in front of Kingside Diner. If you want to have a great meal or run into a grandmaster, it's the place to be. Let's go to the playing hall and see what they're cooking over the board.
The St. Louis Chess Club is proud to present the 2023 edition of 3 tournaments in 1, Junior Girls, Juniors, and Seniors, featuring the best of young talent and talented veterans. Our coverage from St. Louis begins now. Hi, I'm Women Grandmaster Katerina Nemcova, and I am here with Chess Grandmaster Yasser Seirawan.
Kate, it's wonderful calling the action with you. Wasn't yesterday's preparation just incredible?
Incredible, right? Brandon Jacobson cooking his home lines until like move 30. What a great game.
Wow, that really was impressive. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the National Championships. There's something about the fighting for the National Championship title that brings out the best in the players, and they are performing. Tell us about the standings, Kate. Let's start with the girls.
Let's go. So standing after round 3 in the girls section, we have a two-way tie. Alice Lee and Zoe Tang, 2.5 points. And then we have a two-way tie for the third place. Carissa and Rochelle Wu with 2 points each.
And in the junior section, Kate?
In the junior section, we have a sole leader, Andrew Hong, 2.5 points. And then we have a four-way tie for the second place, with 2 points each.
Brandon, Mishra, Kirk, and Arthur. And tell us about the seniors.
Right. The senior section, we have 2 players leading the tournament, Maxim Dlugy and Melik Khachiyan with 2.5 points. And then 3 players tying for third, Vladimir Akopian, Gregory Kaidanov, and Alex Shabalov.
And tell us, Kate, about the schedule.
Right. So we will start with the format.
Sorry.
Right. So we have 3 10-player round robins, which means each player plays everyone else in their respective sections. And the time control is 90 minutes for first 40 moves, followed by 30 minutes for rest of the game. And there is a 30-second increment from move 1. Important to know, there are no draw offers allowed. Players have to battle it out on the board. And we have the traditional scoring system, 1 point for win, half a point for a draw, and 0 points for loss.
I'm dying to know about the schedule.
Here we go with the schedule. So we have a 1 round a day starting 1 p.m. Central Time. Today we have round 4, tomorrow round 5, and then all players have a rest day.
Right.
On Friday, July 21st, they start with round 6 all the way to round 9. And if necessary, on Tuesday, July 25th, we will have playoffs.
And that rest day is going to be a very special one as we celebrate the 15th anniversary of the St. Louis Chess Club and Scholastic Center. If you're anywhere near the Central West End, make an effort to come from 3 to 8. There's going to be a lot of fun things, very, very family friendly. Join us.
I heard there's going to be face painting, popcorn. We're going to have a special booth for Dag chess.
I heard ice cream. You had me at ice cream. And we're very fortunate to have in studio Cristian. We have been enjoying the decisive number of games going on here.
Oh, absolutely. Great to be back in the studio. And of course, it's all about fighting chess. It's all about the tenacity of these players. But we have so many decisive results in these 3 national championships. It's just something about the St. Louis Chess Club and the national championships. Whenever you pair those things together, it's all about fighting chess. Take a look at that in the girls section. 7 out of 15, 47% of decisive games. And the juniors and the seniors, 10 out of 15. Well, they're definitely fighting over the chessboard for each and every square. And let's take a look at where that took us in terms of standings. We're going to start with the seniors. As you can see, Maxim Dlugy is putting his stamp of approval on the tournament right now. In round 2 and 3, back-to-back victories. I mean, that last game yesterday between himself with the black pieces from a difficult position out of the opening against Gurevich, and then to take it all the way to a full point, that was just an incredible performance. Melik set Khachiyan 2.5 points, sharing the lead, and tied for third. We have Vladimir Akopian, Gregory Kaidanov, and Alexander Shabalov. But as you can see, there's absolutely no draws in those tied for third position. And let's take a look at what's happening in the junior section. We have one Andrew Hong. We've highlighted this player so many times because he's simply one of the 4 grandmasters, but he's definitely showing his mettle in this tournament so far. Back-to-back victories in round 1 and 2, and yesterday a peaceful result, but he didn't have any issues with the black pieces. Brandon Jacobson and Abhi Mishra, that game that you guys talked about, what an incredible preparation by Brandon. Kirk, Ghazarian, and Arthur Guo tied also for second position with 2 points apiece. And what's happening in the junior girls section? Well, we have the youngest participant in the event, Alice Lee, only 13 years of age, but a basket of experience next to her. 2.5 points out of 3. Zoe Tang as well tied for first position. That, to my eyes, it's a slight surprise up to this point, but it's all about surprises in these 3 national championships. And Carissa Ip started off peacefully, but yesterday such a dominant victory, and take a look at that. Alice Lee is ready to put some pressure on her opponent with the white pieces. We know how well prepared this young lady is in this competition. In every single game that she's playing, she is coming with her homework done.
And it's going to be a very, very big game for Alice Lee today. In fact, we've got some incredible marquee matchups. Kate, do the honors and tell us about the girls' pairings for this round 4.
Right, let's take a look. We have Atwell facing Mo, Mangalam playing Yip, Prasanna playing Liu, Yan against Wu, and the big match of this round in the girls section, Lee against Tang. The leaders are facing each other.
How cool. And in the juniors, what's the marquee matchups there?
So let's see. So we have Wang against Guo. That is a match also to look at. Stearman against Daggupati, Jacobson against Zhu. But you are probably talking about this match, Hong against Mishra.
That's the one. And in the seniors?
And then we have Liang against Ghazarian. And in the seniors, we have Dlugy against Shabalov, big match.
Right.
Akopian against Wolff, Novikov against Kaidanov, Benjamin against Ruth, and Gurevich against Khachiyan.
Wow, some really great matches coming our way. And here's a little tour of the World Chess Hall of Fame.
Who got the attic?
Room.
Let's see who got the attic.
It looks like, yes.
So we see the girls, the juniors, and we are now going to the attic where we will see the seniors.
Lecture room. I don't know why you call
veterans.
it. But it's very nice. It's a very nice playing area. They have 15 chess tables, 30 players, and you want to have elbow room and walking around room as the players are all getting ready for their games. There we see Igor Novikov in the bottom left against Gregory Kaidanov.
Everybody really serious faces and
Right.
just ready to start, wanting to, okay, let's get this game going.
Exactly. Get your game face on. And I tell you, these decisive games, they're infectious, right, Christian?
Oh, they absolutely are.
Sometimes
Yes.
you feel like there's a lot of draws going on, and then you suddenly get that virus of a draw.
Everybody wants to win in
Right.
This competition, and everybody seems to be fighting for first place and first place only.
And that was Andrew Hung and Mishra there. Mishra, in his interviews with Begum, has said,
That's what he said.
He's here for one purpose only. He wants to qualify for the U.S. Championship, win this junior event to do that, and, you know, that's it. That's why he's here.
Second place, 10th place, it's all the same in this young man's eyes, because that ticket to the U.S. Championship in October, that's
Huge.
the price.
That is it. That is it. And Andrew knows it too. That's a big test. If he can get by today with the white pieces against Mishra.
And by
US
the way,
Championship, here
we were
come.
discussing about the U.S. Championship, Yasser. It's so difficult to qualify. To
It's
that
unbelievable.
one. From a rating perspective, you have to be almost 2,700 FIDE to qualify for that event. The U.S. Championships have gotten so difficult to get into, so strong.
Exactly. You were saying that Fabi's trainer is not qualified by rating, even though he's almost 2,700 Gregory.
And here we see Brandon Jacobson just facing Arthur Zhu, who is the last in the rank in the juniors, but having a really good tournament.
Indeed, he is. Let's jump into the action, and we'll pick up with one of our marquee matchup games, Alice Lee versus Zoe Tang, as these two players come into today's competition tied for first, knight f6, a Slav defense, and e7, e6. This is, I want to say, a kind of a key moment right here, because black can take the game into completely different territory with the move g7, g6, a move that I played exclusively in my match with Karpov. As black, I played g6. You can play the game continuation, e7, e6, which kind of locks in your bishop, or you can play bishop to g4, bring your bishop out. e7, e6, knight c3, knight d7, bishop e2. And this was, for me, I mean, what can I say? Bishop d3 is so obviously the most popular move, right? You get into a Moran variation that has been played for decades. After d5 takes c4, bishop takes c4, b5. I mean, I'm talking tens of thousands of games. But why would you play bishop e2 over the move bishop d3? Christian, speak about the nuance of that move, because I don't get it.
Well, at times, and black is signaling already with the way she placed her pieces, bishop d6 and knight to d7. At some point, she wants to break in the center with the move e5. So now, if you have the bishop on d3, after e5, there will be a pretty significant threat, e4, right? With the bishop on e2, that's no longer possible. So this is exactly what the type of ideas that she's looking at. And of course, there's a trade-off, because without the bishop on d3, you allow this move, knight to e4, which Shreya seems to have gotten. And actually, Zoe Tang.
Zoe.
Yes.
So very strange for me, the move bishop e2, bishop d6, castles.
And now if you go e5, I can just simply take on d5.
Right.
Ideas of that nature. Also, if you go e5, I can also take on e5, and whenever you capture back with the knight, you don't put pressure on my bishop on d3. My bishop is perfectly placed on e2.
She did, Anatoly Karpov, amongst many other players, like to put their queen on c2 in these positions. The idea behind queen c2 is to sneak in the control over the e4 square, but b2, b3 on the board, knight e4.
Knight e4.
And this is kind of an invitation to what do you want to call it, a Dutch stonewall? If I take your, excuse me, that was supposed to be a capture. takes, knight d2, you're almost obliged to play f7, f5. I don't think you want to play, knight f6, queen c2. I think you're...
No, f5 makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, exactly. It's almost forced, right? Okay. But the Dutch stonewall isn't to everybody's taste. Knight e4 on the board, bishop b2 if you didn't want to take, bishop b2 again.
Still f5, right? We want that pawn to go forward.
Right, I think so. But again, not everybody wants to play these moves. Two of our pre-tournament favorites as well. Let's just jump into the game of Carissa Yip. Maybe she was inspired by Shabalov.
Alex Shabalov yesterday in G6.
And she decided to do the early kingside fianchetto, what we in the Northwest used to call the rat, or the modern defense. White fianchettos as well. This is a perfectly legit system, and a number of players have sworn by it throughout their careers, playing it as white. The difference, in many times that you're playing against a Perk, it often becomes like a Benoni King's Indian. When your knight is on f3 and you're castled, you really want to reach for your f-pawn and play the move f4. So with your bishop defending the pawn on e4, you can develop your knight to e2. You can castle. Sometimes you get in f4, e5, and really put a lot of pressure on your opponent.
I believe I played this even in the US Women's Championship, I think with Alisa Melekina, because black has some nice choices exactly to push for, like c5 or e5. So there are some flexible opportunities for black as well.
And there we see Carissa kind of go. If Shreya does pick up the gauntlet and say, okay, let's play a Benoni, now we can see what I mean in the sense that you've played this setup and you're playing for f4. Cristian, what's caught your eye as we start round 4?
Well, we have a big clash, guys, in the juniors section. This game between Andrew Hong and Abhi, I have to say this will be our marquee matchup of the day in the junior section. And take a look at what's happening. Knight to c3. By the way, Abhi surprises perhaps Andrew with the French. I don't remember the last time I saw Abhi play the French. He's usually a Sicilian type of player. So right now, definitely seeing a completely different type of opening. Knight to c3 and bishop to b4, the winner. Generally, we see the classical, especially nowadays, we see the classical French being essayed at the elite level, at the top level. Knight to f6, I'm talking about e5, knight d7, f4, and we see these structures so often, and they usually go for like 20, 25 moves of theory. Very, very deep stuff. But it seems like black, Abhi, for today, he prepared the winner, bishop to b4, which is considered to be extremely, extremely dangerous for black. Not dubious, it's still very decent to be played, but very, very difficult and very dangerous for black because the lines are extremely imbalanced and extremely long as well, as we will see. c5, a3, bishop takes c3, take on c3, and knight to e7, inviting this idea of queen to g4. And now we see queen to c7, which invites a sacrifice. You can simply just take on g7, rook to g8, queen to h7, you're 2 pawns up. You're going to have to give at least one of them back. You don't have time to recapture on d4 because of queen to c3, and that finishes the game because you're losing the rook. So what you have to do is defend the pawn on c3. You can do that in a couple of ways. Knight to e2, queen to d3, but this is only move 10. Generally, the lines here go all the way to move 25, 30. And if you don't remember something or you misremember a slight detail, you get in trouble with both white and black. So this one was quite an intriguing invitation by Abhi, I have to say, which was refused. He said, I'm not taking your pawns on g7. I'm not going into those sharp lines. I want to play something a bit more peaceful. So he played this move, bishop to d3, c4, and we have bishop to e2, queen to a5, bishop to d2. By the way, this is all standard stuff. This is all theoretical. And right now we'll see who actually knows more theory. But I have to say, generally, these are the type of positions I like for white. I'm also not a big fan of the French in general. That's the way life works. I'm going to side with white in this one, with Andrew Hong. We'll see how it goes.
I'll have to take the other side and say, you know, the French defense.
You love
rocks.
the French.
Love the French. The move, there's some toing and froing, important toing and froing going on in this position. I'm not a big fan of bishop d3, by the way. Take the pawn, let's go. And instead of bishop d3, sorry, just these variations. And I remember in the Inside Chess magazine, I was having a huge theoretical debate with one of the readers. I am John Watson, and he was taking the black side of this variation, and I was taking the white side. And boy, I got to tell you, we really went round and round and round and round. And the theory just goes on and on from here. It's the imbalances are amazing that's going on. Anyway, one of the problems with this move, with the move bishop d3 is that after c4, your bishop really is kind of in the way. You'd rather that you didn't have a pawn on c2. You could drop the bishop back and maintain itself on this diagonal. When you play the move bishop e2, well, you're in the way of the knight. You're in the what is the bishop going to do? Is it going to go out to g4, going out to h5? The good news for white is white has actually a very big threat in the position. You may think to yourself, a threat? What kind of threat do I have? Well, the big threat I have, besides taking the pawn, is I want to play the move a4.
Just control the whole diagonal, right? Because the dark squares around the king are very weak.
Exactly. I have the dark square bishop. My opponent gave up the bishop, so let me put my bishop on a3. That's why this move queen a5 is so crucial. I mean, to the uninitiated eye, you might think to yourself, ooh, I should do something about my pawn on g7. I should defend it either with knight or rook or maybe my king or maybe even castles. My pawn on g7 is the problem. No, the real problem is a4. But this move, queen a5, was very crafty because it provokes the move bishop d2. And only now do you play knight f5. And again, as Cristian was saying, the theory is ongoing.
Because white is also happy that the center is kind of blocked.
Oh,
and now we can focus the attention on the king side.
Yes, exactly. And from black's point of view, black is thinking, okay, I've really damaged the queenside structure, right? So if I put my bishop from c8 to a4, my king is actually going to be very safe on the queen side because all you've got is the half-open b file, and I'll defend one weakness, the pawn on b7. So from black's point of view, black is thinking, okay, long term, I'm going to play bishop here, knight to c6, castles, my king's safe, and then, well, I'll turn my attention to the king side because more than likely white is going to put his king on the king side. And it's going to be a great tussle. And Cristian, the other games in the junior championships.
Well, just to give you kind of an idea of what you're supposed to do with white. You're supposed to just push the h pawn. You have to go h4. Forget about the c2 pawn. It doesn't really matter. We often see this idea of queen to a4, not only to attack the pawn on c2, but also to stop white from playing the move a4. And we will understand in just a second why that is important for white to do. h5 in general, and if you do take on c2, in fact, this is extremely dangerous because I weaken your pawn structure. I go something along the lines of h6, and you still have so many moves to make to develop your pieces on the queen side and also put the king to safety, right? Because you're never going to be able to castle on the king side. You want to castle on the queen side, but you're so many moves away. So unfortunately, after h6, it does seem like, sure, the computer is saying that maybe after queen to b2, black is still surviving, but I have to say, from a practical perspective, this is looking really, really dangerous for black. You cannot touch that pawn. What you probably have to do is, once again, focus on development and play something like bishop d7, stop me from going h6, and now I will play the move a4 as white. You generally don't want to take with the bishop on a4 because it's going to be extremely difficult to get rid of the pin, right? If you go b5 to defend the bishop on a4, first of all, that bishop on a4 is going to be more or less stuck right there. And you need that bishop close to the center defending. It's an ugly bishop, sure, it's closed behind the wall of pawns, but it also defends very important squares. It defends the pawn on e6, but also the knight, by extension, the knight on f5 as well. So it's a good defensive piece, the bishop on d7. After you take on a4, you no longer have that. So it's very difficult to get rid of the pin. Don't touch the pawn on a4. Generally, you want to play the move knight to c6, and now you might be wondering, why in the world did I play this move a4, right? Well, at some point, once I defend this pawn on c3 with something like rook to h3, get the king on f1, things of that nature, then I will be able to transfer my bad bishop, the bishop on d2 on this diagonal via c1. Bishop c1, bishop to a3, and once I land on this diagonal, I will control a lot of squares, quite important squares, because very often black likes to open up the position on the king side with something along the lines of f6. If I have this bishop on a3 controlling the square f8, controlling the square e7, this complex of dark squares around the king side and the center, well, that's going to be a good placement for the bishop. So this is why black very often tries to put a piece on a4, if white allows it, to stop that move a4, to stop the freeing of this bishop on d2. These are the general plans in this position. Of course, practice is much more difficult than theory, but we'll see what these players are going to bring to the table in the next few moves.
Thank you, Christian. As there we get a perspective at the playing hall. And one of the things about the fair play rules is you'll notice that in the playing hall there's no spectators, because spectators could bring in their smartphones or something like this. So the spectators, we're the spectators.
They're nowhere to be found.
Right.
Players are just there focusing on the games.
Exactly. And I wanted to draw our attention to a marquee matchup in the seniors, the Max Dlugy versus Alex Shabalov. Shabalov was my pick, by the way, for the event. He had a setback in round 2.
But you must be very happy for his last win yesterday.
Yes. London system. I mean, it always struck me that the people who played the Kali system, knight f3, e3, bishop d3, castles, b3, knight, it's like they were set for life. They just knew what they were going to do.
I played Kali for quite some time.
Exactly.
I enjoyed it.
And now it's the modern Kali system. It's just to play the
why
London.
to get the bishop stuck when you can develop it already?
Exactly. You bring the bishop outside of the pawn structure, so instead of in a Kali system where the bishop is behind, oftentimes getting fianchettoed, it's now on f4. And I tell you, I've seen the London really gain in popularity. You'll notice that both players are kind of offering a trade, but do it on my terms. If you trade on f4, you double the pawns, but you give me additional control over the e5 square, bishop d3, c7, c5, c2, c3, and again, this is a how do I put it? The pawn on f4, although it's doubled, it controls a very key square, that e5 square. So you almost feel like the double pawn is actually doing you a service and not a disservice.
Right, but I think we want to recapture on d4 with a pawn, no? You want to recapture
in this
with
particular
knight?
position, I probably want to take with the knight a castle, play g3, rook e1. We'll see. We'll see how the game develops. Wanted to go to Dmitry Gurevich's game with Melik because again,
in theory here,
right? Yeah. Okay. We've got the Maroczy bind from a move order, different move order, and the accelerated dragon. My friend John Donaldson, his whole career, the accelerated dragon. He lives for it. Yes. And f2, f3, a7, a5, as you said, all theory. And the players are just getting started in this one. Back over to you, Christian, and what's caught your eye?
I'm looking at the juniors and trying to figure out some ideas in the key matchups. Now, let's take a look at this game between Josiah and Balaji, because we have a very interesting Sicilian. We have the 4 knights with knight f6, knight c6, and right now, this leads to one of the most fun variations in the Sicilian, as you will see in just a second. e5, knight d5, and knight to e4. And we've seen this sequence quite a few times. Queen to c7, f4, queen to b6, take control of this diagonal, c4, bishop to b4, and king to e2. Now, you cannot go bishop to d2 because you have some problems with knight to e3 due to the pin. Things of that nature, knight takes f4 is also a problem. So you have to go forward with the king, which leads to some absolutely crazy complications. You go f5 as black. We've actually seen this, I think, from
Yes.
9-time US champion quite often, Irina Krush.
Yes.
I remember a game of herself and Alice Lee, and she managed to equalize out of the opening, in fact, took the full point home. So very, very interesting line from a black, but this is when the surprise comes into play, the surprise factor that Balaji seems to want to infuse into the game early on. And he plays the move c5. This is the 7th option by games played. So it's definitely a sideline in this position. It's recommended by the engine. Nevertheless, the engine is saying white is better, typical of this type of structures. After bishop to e2, and the key idea is that whenever you get this pawn on e5 attacked with queen to c7, now I have this idea of playing the move knight to d6. You cannot take, because after c4 you lose the piece, right? So he needs to know this type of ideas. He needs to trust that that pawn on d6 is going to survive in the long term, because of course after, let's say, castle, knight to d6, takes, black of course can go queen to c6 or queen to b6, and at some point corral that pawn on d6. Josiah is spending a lot of time right now, so definitely the surprise factor worked in Balaji's favor. The position remains complex. We'll see how Josiah chooses to continue this middle game right now.
Thank you, Christian. Just turning our attention to the game between Brandon Johnson and a2, a3. Now
That is unexpected.
yeah,
Right, little
that's
bit.
off the beaten path.
By the way,
For
Josiah
sure.
played a3.
Yeah, a3.
That's obviously a move to get your opponent out of the opening, right?
Exactly. But these really, really double-edged sharp positions, I don't think they can afford a move like a3.
It's a bit of a strange move, yeah.
For sure.
It's an awkward one.
Wanted to turn our attention to the game between Arthur Yu and Brandon Jacobson, because I have played this system as black my whole career. I mean, I know the ins and outs pretty darn well. And in this position, I oftentimes play the move h7, h6 as black. I like including this move. Knight h5 is perfectly okay. Bishop takes, queen takes. And now white does not have the time to play queen c2 and castles long, because with your knight on h5, you're actually threatening to play the move knight
Right.
f4.
And targeting that bishop.
Exactly, as well as the g2 pawn. So that is why white castles short. Now in this position, I never ever wanted to play the move that Arthur played here, ever. I want to play the move knight on, now that my knight's not going to go to f4, I want to play the move knight f6 followed by castles. What Arthur did is he shows his unfamiliarity with the position. He castled it once. And this is a strategic error because of what you might call the double attack. So white very, very much wants to play a minority attack. But if you play b4, he'll take the pawn.
Right, the queen is there ready on e7. and
Ready
it's
to
gonna capture
pounce.
that pawn.
So, you know, how do you get your minority attack going? Oh, I know, you play rook b1, but then after a5, you still got to prepare the minority attack. But this is what Brandon played, queen b1, and this is what I mean by the double threat. Pawn on h7 requires a defense, whether it be knight f6 or the move chosen, and now white gets the dream position of the minority attack, more or less.
It's very fast. Those
Quickly,
pawns, once
yes.
they're a4, b4, they're b5,
And I really don't like this position for black.
Well, the thing is,
yeah,
the question is, why is Arthur playing so fast? Because he's spent like 2 minutes out of his clock up to this
Really?
point, which is quite surprising, because right now after b5, what do you do?
well, yeah, no, white is just for choice. It's just, it's very clear that white got in everything that
The absolute
he could.
ideal position,
Yeah,
right?
Exactly.
Of this minority attack.
And maybe if I ever give you a weakness on c6 and I get to, you know, probe it with the move knight e5, you're in trouble. So
Okay,
for
maybe you can take and take on a1, so a takes b5, a takes b5, capture that rook, and then maybe pass by with c5.
careful, queen a3.
Yeah, that might be a problem.
For sure. It's just
maybe knight f6 back.
Yes, this is what you have to do, is like this type of thing. And then again, essentially here, by the way, Kate, I may be a little bit nasty.
Queen A7.
Queen A7.
Oh, man.
You know, with these, but I even if all that I ever achieved was this position, even if this is all I got, it's a lot. I mean, it's
you have a
basically
clear target on c6.
Right.
All your pieces are developed. Your knight on f3 is ready to jump to e5.
Exactly. It's play on one goal. I mean, and black is basically suffering. So I think that for Brandon, you know, he came out of this opening really looking good.
This is really bad for Artur.
Yeah, right. But it is like one of those funny moments where, you know, a double attack can be also a strategic threat and a direct attack. This move, Queen B1, the strategic threat of the minority attack, as well as just, you know, the battery of give me the pawn.
Right.
Nice.
What if we go around and see
Sure.
other games in the
Absolutely.
junior section?
Well, again, the Balaji game, that was this move A2, A3. And again, I think these are really, really sharp positions. I don't think the position allows you to play quietly a move like A2, A3. Of course, what is the idea behind A3? Well, white quietly wants to put his bishop on D3, castles, and doesn't want to necessarily have to deal with the move knight B4. All right, let's go. Justin Wang against Arthur. This looks like, now this is nice. You know, Catalan, Reti, just a very quiet, and you're ready to play knight E5 and, you know, win the two bishops, which he's done. Queen to C8. He was worried about his pawn hanging on B7. Ooh, slight edge for white. Let's continue. Justin versus. Okay, this is one.
Jason Liang and Kirk.
I was about to say, is it? Yes. No, it's not. I thought it was a Jacobson, but no. It's a Rui Lopez with an early D2, D3. I think the old classical guys felt whenever you, as black, you provoked your opponent to play D3, we can agree to equality. So everybody was playing rook E1 and C3, trying to fight for an advantage that way. D2, D3, B5, and it sure looks like a Joko piano, doesn't it? And away they go. They're in a pretty standard position, and we've seen players maneuver their knights to...
White does the same kind of thing.
Exactly, the king side. All right. And by the way, we're seeing great fights amongst the players. And what are they fighting for, Kate?
Right, let's look at the prize fund. So the prize fund for US Girls Junior is $20,000, $600, and the first place takes home $6,000, second place $4,000, third place $3,000, all the way to the last place that will win $500.
And in the juniors?
Right, in the juniors, we have a bigger prize fund. It is $40,000, and the first prize is $12,000. Second place, $8,000, third place, $5,000, all the way to the last one with $1,000.
And in those two events, they're fighting for bonus prizes.
Exactly, because the winners of the juniors and junior girls will be awarded a $10,000 scholarship, generously jointly funded by the Dwayne Barber Foundation and US Chess. Shout out to Dwayne Barber Foundation and US Chess for this very nice scholarship.
Yes, and those $10,000 scholarships goes to the university of their choice and continue because the other bonus is very important.
Very, very big bonus because top finishers automatically qualify for the US and US Women's Championships here in St. Louis in October.
And in the senior championships, what are they fighting for?
Right, there is the prize fund of $75,000, with first place taking $20,000 home, second place $13,000, third place $10,000, all the way to the last place with $3,000.
And as we've been saying throughout, very, very fierce competitions going on with a large number of decisive games. Let's just go into the ladies, girls section for a second with our marquee matchup. Again, the two
leaders,
players.
Alice Lee and Zoe Tang.
Exactly. So we do have this, I want to say, Dutch stonewall, F7, F5. And I've always been, how should I put it, respectful of these attacks for black. I do think that they are dangerous. Oftentimes these rook up and over variations, sometimes the queen slides to E8 and slides out to H5.
Right.
And you have to be a little bit careful and mindful. So over the generations, against the Dutch stonewall, white players were fee and shadowing the bishops early. But now, since your bishop is already committed to E2 and not G2, those attacks are dangerous. And if you're black, if you're white, sometimes you just want to get out of the way with knight E1. And by the way, Alice is the one who's really pondering the position. Something about this caught her by surprise.
Yeah, because
as she's behind on clock.
25 minutes down on the clock. She has 1 hour and 6 minutes. Again, Zoe Tang, who is playing everything really fast. She has 1 hour and 33 minutes on the clock. I mean, this F5 move, it looks a bit dangerous, right? White has to be careful, has to figure out how to kind of structure her own pieces, because as you showed, rook F6, the rook lift, the queen getting there, it is uncomfortable. On the other hand, black has this kind of weird bishop on C8.
Yes.
And the bishop wants to get maybe to D7,
bishop, yeah.
E8, H5, right?
Well, you can't have everything. In chess, you got to give your opponent some benefits as well. The move F7, F5 has really put Alice on her heels, Cristian. And likely the engine doesn't see anything to be fearful of, and probably wants to play a move like rook c1 or something like that.
Well, the thing is, we're still in theory. Right?
Are we? Okay.
We definitely are. This has been played quite a few times. Rook to c1 seems to be the main move. Knight to d2 is another move to try to play for f3, kick the knight away from e4. That's a very typical plan. But also playing knight d2, in general, taking this knight away from f3, you start feeling afraid of ideas, as you were mentioning, of rook to f6. Maybe now bishop takes h2 is a threat, right? So, for example, if you spent another move, bishop takes h2 actually just pretty much wins on the spot, right?
Bang.
Setting up this battery on the h file, this is problematic. So whenever you play these moves, knight to e1, knight to d2, you start being afraid of ideas of bishop takes h2. I don't really like this. I don't like that Alice doesn't know this position, and if you don't, then you might be facing some difficulties on the king side. I know how it feels because I've played this with the white pieces, also with the black pieces. I've played the stonewall so many times. In general, I was getting punished, strategically punished, because it is strategically dubious, right? You're giving away a lot of dark squares in the center, specifically that e5 square. And at the top level, at the grandmaster level, in general, is considered to be quite a dubious opening. But I have to say, if you don't know the exact plans, you start feeling a bit afraid of this avalanche of pawns and pieces coming on the king side from a black's perspective.
And white would really like to capture the knight in the center, right, to get rid of the knight, but that would be even more disastrous for white.
You shouldn't do that.
The cure is worse than the disease kind of thing. Knight takes e4, take us through it. Why is that the case? F5 takes e4, k.
Right, so the knight has to go back?
Yeah, let's say d2. Just
I guess you can go to e5 also, right?
Right. But okay, I chose to go back, knight to d2.
And we are still looking at that possible bishop take h2, but we don't want to capture too soon. Let's see, can we do it immediately?
Wow, just
Takes.
because, only because I don't have a knight defense there? Check.
Immediately might be too much.
Too much?
You're
Rook f6?
Maybe f4 or
you're
f3.
Asking,
Right.
You're asking
now the
too
bishop
much.
on c8 is really out of play. The knight on d7 is not joining the party.
Right.
Okay, so we need to prepare this trick.
But yes, I mean, by the way, if you wanted to, you could also just say,
Queen
like,
H4.
yeah, I'm ready to
invite this G3 weakness.
And then, just kind of hang out. Now I've got ideas of knight f6, e5, knight g4. So these are reasons why you don't want to take, but you don't want, on the one hand, you don't want to solve the problem with knight e4. On the other hand, you don't want to see black slowly build up the position, rook f6, rook h6. So that's probably why Alice is really taking her time and, thinking about strategically what she wants to do. Let's
look at other.
I wanted to say
other
Carissa's.
rounds. Other games.
Yeah, I want to say Carissa's game. They have been just playing the moves very, very, very quickly. We left it here. And again, I was saying that the move c7, c5, an invitation to go into Benoni type of positions with d5 and b5. That was a stutter step. The pawn was supposed to go in one. So Shreya said, okay, well, go ahead and I invite you to transpose the game into an open Sicilian type of look, if you will, for the moment.
Where the bishop is excellent on e3?
Exactly. Carissa said, no, I'm going to play rook b8. I still want to play my Benoni positions.
Shreya kind of figured it out, so she's stopping. Carissa c3.
Now this move I really do like. I'm a big fan of classical chess. I love the central pawn duo on d4 and e4, especially when all the pieces are on the board. We've traded everything off and we're in a major piece endgame. The central pawn duo isn't scaring anybody. With all the pieces on the board, you'll see what I mean in a moment. Bishop, queen, f4. Now you see what's going on. I've got ideas of d5. I've got ideas of e5 here. And it just feels like Carissa, as black, has given her opponent a lot of space, control of the central squares all the way across, thanks to this big imposing center pawns. Now the pawns aren't going to win the game by themselves. I mean, you've got to bring your pieces into the attack, and who knows, maybe I'm going to go g4, g5 as well, right? But it does feel like Carissa's being squeezed.
Right, and when white pushes those pawns b4, now we can think about maybe pushing the queen to b3, right?
Yeah.
The pawns are kind of in front of our major pieces,
right?
And that's something we like.
Yeah,
and Shreya is playing fast.
Yeah.
Shreya is really playing fast. So Carissa definitely was the one that thought that she's going to get the first surprise, but it seems that Shreya was in fact ready for this.
All the way, absolutely.
All the way. She played g3, this plan with bishop g2, knight e2, knight d2, a bit cagey.
Right.
But at the right moment, I'm going to push my pawns and take advantage and take space advantage, both in the center and as we are seeing right now on the queen side. And as you guys mentioned, she's getting squeezed, Carissa, right now. These are not her type of positions, right?
No.
She likes to have the space advantage, as we've seen yesterday in that French-looking like game, right? She dominated those structures.
And
I'm
she
not
was
100% sure about this ones.
Yeah, and in that game of yesterday, Carissa was playing on both sides of the board.
Exactly.
Again,
She likes to do that.
With this
Her
nice
pieces and her bishops were just controlling everything on the board.
Yeah.
Another game of pre-tournament favorites, Rochelle Wu, Ru Yang.
I thought this was very interesting because we don't usually see that bishop on b2 fianchetto in these positions, right? At least I'm not very familiar at putting bishop on b2 in open Sicilians.
Exactly. So bishop e2. So classical. You can't get more classical than this. 4 knights Sicilian. But with e7, e5, in this twist of bringing the knight to f3, normally speaking, white is aspiring to play the move f2, f4, so the knight ends up really on the b3 square, so you're not in the way of the f-pawn. With the knight on f3, it's a more positional approach, and the idea is you want to discourage bishop e6 so you can go knight g5. Okay, having said that,
h6, I'm stopping you from going there. I do want to put my bishop on e6, but no knight g5 anymore.
Now, Bobby Fischer will be the first to tell you, in these positions, I've provoked you from playing h6. I'm going to put my bishop on c4 so that I can put my bishop on b3 and eyeball the square d5. Ru Yan just castled, and now Well, the bishop on e2 is playing a little bit more of a passive role. Rook e1, bishop e1. Okay, we can see what white is aspiring to do. Put the knight on d5, recapture with the pawn, and then go c4 and
Right,
set things in motion over there. Rochelle says, okay, I see what you want to do. If I castle and you play knight d5, I can't take because
I'm in trouble. There's a fork.
I got forked. So I'm going to take my knight out of the way so that when you go knight to d5, I can take and simply move, oops, excuse me, that was supposed to be a capture, simply move my bishop away. There's no fork. And then my next turn, I'll play knight d7, castles, and so on. So that's the reason for knight going backwards, redeploying, so to speak. Now b3, yeah, that move a little bit of a surprise for me too. Not
I
used
like
to seeing
it.
the bishop on fianchetto.
It's kind of nice that after b3, bishop b2, like black cannot really play d5, right, ever, because I'm targeting the e5 square.
Yeah, true. But on the other hand, what is the knight kind of doing here,
Yeah.
right? So a7, a6, okay, a prelude to suggest that maybe b5 is on my agenda. a4, rook c8, knight to d2. Again, the knight somehow on f3 in the way. Queen c7, okay. Knight c4.
And maybe transferring the knight to e3 and d5 in the future.
Indeed, that's what's on White's agenda. And please don't tell me we're still in theory on this one, Cristian. I'll be...
Oh, I wasn't watching that.
I'll run over there and say, what are you talking about?
I'm pretty sure we're not.
We're not in theory.
I
Okay.
wasn't watching that one.
Okay.
Because there are some players that are really trying to make waves in this round. And one of them is the leader in the senior section, one of the co-leaders in the senior section, Melik Khachiyan. Take a look at what he's doing. He's with the black pieces. In general, in this position, the 4 knights English, we see e6 very, very often. This is considered to be the move that's getting the closest to equalizing the position for black. Definitely not the next move that we will see from Melik. That is g6, which allows the Marozzi bind structures after the move e4, which are considered right now to be favorable for white. Generally, with the new engines, we see a 0.7, 0.8. That's a big advantage out of the opening that the engines are usually giving white. Take a look at this, but it does seem like Melik was very well prepared because he knew the main line, bishop to c6, f3, a5, trying to take some space on the queen side, b3, stopping the advancement with the move a4. If you don't play the move b3, then I'm going to go a4, and I'm going to get my queen to a5. Behind that pawn, that's going to be a very well-guarded square, and very often I have ideas of softening up the defense of the knight on c3 with the move a3. So you have to be careful. That's why white played the move b3. Knight d7. We see this very often, in fact, and visually, it seems like you would like as white to exchange the dark square bishops, right? But in fact, that's not the case. You generally, from a strategical point of view, it's recommended with the white pieces that you maintain the dark square bishops. Why is that? Bishop to e3. Because let's look at them and try to understand what their goals are, what their targets are. The bishop on g7, sure, your target is the knight on c3. You're not going to capture that. The knight on c3 is not a real target, right? I can go to d5 at any time I want. And you don't want to exchange the dark square bishop for my knight. Any other targets? No, it's just an empty diagonal. You don't have what to attack with the bishop on g7. With the bishop on e3, on the other hand, I'm controlling a lot of important squares. c5, b6, you cannot get the queen to b6. And I'm also defending my king as well as supporting my attack that will be coming on the king side. After f4, f5, maybe even h4, h5, things of that nature. And whenever I want with the white pieces, I have at my disposal the move bishop to h6 to try to weaken your king whenever it's necessary. Not yet. Right now I like my bishop more than I like the bishop on g7. That's why he played the move bishop to e3, knight c5, rook b1, bishop to e5. This is what we have right now. Melik is playing fast, so he definitely knows what he's doing. We're probably going to see a pretty significant imbalance. Queen to e7 is going to come, maybe f5. This pawn on e6 is nicely placed because you're controlling the d5 square. At the same time, once you play the move e6, your d6 pawn becomes a weakness. So a lot of interesting possibilities for both sides, but definitely the opening choice by Melik is an invitation to a fight in this game.
Thank you, Christian. Just wanted to turn our attention to the game between Gracie and Kelsey for just a moment, because I think we've Gracie. How would I pronounce
Prasanna
it?
and Kelsey Liu.
And
Yes.
Kelsey, yeah. Because I think it's a really nice moment here. So we get to this position that's coming up. Knight takes knight a3. And with this move, knight a3, as opposed to knight c3, what Gracie wants to do is very clear. She wants to establish her knight on the powerful d6 square. Woohoo, right? So knight c7, knight c4, f7, f6. Okay, just, you know.
Trying to open that file,
exactly.
target that pawn.
Rook e1 and takes. And so here's the question for you, Kate. So here you are as white. You went knight a3, knight c4, and the whole idea was you want to control the d6 square. So you want to take with the pawn, and then you want to plant your knight on d6 and congratulate yourself. But
there's this but.
There's this but. If you do take the pawn, you would invite your opponent to sacrifice the exchange.
Yeah, very
And
classical.
yes, and would you like to play the resulting position of the exchange sacrifice? As white, I mean.
Yeah, I think I would prefer to play it for black. I mean, I do want to look at it a little bit more.
Sure.
But when we see this kind of pawn structure, when the center is blocked and after g takes f3,
Yep.
we have like queen h4.
Exactly.
The other rook is joining the attack via f8. And I mean, knight f4, this is very dangerous. And I understand that, you know, white has an exchange up, this rook on a1, but that rook is not doing so much.
Exactly. So the question is, here it's sort of like, if you recapture with the knight, which is kind of normal, but then your whole plan, what Gracie did, which was to bring her knight to c4, you know, you don't get to plant your knight happily on the d6 square, which was her plan.
Yeah.
So this is the question was, would you allow the exchange sacrifice? To my mind, it's very dangerous to allow these exchange sacrifice, and I would sacrifice if I was in Kelsey's shoes, this exchange given the chance. So just that moment, you
Right.
know,
I don't think
truth.
Gracie is going to allow her to do that.
No?
Because it really looks very dangerous. The king is so naked on that g file.
Exactly. Turning it back to you, Christian, what's caught your eye?
I'm trying to analyze this game of Brandon Jacobson versus Artur Zhu because Brandon actually just froze. He hasn't made the move.
He didn't play b5.
Not yet.
How could you not play b5? You went
Exactly.
b4.
That's what I'm trying to understand. What is he calculating after b5? Because it seems like such a natural move, right?
Exactly.
You're not risking anything. At least it doesn't seem like it. But maybe you can play this move c5. Queen to a3, I think, is the move that you were recommending.
Yeah.
And the pawn on c5 seems to be lost. But perhaps it's not that bad after the move bishop to e6. If you take on c5, I go rook to c8, I'm going to recapture my pawn on c5.
Fair.
And now we understand why this knight on b6 does something, right? Because knight to a4 would, without the presence of the knight on b6, defend the pawn on c5. You don't have that move at your disposal. It seems like black is equalizing right now. If you take with the queen on c5, then I can once again take, and rook to c8.
Again.
And maybe this is the endgame that he's calculating, and he's not sure if he has enough, right? Because knight f6, knight d7 is coming fast, and that pawn on b6 might be lost. With limited material in the position, black might be close to equality. So, and the engine seems to agree with us. What is, perhaps after b5, the way to get the advantage in this sequence of moves? And it seems like it's queen to a7 instead of queen to a3. Queen to a7, now where do you put the knight, or what do you do? If you take on d4, then I'm just simply going to take back with the knight. And I'm going to play for a strategical trump in the position. Not only that. Right. Also, this knight on b6 seems to be kind of stuck to the defense of the pawn on d5. You don't have that many ways to defend it. You probably have to go queen to d6, but then I have knight a4 even in the position. This knight a bit out of play. The bishop on c8 doesn't have a clear plan of where to land. It does seem like white still has the advantage. But perhaps these are the type of positions and this type of sequences that Brandon right now is calculating and trying to assess from afar. This is what he's thinking about. Once again, Arthur has played very, very quickly, so maybe this has taken or has forced Brandon to be taken aback a little bit and forced to calculate some lines.
Yeah, and Cristian, it's very interesting when you look at the clock, right? We see Brandon Jacobson
57 minutes
against 1 hour and 28. One would
Exactly.
think that his opponent is still in the books, and maybe Brandon is the one who is like missing something and trying to figure out. But his position should be more than fine.
He's doubting himself right now. That's why he's calculating for so many minutes this move b5, because I can guarantee you that's what he's thinking about. b5.
Right, and let's look at the standings for juniors after round 3. We have Andrew Hong as a sole leader with 2.5 points, and then we have a 4-way tie for the second place. Brandon Jacobson, Abhimanyu Mishra, Kirk Ghazarian, and Arthur Girl with 2 points.
Brandon playing Arthur with 1 point on 8th position. That's why Brandon needs to play. But for me, this is silliness. I don't understand it. No, seriously, I mean it in the strongest possible sense. If I play queen on d1, captures queen on d8, and you have only one legal move, king takes d8. There's no other legal move.
All right.
Don't think for 15 minutes. Play king takes d8 and let your opponent decide what you're going to do.
I mean,
you have played b4, a4, queen b1 with a reason, which is to play the minority attack.
So what do you
Play
think?
b5.
What do you think, Yasser, could be an alternative move that
The only
Brandon is
alternative,
thinking
of
about?
course, is a5, knight a4, knight c5. But then you're giving up completely the minority attack. So for me, this is a recapture. You play b5, and then you think. The fact that he's doing it in a reverse way, thinking first, well, bad. Just bad.
But we need to remember that Brandon was saying, right, this is his last shot in the US juniors. He really wants to win. So maybe he just wants to make sure he is making the precise decision.
Bad.
No?
No, it's bad. It's bad. It's bad. I want to turn our attention to the game between Joel Benjamin and Doug Root. Okay, Berlin. Castles, knight takes e4, everybody's favorite Berlin. And here, I mean, everybody has played d4 and rook e1. Oh my gosh, thousands and thousands of games. Well, queen e2, it's off the beaten track. Not as popular, I mean to say, as d4 and rook e1. Knight to d6, give me the bishop, takes. Queen takes e5 check, bishop e7. And here, okay, I mean, you know, yum, yum, right?
Want to take that?
Well, wouldn't you? I mean, you put your queen out there for a reason, right?
That's true, but after queen takes g7, bishop f6.
And then check and rook e1 check and bishop
Bishop
e6,
e6,
right?
right.
Okay. And now, where do I want to put my queen? The problem is, h6, you've got f5 as a disturbance, right? So maybe queen back? And I've won a pawn, but
I still can play knight f5.
Knight
right?
f5. Oh, yes, knight f5 definitely tickles the queen. Queen has to go to f4. Gosh, I feel like I'm playing Fischer random chess with all my pieces first, still on the first rank. But I gotta figure, Joel has prepared this position, and
now the knight on f5 is hanging, so
yeah,
it did attack the queen, but we need to figure out, are we moving back bishop to e7, or you don't like knight f5?
Well, you could take along a move like queen e7 or queen d7, because maybe on a good day you can castle and rook g8 and use the tempo against the queen. No, Cristian is not on our board because he's looking at a different game. Can't ask him about queen takes g7. We'll have to figure it out ourselves. Queen takes g7 once again. Bishop f6, rook e1, bishop e6, queen here. You like the pawn sacrifice? I feel like it's good.
You think it's good? I feel like
once
king castles, rook g8, but the truth is it takes time. So let's say yes, let's go queen e7. I want to quickly long castle
Right.
and get the other rook to g8.
Okay, and let's say I've got to play. I got to get
Right, I'm going to
d3
castle.
castles. Now I pause because I would love to trade things off, but I'm afraid that bishop g5, rook g8 is not working for me.
And your b2 pawn may be hanging in the future.
Precisely. Knight c3, rook
Happy
here.
to get that rook.
Yeah.
Rook g4, I don't know,
Yeah,
man.
this looks terrible, right?
This is dangerous.
Oh, for sure.
Knight f5.
Well, hold on. Yeah, whoa.
I was going to
have an attack
double
as
up
well.
rooks.
That's
Double up the rooks. Yeah, I like that move too. And you force, yeah. I don't have a light squared bishop, so you're forcing me to play the move g3. I really like from Black's perspective. Make some weaknesses around the king.
And now just king b8. I'm
Right.
going to defend that pawn. And I'm pawn down, but I should have some compensation, some serious compensation actually.
For sure. And I'm gonna. Okay. Well, show us what you've got, Cristian.
Well, let's take a look at what's happening in this one because Alice Lee spent a lot of time and look at the move that she came up with. Queen to c1. This is a very strange move to me. I understand why. Because you have a clear plan. At some point, once these knights are traded off, the knight on c3 and the knight on e4, there's no more tension on the knight on c3. I'm going to go bishop to a3. It's all about the exchange of the dark square bishop. Which one is the worst piece in Black's camp? It's the bishop on c8, right? So let's try to exchange all the other minor pieces except the bishop on c8, especially this dangerous bishop, the bishop on d6. My bishop is also behind the pawn wall, so it makes sense that bishop to a3 is an idea. Queen to f6, but are you in time? It's again, there's a lot of tension on the knight on c3, so you cannot play this move bishop to a3 yet. Knight to d2, I'm just seeing the combination of too many plans, right? Queen to c1, then knight to d2, you're losing a lot of time, and in the meantime, I'm attacking you. Queen to h6, f4, g5.
Whoa.
I'm not sure about that. This is extremely aggressive. Obviously, you're not going to be able to touch this pawn because you get checkmated after queen to h2, but knight de4 was the move. We're expecting d takes e4 right now. I don't think f takes e4 makes that much sense because of c takes d5. And in fact, now we start to understand. C takes d5, if you take it with the e pawn, then I'm taking on e4.
Well, Cristian, I believe we have it on the board. F takes e4.
Oh no, she took with the f pawn. This is not good, guys. Now, now the queen on c1 can actually do something. This is a blunder. You can take on d5. The question is, what are you going to take with? If you take with the c pawn, then I can jump knight b5.
Right, so let's take with the e pawn.
You have
so
to
I'm
take with the
opening up
e-pawn.
the bishop on c8.
But now I can take on e4. Take on e4, queen to c4. If you go rook f7, I go not
G5.
take on g5. No, but I can take on f7.
Wow.
And then take on g5.
Oops.
Check. I pick up the queen. You're lost. Dead
Discovered
lost.
check. Yeah.
Oh, that's so nice. And if you go king to h8 or king to g7, then I go d5.
Right.
And finally, my bishop gets
Yay.
into the game.
Right.
This is not looking good, guys. I think the only way to continue is king g7, d5, knight to f6. But I'm taking so many pawns right now. And at some point...
She played g3.
Oh my goodness, she did not find it. Golden opportunity missed by both players.
Right.
This take on d5 and take on e4. Man, but it's easy to miss. She played this move queen to c1 with the specific idea of playing bishop to a3. She never thought that maybe that queen will actually land on c4 with devastating consequences.
Right.
It was all about that move bishop to a3. This is what her mind is focused on. That's why she didn't even consider c takes d5. Missed opportunity, nevertheless, still a very complex position. But I have to say, if she did not get punished for her very aggressive play with g5 Zoe, then right now her gamble has paid off because you have time to go knight f6.
Yes.
And just arrange your position, arrange your pieces as you wanted them to be. Then you can do whatever you want. You're going to go bishop d7, bishop e8, transfer the bishop on the e8, h5 diagonal, and just improve slowly your position and your pieces. And I don't see the clear idea and the clear plan for white.
And Zoe's also enjoying some time advantage, right?
From the
We see
beginning,
Alice
yes.
Lee less than an hour, and Zoe Tang still 1 hour and 17 minutes.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of the move G5. Really not. Ooh, that was premature. That was premature. I wanted to turn our attention to the senior section, Dmitry versus Melik set. Wow, I don't really like what White has done. White has seized the defensive.
And we see Melik attacking, similar to Zoe.
I don't like what Dima has done. Okay, Bishop E5 is one of those things. I'm playing to provoke the move F4. Of course,
Right.
I can't play the move F4 because Bishop takes E3 will set me straight. But after E7, E6, Rook D1, by not chasing away the bishop, but by allowing this bishop to kind of lord over the center of the board and threatening mate on H2.
Yeah, this is a very dangerous way of playing this position with black pieces. I actually prepared it. I'm not sure if I even prepared it maybe with Melik for one of my games, so I'm curious if
You're afraid to play it as black, or you're
I'm afraid to play it for white. Yes, I prepared it for when I was playing black pieces. And I believe even with Melik Khachiyan at some Olympiads or World Team Championship, because this
He
is
was trying to convince you to
Yeah,
to
I mean,
play
this
it.
is a very dangerous variation to play for white, and black can try to go
I
for
agree.
some,
direct
kind of
kingside
attacking
attack.
positions.
Exactly. And for standings purposes, again, Melik set is coming into this round as a tournament co-leader, whereas Dima just lost yesterday.
Right, so we have Melik 2.5
Struggling.
points and Dmitry Gurevich 1 point.
Exactly, struggling Dima. Anyway, after Queen H4, Bishop had to come back to G1 to defend the H2 threat of H2 mate. And from Black's point of view, well, what could be more natural than the move F7, F5, trying to open up the diagonals for his bishop. And after F5, E takes F5, Rook takes F5.
Wow, this Rook is
Again,
getting to the king side to H5.
Be careful, right? I mean, it's Black has a very, very clear attack on his mind. If I'm in White shoes, I'm looking to, pull the ripcord and bail out. I'm not exactly sure what I should be doing. The desirable Queen E1 to trade queens, well,
That
would
doesn't
hang.
work right now.
Yeah, that would hang my knight on C3.
It's
Yeah,
all
white's
Melik.
pieces are kind of tied up, right?
Yeah, back over to you, Cristian.
It's
what do you
all
say?
Melik in this one.
Yeah?
All Melik, yeah. And he's employing this idea that we prescribed with F5, get the queen on H4, try to get an attack going. And it doesn't seem like white, Dmitry Gurevich, knows the plans. Look at the last few moves. Rook to B1, then Rook to D1, then taking on F5. You're losing a lot of tempis. Defensive with king to H1, bishop to G1. He's not doing the right things, and Melik set is taking full advantage of that.
Of his opportunities. And by the way, thank you so much for joining our show. And you can be a part of the conversation as well by through the social media, asking questions of our wonderful panel.
Yeah, you can join the conversation via YouTube, Twitch, Twitter, Instagram, Facebook. Tag the St. Louis Chess Club. Use the hashtag US Juniors Chess, US Seniors Chess, or St. Louis Chess Club, and we are very happy to answer your questions. Anything you want to ask.
Well, in fact, funny you should ask, because the Chess Sherper from Twitter asked, Yasser talks about Michael Tal all the time. Did you ever play him? I guess they're asking yourself. Me?
I think yesterday you mean you. I've never played him.
I played him a
I don't
lot.
think
If I talk
Cristian ever
about
played
Michael
him.
Tal all the time, it's because I played against Mishra all the time.
Wow, let's take a look at this head-to-head all matchup. So 4 wins, 1 draw, 0 losses. For whom? Who won 4 times, Yasser?
Me.
Awesome.
The guy is smiling. Come on, get out of here. No, but it wasn't just our play, it was our interactions. Mishra was one of those people who had storytelling. Like, you've got to imagine me being quiet for hours and Mishra just talking.
That's hard to imagine.
It's hard to imagine because that guy had the most marvelous stories. And he was just, wow, he's just a fantastic human being. There's no other way of putting it. Beloved in the chess world, seriously missed today. As we get ready for our first break of the day, by the way, I've got all these papers, like they give me all these papers. We check in with our friends at the Q Boutique and see what the daily specials are. Usually they have something really fantastic, and I have to say, I have this shirt and it's marvelous. I really like this a lot. It is the 2023 U.S. Senior Championship polo shirt. It's a very limited edition, by the way. It's perfect for every chess enthusiast. Crafted it from 100% polyester. The polo features the tournament logo on the breast and the St. Louis Chess Club logo on the right shoulder. Show your pride in the game in style and comfort. Available at QBoutiqueSt.Louis.com. Shop Q Boutique for all your chess needs. It's marvelous. And we'll see you on the other side of the break.
Feels great. I'm excited. There's a lot to play for, a lot on the line. Hopefully I do well. Fingers crossed.
Yeah, I'm very excited to be in this tournament as well as in the previous U.S. Junior tournaments and St. Louis Chess Club tournaments, and I hope to get a better performance than the previous times I've played here. So yeah, I hope I can play some very interesting games.
It feels great coming back to the world's best chess club. And yeah, if I'm top seed, I hope to win this and get an invite to US Championship, which is of course the main reason of coming here.
Of course, I'm very excited and very honored to play against all these very strong players. It's a great opportunity, and I'm very excited to play with all these top juniors.
I'm extremely grateful to be invited. I only knew that I was going to be invited like the last week. So I'm definitely excited to perform well at this tournament.
As always, it feels really nice. St. Louis Chess Club has only had good memories for me, no matter how the tournament is. The tournament's always nice. It has very strong fields and nice conditions, so never any complaints.
I'm just super excited. Personally, if I didn't get an invite for this tournament, I don't know what I'd be doing, probably playing basketball. So just excited to be in one of the best chess clubs in the world.
It feels great. At the start of the year, I was definitely not expecting to get invited to the tournament, and I had a good series of events and was able to secure the wild card. So I'm honestly just thrilled to play.
Oh, it's a dream come true. This is my first time here. I've watched all these other idols of mine play for so many years. I've always been watching a broadcast with Yasser and everybody, so it's a very nice experience.
No, it feels amazing. This is my last year, so I'm feeling old now. All the people I grew up with have now aged out of the tournament, but it's gonna be fun, I'm just trying to have fun with it. It's my last year here. In the past, I put a lot of pressure on myself to perform well, but at this point, I think I don't really have that many expectations. So yeah, it's amazing to be back as always, and just hopefully trying to enjoy my last year here.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. Championships, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. The World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org. St. Louis, the chess capital of the United States. It also plays host to an award-winning shop dedicated to chess merchandise, all-occasion gifts, and plenty more. At Q Boutique, you can shop both in-store and online. From quirky greeting cards to luxury chess sets, there is something for everyone at Q Boutique. Enjoy a shopping experience like no other. make sure to check out QBoutiqueSTL.com for a wide variety of gifts for everyone to enjoy.
The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids in schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis city and county, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education.
Hello, I'm Women's Grandmaster Begim Tokurjanova. I will be doing social media for the US Juniors and Seniors Chess Championships. Follow us in our social media and get more exciting behind-the-scenes action.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States and is among the best in the world. Thanks to co-founders Dr. Jeannie Cairns Sinkfield and Rex Sinkfield, the St. Louis Chess Club is a non-profit organization committed to promoting the game of chess locally and internationally. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area, promoting cognitive development, critical thinking, concentration, and analytical skills. The St. Louis Chess Club welcomes chess lovers of any age and skill level to come and enjoy the game of chess. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. Championships and the American Cup, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players, including the prestigious Sinkfield Cup, Cairns Cup, and many more. All tournaments can be streamed via our YouTube and Twitch channels that also include over 2,000 chess lectures for anyone to enjoy. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, merchandise discounts, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. Landmarked by the world's largest chess piece sitting outside our front door, the World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy, including various exhibitions, monthly concerts, and much more. Whether you are a beginner or a professional, there is something for everyone to learn here at the World Chess Hall of Fame. Enjoy free admission to our rotating exhibitions in our galleries and sign up for chess events, family-friendly programming, and art classes. And don't forget to stop by our award-winning gift shop, Q Boutique, and shop a wide selection of chess-related merchandise. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org. St. Louis, the chess capital of the United States, boasts the world-class St. Louis Chess Club and the World Chess Hall of Fame. It also plays host to an award-winning shop dedicated to chess merchandise, all-occasion gifts, and plenty more. At Q Boutique, you can shop both in-store and online for chess merchandise, autograph collectibles, chess campus souvenirs, and much, much more. From quirky greeting cards to luxury chess sets, there is something for everyone at Q Boutique. And all purchases go right to benefiting new exhibitions and programs at the World Chess Hall of Fame, dedicated to exploring chess and its immense impact on art and culture. Located on the first floor of the World Chess Hall of Fame, enjoy a shopping experience like no other and become everyone's favorite gift giver. If you can shop in store, make sure to check out QBoutiqueSTL.com for a wide variety of gifts for everyone to enjoy.
Hello, I'm Women's Grandmaster Begim Tokurjanova. I'm doing social media for the US Juniors and Seniors Championships here in St. Louis. Follow us for more exciting behind-the-scenes content.
The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids in schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis city and county, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We created the Select Chess Training Program and the Junior Select Chess Training Program in order to elevate the skill level in students across the St. Louis area. These students receive professional training from Grandmaster Varuja Akopian. Other programs include Chess Cops, a partnership with the St. Louis Police Department, looking to improve relationships between at-risk kids and police officers in the St. Louis area, with over 600 students playing chess over the board since 2019. The St. Louis Chess Club has also created a chess merit badge for the Scouts BSA, quickly becoming one of the most popular badges, with more than 250,000 Scouts earning the badge since 2011. Students of chess can also pick up a copy of Read and Write Chess. Thanks to club co-founder Dr. Jeannie Karen Sinkfield, anyone can learn how to understand chess notation in no time. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our live coverage of the national championships. Here are the standings. Kate, do the honors for the
after
the
round
girls.
3 for the girls juniors, we have Alice Lee and Zoe Tang with 2.5 points. And then a two-way tie for the third place, Carissa Yip and Rochelle Wu with 2 points.
And in the junior section, Kate?
Here we have a sole leader, Andrew Hong, 2.5 points out of 3, no losses so far. And then a four-way tie for the second place, Brandon Jacobson, Abhimanyu Mishra, Kirk Ghazarian, and Arthur Guo.
Quite the chasing pack. And then in the seniors.
In the seniors, we have a two-way tie for the first place. Maxim Dlugy and Melik Khachiyan, 2.5 points out of 3. And then a three-way tie for the third place. Vladimir Akopian, Gregory Kaidanov, and Alex Shabalov with 2 points.
Absolutely. And big action taking place. Turn the attention to Vladimir Akopian and Patrick Wolff, because you were like, let's go, I want to go. This is so very exciting. Let's take a look at where we stand just in this moment when we left it a move or two right here. Akopian said, give me this pawn. A knight takes. The bishop has pinned this knight to the queen on e2. Queen e7, and we were on our current position. What do you think about this position?
It's good to remind viewers that Vladimir Akopian, he is the highest ranked player in the seniors field. And Patrick Wolff is so far not having his best tournament. He has 0 points out of 3, but maybe this is a breakthrough round. We are rooting for him. So we see this active bishop. What else do we see? A rook there.
On f8, you want to double up the pawns. On a good day, if you can play bishop takes f3, gf, and plant the knight on d4, it's game over. But it's white to move. Now, let's say if I'm in white's shoes and I'll go check to try to get out of this nasty pin.
Then I move my king. King h8.
h8, and let's see. My desired move g4 will just hang my rook, so I'm not really particularly happy about this. So if I defend the knight, this guy's hanging, right? So I've got to somehow I've got to get in a position where my knight on d6 is nicely protected. My knight on f3 is nicely protected. How am I supposed to do that? Should I be
Black
playing
would also
queen
maybe
e4?
want to play something like rook f4, right? If Black is allowed rook f4 to target the c-square, double up rooks.
That's what I'm really afraid of, either rook f4 or rook f6. So Vladimir has, a defensive role in front of him. But then he can ask himself, on the other hand, is how dangerous are the double pawns? Let's say I make a move. Just, go ahead, do your worst. Kill me if you can. I'll go queen e4. Would you like to capture, Kate?
So let's give it a try. The alternative is again rook f4, but let's first take that knight.
Let's have a look, right? Captures. Now rook f4.
Rook f4,
makes
that's an
the most
invitation.
sense. I give you a check, right?
King h8.
King h8. And now I have to figure out what I want to do. I'm really afraid of this knight coming to the d4 square. I'm more worried about that than I am just about anything else. So let's take away, if you go, oh no, you have queen g5 check.
Queen g5?
So I'm thinking knight d, no.
But I can just double up rooks first,
Okay.
right? You want to go immediately queen g5?
I don't know what I'm supposed to, I'm not sure.
I just want to maybe recapture the pawn on f3.
I hate my knight, by the way, on d6. It just seems to be in the way of all my pieces. So here I want to go knight back and take this pawn.
So now I will give you a check.
On g5?
Yes.
I'll go in the corner. And if you take the pawn, well, I'll take a pawn, I guess. I mean, it's one of those things. Sometimes when you play bishop h5 takes f3, it looks terribly, terribly damaging, but then you have to follow up very, very concretely.
Can I do rook h4 also?
Yes, at what moment? So
at the end, or...
Let's go. Queen e4 takes, right?
Takes, yes.
And let's just continue. Rook f4, check. And I went rook e1. Here, would you like to play rook h4?
No, I want to double up the rooks still.
Okay. And I did something like knight c4.
Right. So if I
Check.
first give check, I like that check, king h1 and rook h4.
Now you're going to check.
So I want to get the other queen, I mean, not the other queen, the only queen I have to h5.
I
and
get it.
Attack on h2.
Exactly, I get it. Can I take on e5? I'm greedy. Gosh, I'm so greedy. I'm ashamed of myself. You have queen f4. I've got knight check. No, queen f4. You could win.
Yes, then I want to go for that.
Yeah, then I want to go for queen f4. Yeah, I may have to go rook g1. Cristian, we're having fun over here, but Melik set.
He's having fun as well.
Also.
I can guarantee you he's having fun right now because he has the perfect position. Take a look at this. We left it off somewhere around here, and we were saying that queen to e3 maybe is the best move in the position. These are not easy moves to make because at first glance it doesn't seem like it creates any impact in the position. But you do have to go queen to e3, so then you will do something along the lines of knight to b5, maybe transfer the knight to d4 and try to bring more defenders into play. Instead of that, he played the move h3. But this is really bad. Because after queen to g3, you're completely stuck.
Paralyzed.
You would love to go queen to e1, right? Yeah. But unfortunately, take, bishop takes c3, the game is over.
Right.
And the problem is right now I have a clear target, and that is the pawn on h3. For example, if you go something like knight b5, rook to h5, good luck defending the pawn on h3. Rook takes h3 is going to come into play, and that's going to be all she wrote. You're getting checkmated. What you have to do in the position is something along the lines of rook to c1 after queen to g3 to make space for your bishop. I mean, that doesn't make a lot of sense. So that after you take, you go bishop h2. But even then, queen takes f1 comes into play, and that's game over. So this is really, really bad after queen to g3. He didn't play. He played rook to g5. At the same time, I'm looking at the position. I see what's coming. Rook to g3 is coming. Rook takes h3 is coming. The same type of ideas. Once again, you're stuck. You don't have moves in the position. This one is looking really bad for Gurevich right now. Melik Khachiyan, the leader, well, one of the co-leaders going into this event, going into the fourth round. Well, he's having all the fun in this round.
Absolutely. And just picking up on his co-leader, Max Dlugy and Alex Shabalov, when we left it, they went right in that position we were discussing. I was saying I liked it for Max, and I still like it a lot. This is the London system.
Right.
Takes on d4. I like recapturing with the knight.
Okay, they did recapture with the knight.
And then we got this position, just as prescribed. Everything went, in my view, everything is going perfectly for Max. I really like White's position a lot. After the move rook d8, it's White to play. And it's about controlling these dark squares, specifically d4 and e5. If through the magic of television, I could take on c6 and play queen d4, right? Like if I could magically capture this knight, play queen d4 next, occupying d4, occupying e5, doubling the rooks.
Right.
It's like game over. So Shabalov's in trouble, and I wanted also to go to the game of Carissa Yip.
Just to put it in perspective, before we move on from the seniors, just to tell you how bad this actually is, I was looking through the lines, and at least to my eyes, bishop to f2 makes the most sense.
Right.
This is the Gurevich Melik game. This is game over after rook to g3. You can basically resign.
-7.
You're getting checkmated.
Oh
you're getting
my
checkmated.
gosh.
The best move is rook to f2, which if you leave the computer think about is going to lead to like -3, -4. Rook to f2, by the way, was played. The second best line in the position was in fact bishop d3. But the problem is after knight takes d3, you cannot take. You have to go knight e2. So this was
the second best line?
This was the second best
Give
line.
up a piece?
It's that bad, right? Because if you take with the
my.
queen after rook takes g2, this is checkmate in 2 moves.
Right.
3 moves maybe. Take, check, check, and checkmate on h2. It's really bad. He found rook to f2, but once again, now I go rook g3. And still, where's your next move? Queen to e1? I mean, that's really difficult to find. First of all, difficult to play. It doesn't make a lot of practical sense. It just feels like this game. He's completely busted. He's walking away.
Dmitry doesn't want to look
at the
anymore.
Vladimir Akopian is completely puzzled. What in the world just happened in this position? And I have to say, this last few rounds, it starts feeling like this is Melik Khachiyan's tournament.
Sometimes it all goes well.
I mean, he was completely lost in round 2.
Yeah, you don't know why it's going well. You're just grateful, and right now it's just going well. Wanted to turn our attention to Shreya versus Carissa Yip, because Carissa has fallen for a big tactic.
Wow.
I want to put it like this. So when we had left, we really liked what Shreya had done. She had built up a very nice positional pawn center.
Getting a lot of space for all the pieces.
Black's position, rather cramped. Carissa, and it's not that easy because Carissa's pieces kind of are for the C file, but any captures to open up the C file are not going to be in her favor, the rook on c1 being protected by the knight on e2. Queen went to b3, so far so good. And this is an indication to me that Carissa's feeling very uncomfortable. She played the move e6, e5, having just played the move e6 herself, e7, e6. So
I was wondering if, like for black, if to play something like queen d8, very like waiting move. You are not changing your pawn structure. You are waiting for your opponent to maybe push and over push and maybe create weaknesses.
Right.
But it's also you are doing nothing, and white is improving her position.
Exactly. But I like what you just said, because whether you do it with a capture, you know, when you're in a position where you're cramped for space, trade pieces. Don't trade pawns, trade pieces. And playing like that, you know, obviously you're not solving all your problems. You're just trying not making anything worse. The problem with a move like e6, e5 is you might be making things worse. And I liked what Shreya did. She took, and now she has the protected pass pawn. The bishop on b7 is kind of, well, shut out, right? Worst case, I could go b5 and knight c4 and really cramp the center and the queen side. Carissa said, okay, I've got this great idea. I'm going to blockade. I'll put the knight on d6, and the knight will defend f7, and maybe on a good day, once the c file is cleared, I'll have a good position. Shreya said, wait a minute.
I'm not going to give you any time. Wow.
Rook takes f7. King takes f7. Check.
d6.
c4. Takes. Give me the rook. And whether you take with the knight or a rook, at the end of the day, I believe I'm up a pawn? Yes.
Yep.
Okay.
Pawn.
So after rook takes,
C4 intermediate move.
C4 intermediate move. Now I have an intermediate move as well, right? I could take. I can take.
Well, she took on d7.
So she took on d7.
Either one, right? So if I move my queen, you take my rook, and then I don't have the discovered check. So she took on d7. That's already on the board?
Yes. Well, if you take on g7, you no longer take the pawn on c4, right? But if you take on d7, you take an extra pawn.
Right, because you force the queen to go away from that c file, and now you can recapture with the knight.
And she actually took on b3.
Well, that's the thing. She'll get 2 pawns, right?
But this is looking really bad.
Is it a really bad look?
First of all, I might take on b6 if you take with the rook on c7, right?
Ah, that's a
I
nice,
mean, that
nasty
avalanche
champy.
of pawns on the queen side.
So she took with the knight.
Okay. So that, and then, so I'm gonna have a bishop and 2 pawns, but what you were just said, avalanche.
I mean, these pawns are going, like no one is stopping them.
Space Invaders. That was the name of the video game where, you know, like the things were coming up the board, and these pawns are going to be like Space Invaders.
So probably I cannot take on b6, right? After knight takes 7.
Sorry, knight takes b7. I can or cannot?
I don't think I can, right?
Why not?
Because of bishop h6.
Yes.
It's kind of annoying.
That's more than annoying, actually, yeah.
I mean, maybe I can still go rook to d1, but it just doesn't feel right.
But then there can be knight takes d5 or something.
Yes, this doesn't feel right.
In the future.
Yeah, you're giving, even bishop. I don't know. It feels like you could lose control. Let's put it that way.
Yes, yes. So maybe just take on b3.
Take on b3.
Take that b pawn.
And then just ask, well, I don't want to lose the b pawn, but I'm giving up this horrifying square too,
but
right?
Where's your play as black?
I mean, I may even argue that, you know, my knight is going to be better than your rook.
This is really
That's a very good argument. I'm not going to get into that dispute because I'll agree with you that knight on c5 is huge. Carissa in terrible trouble. Let's jump into the game between Alice and Zoe while we're here at the Girls' Championships, because I didn't like what Black was doing, and a big opportunity. We feel a missed opportunity for Alice. Alice could have captured and captured. She played kind of a thematic defensive move, g2, g3. I don't think, the problem for g5 is I don't even think you're happy as Black achieving a successful protected pass pawn on e4. I think White is the one who's benefiting from any trades on f4 after g5. g3, knight f6, bishop, and for Alice, she doesn't know, of course, anything about the engines, but what the engine is thinking. But from Alice's point of view, she's got her blueprint. And
I mean, this is a very typical exchange you want, right, in this position.
Yes. For Alice, Alice's blueprint was like, I'm going to go queen c1. I'm going to trade dark square bishop. So she's, she's making all of the marks.
Checks, done,
and she's going down. And everything's perfectly, from her perspective, she's done everything perfectly well. And I'm looking at the position, and I love Alice's game. Queen on e5, that looks really, really good. Bishop on d7, well, it needn't be said. It looks really, really bad.
Yeah.
And now, it's like, okay, how do I,
But I see a trick.
Please.
Can I try to trap your queen by playing knight e8 and rook f5?
Indeed.
Oh.
Careful. Yeah, you need to. But right, if through magically, that's the one thing White should be avoiding. To my mind, it's like game over, right? I mean, it's just this is so bad. So I could play Queen g5 check,
which you did,
which by the way is really strong,
it's
right?
on the board, yes.
And it is on the board, okay.
The other
Queen
thing,
g5, Queen g7 is on the board.
Yeah, the other thing I would like to do is I'd love to play h3. I'd love to play h3. I'd love to put my rook on the h file and just simply kill you. So if I were in Alice's shoes, I would find myself attracted to the move knight d1. And I hear you loud and clear that you want to play rook to f5, right? But if I go knight to d1, what can you do? Do you want to double rooks?
Or I can play something like queen g6 to prepare for your knight f2 to have h5 there.
Exactly, exactly. That's exactly what I was thinking that I was trying to do as white, which was to blast open the king side, you know.
Can I have h4 here?
Yeah, okay. Take it.
Take it, take on g3.
And I've gotten what I wanted, which was to blast open the king side. But I think Alice is doing great. Cristian, how does the computer
That she is, yes.
assess? Queen
She
g5,
lost-
queen g7?
Zoe lost her opportunity to exchange those G and F pawns. In
Pawns.
fact, what she had to do is before knight F6 to take on F4. Because
Right
after
back
knight-
in these parts.
all the way here. Because after knight F6, bishop A3, you're just simply not in time.
Right.
The thing is, once I exchange the dark square bishops,
Yeah,
you can no longer take on F4 because I can take with the rook.
trade off.
And if I take with the rook, then this is really good. First of all, with the knight on F6, you're not even trading off the rooks. That's another problem. Right?
So now what you're saying,
You
any
can no
trade,
longer take on F4
I
because
will
I take
play
with the
with the rook.
and then rook F1, and then I have the perfect position. Right?
Exactly.
Everything
Everything
is
is
moving
going
along.
in Alice's favor.
So she lost that opportunity.
And in this moment, we are up to date with the players. Alice has just played the move c5.
So she's preparing not even minority attack, but like attack on the queen side, right? B4,
Exactly.
A4, B5.
Yeah, no, this is starting to look really good for Alice.
Yeah.
I mean, black just simply doesn't have an attack going on the king side. In fact, the only thing that you have is some weaknesses. That
Yeah,
pawn on
they look
G4.
like liabilities, don't
That
they?
pawn on G4 is
Yeah.
your weakness, right?
Exactly.
But guys, take a look.
Please.
Take a look at what Ghazarian is doing. This is something that I do whenever I have no idea what to do and I have to keep a straight face and make moves. Take a look at
Okay.
this. Knight to H5. Look at this sequence. King to H2. Knight to F4.
Excellent.
Beautiful. Knight to G1. Knight to E7. It
Excellent.
starts G3. Knight to G6. Knight to E3. Queen to C8. Bishop to D2. Knight to H. What is this? What is, can somebody explain to me what he's doing? I mean, I understand. You're trying to go something like F5 followed by knight to F7, and then what? I'm not sure. The problem is, after F4, you're not even in time to get that F5 knight to F7, because if you go F5, I take on E5, you're completely busted, right? You have to take back with the knight whenever I go F takes E5. So after F4, the only thing that actually makes sense is for black to play F6 and try to stay like this. But now you're just giving me a free attack, devastating attack, by the way. I'm going to close things up with F5, and then I'm just simply going to push my pawns. G4, H4, knight F3, G5. You don't have a lot of space. Neither you do have anything to do on the queen side, right? There's no way to open up the position. You go B4, I go C4. I don't have any weaknesses as white, while I'm just steamrolling you on the king side with an avalanche of pawns, as Kate put it. So this one is looking really bad for Ghazarian. He doesn't really know these positions. He doesn't know what to do, and right now he's in a very uncomfortable position. But he's playing fast. He's putting some pressure on his opponent's clock. As we can see, Jason Liang, who is struggling, by the way, in this event. He's 0 out of 3. He hasn't gotten on the scoreboard yet.
But what a position he has.
Beautiful position.
Yeah.
I mean, this is the dream position. Just go F4, put pressure in the center, force a reaction from black, and look at Ghazarian. Ghazarian is like, what in the world?
And white has everything that you wish in a position, right? The pieces are ready for that attack. Every piece stands like in a good position.
Yes.
You have a good time as well.
What am I doing, is Kirk asking himself. But, I mean, again, he has to keep a straight face, and he has to continue making moves.
What it reminded us something like success has a lot of parents, failure is an orphan. So if I'm looking at black's play after f4, f6, right? f4, f6, f5, and I'm thinking in the Soviet Union, you know, some sports commissar is looking and saying, who's the coach of black? And nobody takes a step forward. Who's been coaching the black player? Not me. I kicked that guy out of my school a long time ago. You know, no, not me. But we have a special, because as we're going to be celebrating our 15th birthday here in St. Louis at the St. Louis Chess Club and Scholastic Center, we're going to be from 3 to 8 doing a lot of things, including ducky chess.
Right.
And you're going to tell us what ducky chess is all about.
We're going to play duck chess, me and Yasser, and whoever comes to the St. Louis Chess Club, we're going to have a really nice kiddie pool full of these ducks. And you are welcome to come and even take one of those ducks that have a printed Chess Club logo on them home and play your own duck chess.
It's a variant that's played on chess.com. And what does the variant ducky chess do? What goes on in that game? And we've got the ducks.
We have the ducks even in the studio. So the ducks, they act as a blocker. By the way, here, Yasser, you can take one too. We have ducks. So they act as a blocker, so pieces cannot go through ducks. Only knight can jump over ducks. And each move that a player makes has actually like 2 steps. The first step is you make a legal chess move, but on the next step, you have to place the duck on an empty square.
Right.
So the players, they share one duck. And the duck, you can always try to place it somewhere where, you stop your opponent from doing something.
Right.
So in chess, like, you have ideas what plans you have, what your opponent has, but now you have this duck that you can actually stop that player from making the move you don't want them to make. And the one big difference in duck chess compared to normal chess, we capture kings in duck chess. So those players who like to capture kings, you cannot do that in normal chess, but that's what is duck chess for? Look at them, super pretty. You can you capture kings there.
Okay, so let me just explain to the viewer once more. So here we have the starting position of the game between Jason and Kirk. So Jason plays the first move, e4, and he knows that Kirk's favorite move is e5. So what Jason does is he moves his pawn to e4, and he places the duck on the e6 square, and you can't move the pawn because the duck blocks it.
Right. And Yasser, I'm going to show you a very short game in duck chess. So let's say we place the duck on e6.
Right, but I can't put the duck. Okay,
right.
I'll just put the. So imagine the circle is the duck. Okay,
yes.
And then what's the
so
move?
Opponent, let's say, goes for Sicilian, c5.
Gotcha.
And let's say doesn't want me to play knight f3, the main line of Sicilian. So I'm like,
he puts his duck on f3.
And completely stops me. So I'm going to go knight c3.
Okay. And where do you put your duck?
And let's say I don't want my opponent to play the dragon variation. So I will place the duck actually on d6. Let's put it on d6.
Okay.
Yeah.
So he can't move the queen pawn. Right.
Right.
Okay.
And my opponent is going to play, let's say, e6. It's going to go for this Sicilian. And it's going to be like, you know what? I don't want your bishop from f1 to be developed.
Okay.
So they're going to place the duck on e2.
Okay.
So now my bishop cannot get out. But I'm going to be super sneaky. I'm going to play knight b5.
Okay.
And I'm going to place the duck on d6. I'm going to reserve that spot because maybe I want to place my knight there in the future. Okay. And let's say my opponent makes a really big blunder and plays a6. They're like, I want your knight to get out.
Get out of here.
Yeah. And my opponent plays the duck, what? c3? Let's say you have to move the duck from d6. And now I have one move checkmate. I can play knight d6 check.
Okay, I want to take with the bishop.
But I'm going to place the duck on e7. I'm going to stop you.
Oh, no.
And this is some kind of smother duck mate.
Because the king can't move where the duck is. The bishop can't capture the knight. So it's a smothered mate with the duck.
So black has to make a move. Remember, this is not done by checkmate. But on my next move, I capture the king and game over.
Well, there you got it. You got an early perspective of what ducky check is all about. And a quick reminder, the celebration all begins on Thursday at 3 p.m. at the St. Louis Chess Club and Scholastic Chess Center. Grandmasters galore, book signings,
Face
we're going to be
painting,
there.
popcorn, ice cream, all of that there.
You had me at ice cream. And Cristian, bouncing it over to you. I'm still reeling from a duck chess.
Back to regular chess, guys. Back to regular chess. That was beautiful. A beautiful presentation of duck chess. But take a look at what's happening in this one.
Balaji.
Josiah versus Balaji, because Josiah just made a huge blunder, and in fact, he's completely lost. Take a look at this. H4, extremely aggressive. We've seen Josiah, I mean, he's so aggressive in this tournament. We've seen him yesterday with aggressive play with the black pieces. He was completely lost in that one. But fortunately for him, he wasn't the last one to make the last mistake. So H4, F6, A7, wild position. I mean, this A pawn looks menacing, but in fact, I'm going to be able to corral it, and you're not going to be able to support it to push it into promotion. Rook to H3, and Josiah tends to disagree with that. The problem is, this doesn't work tactically. Rook to B3, sure, if you go queen to C7, this is good for you. I'm going to go queen to A5, clear the B8 promotion square, and in fact, I'm going to have a great endgame in that position. Okay. But there's a tactic in the position. I can just simply play rook takes A7. And I'm looking at the position, and I'm trying to understand what did he miss. Rook takes B7, bishop takes H4, I'm taking another pawn. You go king E1 or king D1 or king E2, I take the queen on A4.
Right.
If you take back, then I just simply take on B7. I have how many pawns up? 2 pawns up right now.
Extras.
2 extras, exactly, and the king is in terrible shape on D1. Once you take on E5, I'm just simply, maybe even castle, and then the position is completely winning for black. Not only that, but if you try to go rook to B8 in this position, the problem is, I go king F7 or king E7, and now the rooks are looking at each other, right? You take the rook on H8, I take the rook on A1. You take the rook on A4, I take the rook on B8. So we're going to end up in this position, a couple of pawns up for black, excuse me. And once you take this one, I'm just going to be able to swing back on F8. This bishop has to move. You cannot approach it with the king. At least it's very, very difficult to do so. This one is looking really, really bad for Josiah. In fact, this is just a completely losing endgame for Josiah. Balaji might be taking the full point home in this one with the black pieces, which is so important for him, guys, because he's been having a very bad result up to this point, and he entered this competition as one of the favorites. But right now, he has a great chance to bounce back and get his first victory.
Absolutely. No, Balaji, Grandmaster.
And look at Josiah. Oh, my goodness.
What have I done?
And here we have the standings after round 3 for juniors. One leader, Andrew Hong, with 2.5 points, and a 4-way tie for the second place. Brandon Jacobson, Abhi Mishra, Kirk, Ghazarian, and Arthur Guo, all 2 points.
Well, I mean, Balaji is really, really behind
he's taking the full point home.
If he doesn't put together a string of victories, he's just out of the tournament.
Right. And Jason Liang, he's also maybe getting a break, right? Today, maybe winning his first game.
Yeah. Turning our attention to Brandon Jacobson and Arthur Zhu. Same move faster was better, but Brandon eventually got around.
He did make the B5 move.
The move B5, like what? AB, we actually achieved this position in some of our analysis. And, you know, again, you don't win the game just like gifted like that, but you play moves like queen A7, queen D6, takes, and it's very, very clear that white's for choice. Right. And then you're playing against an isolated queen pawn.
That pawn on D5 is a problem. D4, wonderful outpost for our knight.
Exactly, and you play the position and you hope your advantage is big enough to win. But Brandon's looking really good at this moment. I like his position. I wanted to go to the Mishra game because Andrew Hung, our tournament leader, is up against, well, not the #1 seed at the time of the invitation, but the #1 seed today, as Mishra is the highest rating for junior players. We left it this position, and after knight f5, a4, knight c6, knight f3, bishop, queen, and we're catching up to the players. This last move, queen f4, kind of puts the kibosh on castling. G4 and then the knight ends up on a kind of a miserable square. So the move rook f8 is a precursor. The idea is that after g4, the knight will go back to e7, h2, h4.
That's how we want to continue, right? Push the h-pawn, make some weaknesses, create some weak dark squares, and then target them.
And s7, f6, queen h2. So white would like to recapture with the knight. So for example, if we castle, white would like to recapture with the knight, but his queen is a discovered attack against the queen, and that's why Andrew dropped back with his queen on to h2, h7, h6, rook a3. Okay, that was a surprise. Rook h8. The players are a little bit
playing left and right.
floundering here. I'm not exactly sure what's going on, but I
French.
like white's position very much.
And g4 is probably coming at some point.
Yeah.
If not immediately.
And not immediately. By the way, the idea, I believe, behind the move rook a3 was to release this bishop. So, for example, if we go back just this one moment, if Mishra had helped Andrew was now prepared to play bishop to f4 now that the c3 pawn has been overprotected. Rook h8, I don't like Mishra's position. The white has space, the two bishops, and I don't like black's position.
Surprisingly, it's not that bad.
Not that bad?
Not that
okay.
bad, no.
Phew. Good news for Mishra
In fact,
fans.
from an objective point of view, it's even unclear who stands better. in this
Really?
position. Yeah.
I thought white was doing so well.
So, Cristian, you're not worried about g4 move?
Let's see. g4 is okay, yeah. Knight e7. How do you continue?
It's a good question. I just like the pawn there and
like
having
the pawn
some
on
space.
g4, right?
I feel like it belongs there now. I'm going to think.
That's the thing about the French, right? Sometimes it looks so bad, but in fact, as you mentioned, Yasser, yesterday, it's extremely resilient. You feel like you've done everything correctly as white. You feel like you're 1-2 moves away, 1-2 strategical decisions away from taking full control of the game. But it's actually not that easy to break through. I don't have a lot of weaknesses in the position. And that comes from a guy that actually doesn't like the French at all. I really don't like playing against the French. That's mostly why I quit playing 1e4 a decade ago. I kind of came back to it more recently. But I used to love playing against the French. I was getting good results, but I was also lazy with my opening preparation. So when theory kind of expanded and a lot of engine variations came along, this type of engine variations in which visually it looks good for white, but from an objective point of view, it's not that easy. When those came along, I was like, okay, I'm going to go to 1e4. Shying away from the French, from the Caro-Kann, from this type of structural complexes.
The lazy man's approach will get you into trouble. Let's jump to the seniors, and Gregory Kaidanov, I understand, is making a repetition again. When we left it, Dmitry Gurevich was in terrible position. And let's take a look. Okay, bishops of opposite color endgame going on between Novikov and Kaidanov. Well, nothing to report. A draw is completely inevitable in this game. Let's jump to the game of Dmitry and Melik set, because when we left it, Dmitry had seized the defensive and was really in bad shape. H3, rook g5, rook f2, bishop g3.
That is somewhat unexpected, right? We thought maybe rook g3.
Yeah, everybody was expecting rook g3, or even, bring everybody to the party. When you're going to have a party, make sure everybody gets an invite and move rook f8. But he played bishop g3, and from
Dmitry's like, take my rook. I don't want to worry about dark squares. I hate that bishop on g3.
Do me a favor, take my rook. I'll get some compensation, and rook f8, queen to e3, threatening to move the rook away, rook e5, and we're up to date with the players. It looks like black is really enjoying the proceedings, but maybe not convincing. Not
But that's
convincing.
f3. There may be some sacrifices later in the game, right?
yeah.
Rook takes f3. I mean, those two bishops, yeah, black's pieces are just wonderful.
Indeed, there could be some nasty, nasty surprises in store for white. Joel Benjamin versus Doug Root. Let's just go to that game quickly, because that was the game we were asking ourselves, should we
Take the pawn on g7 or not?
Get
And
our
Joel
hands
took
with
it.
And stuck in the cookie jar. But he didn't include the move rook e1. So it's like maybe he saved a tempo and said, I can win the pawn and enjoy. Whoa, 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 whoa. By the way, this move knight d4, that comes with some serious issues, right?
Yeah, if white would want to capture that bishop on e6, we would not have recaptured that knight.
No, we would not. Knight e2 check, forking king and queen, the royal fork. And we're up to date. I'm not a fan of white's play, I must say. The open files, even if I just take with the pawn here for a moment, but rook g8, this is...
Yeah, I have to say I'm a big fan of activity, and I like opposite castled.
Yeah.
So here, I mean, black has open files, and the dark square bishop is still like looking at a very nice diagonal.
White is almost losing, guys.
Is it that bad?
It's that bad.
Christian,
I take with the queen on e6.
Just with queen takes e6?
Okay.
Yes. First of all, how do you defend that pawn on c6?
That was yeah, and I'm not even sure I have the time.
Why don't you go queen d2 and try to defend that?
Let's enjoy the proceedings.
Knight f3, game over.
Oh, you go immediately? I thought you were going to prepare it like rook dg8 or hg8.
I was going to play f3 and like hold on, but knight f3 check.
Finishes the game.
GF.
Wow. Check and queen
I'm
h3.
actually kind of concerned that he might go queen d2 to try to defend that pawn on c2. That's not the only move either. I can go rook to g8, but yes, that's enough. That finishes the game.
Yeah.
I think rook g8 just is much more efficient, because now you can go queen f4 and maybe sacrifice the queen, right? But after rook g8 first and then queen h3, this is just checkmate.
Right.
There's no more defense. You can go rook g1 and queen takes f3. I'm actually kind of curious. Maybe we can stay with the position right now, just to see if he makes a move immediately. Because if I was a Joel Benjamin fan, I would be concerned right now.
I'm expecting something like bishop e3. Just get the bishop out, finish development.
So queen takes e6, by the way, on the board. And again, if we...
and we see a handshake. We have a result, first result of the day.
That's a draw.
Between Igor Novikov and Gregory Kaidanov.
From what we saw there as we came late to the game, bishops of opposite color looked like nothing really happened. It was a quiet affair. Anyway, queen takes e6, and Joel Benjamin, again, he captured this pawn early, and, well, maybe he's regretting that decision, Joel Benjamin Douglas Root game, the one we haven't left. So okay, if I'm in Joel's shoes and I go king h1, and I say, go ahead, do your worst, and you take the pawn. Yeah,
sure.
Let's take the pawn.
Rook to b1. And if you want, you can take a second pawn.
Can I take? Let's take the second
pawn. Everything you give us for free, Yasser, we're going to take.
Okay, so I'm saying, you know, a moment ago you played knight f3 and I was crying, like, you know, you're going to take, and you were checkmating me. Well, here, okay, I mean, I may not be proud of what I'm done or what I'm doing, but I'll go queen a4.
That's fine. I'll go knight d4 back.
Knight David 4. And now you kind of understand why I included the move king h1, because that knight f3 was really an assault.
So let's see who's first now. I go queen g4.
Oh, I don't doubt for a moment that you've been enjoying yourself. Okay, close my eyes.
Rook g8.
Close my eyes, close my eyes.
Oh my goodness. This is knight f3.
Okay, well, once again, you still haven't checkmated me.
Am I missing something, knight f3?
No, you're not missing anything. let's let's try to trick you.
I see what you're trying to do. But that's not
Oh
going to
no,
work.
I lost my rook on g1.
But that's not going to work. I'm going to take on d1.
Oh, you're still going to take, oh. And
Wait, Cristian, what about queen h5?
No. I take on d1 right now.
G1.
Queen h5 is you're
there's
trying
this
to be
check.
mean, but it might work, but I want to be meaner than that.
Okay, so he does win an
No, I take on d1.
On David won.
On d1,
Oh
yes,
gosh. Oh gosh. David won, sorry. So my intended check.
But now I
thought
go
was-
probably king e6, let's say. I don't see any checks, right?
Yeah. So you don't go to e7, but you go to e6. And now I'm facing some kind of music here on the king side. Okay, well, for Joel, he is definitely in a bit of a quandary here as to what to do. I was hoping the move queen a4 was going to bail me out and that I would win back the pawn on a. But
By the way, Dmitry might resign soon, right?
it's that bad.
Dmitry
and Melik
Gurevich against
is
Melik
winning,
set.
yep.
Let's take a look here. What?
So rook e5,
e5.
queen d4, there was a trade of queens, and hello, rook e1. Now, this is really bad news. Now we're threatening to capture, and that's an entire rook.
So I have to play rook d1.
Only move, yes.
I can take, but this is an exchange. My weakness without a rook on d1, my weakness is not a weakness at all, and that's just in full exchange.
It's just a technical
Yeah.
task at this point.
I could even go rook takes f3, right, to some
That's a nice one.
very sneaky. How many pawns I'm going to be up?
2
pawns.
2 extras. Two
No,
extras.
but this is not enough, right?
Not enough?
No, Cristian not happy enough?
Well, you have bishop g2 and bishop takes c5, and I'm only going to be 1 pawn up. Like, that's just simply...
Oh, right. You can take this.
Probably
From a
still
moral
enough.
point of view, this is
Moral.
not enough. This is,
But I have
From
bishop
an
c2.
ethical.
from an ethical perspective, this is not enough.
I mean,
want
how
more.
dare
Come on.
you go into a bishop ending when you were checkmating white from the start?
That is not enough.
Not enough. I wanted to go quickly to Max Dlugy and Alex Shabalov because, again, Max comes into this round feeling pretty good
Yeah,
about
and this
himself.
is really nice structure from the London. White is ready to attack, right? H5, another kind of move that can be dangerous.
It's
for
this
black.
control of these central dark squares that I really think Max is enjoying himself. And, you know, it's so easy to build up behind this this protective wall of pieces, this rook on e5, this knight on d4. Shabalov is just suffering here, and it's all about how can white best make a breakthrough, okay?
Right. And black's idea could be knight d7, right?
Yes.
Kicking the rook away, maybe e5 or knight c5 later.
Exactly. So let's say I just go ahead, no, queen d2, maybe knight e4. That's allowing a little bit too much.
Even the knight can jump forward.
Yeah, that's allowing the knight. Sorry, I'm just having a brain infarction here. I want to put my queen on the dark square, but the joyful squares is not easy to get to. And I don't want to walk into knight e4, so where do I put my queen? Okay, quickly, I'll just throw out a move. And you were about to suggest knight d7?
I want to kick the rook away because I'm worried about h5. You're pushing h5, destroying my pawn structure.
Exactly. I'm with you 100%. Do you want to play e5?
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, my pieces are ready. If I can't play e5, what else am I doing?
That is a very good question. E5. Now I'm pausing because I could provoke you to play e4, and I could play for f3 and f5. Or should I just play for an isolated queen pawn position?
Okay, I recapture with maybe a rook.
Rook and something like this.
Yes.
And okay, Max is enjoying himself. Maybe it's not that great an advantage, but we will see. Cristian, we have a guest in studio.
Igor, welcome back to St. Louis. Welcome to the studio. 3 draws so far, but all fighting draws. Tell us about the tournament so far for you.
3 draws and one loss in the completely winning position.
Yes.
Yeah, it was
Back and forth.
very disappointed. So many winning opportunities. When there is one straight way, it's easy. But when you need to choose from 10 ways, it's very hard to find. And I got into set not against Melik Khachiyan, and
that was the big one.
Yeah.
How do you recover psychologically from those type of difficult moments?
Not so easy, but okay, it's a life of a professional chess player. Every time you can blunder and you need to recover. So I'm trying just to sleep.
Experience definitely helps for sure in those difficult moments. Tell us a bit about today's game. It didn't feel like any of you got any chances. How was the opening preparation? Did you feel like you got anything?
Quite quiet.
A quiet game.
Game, yeah. B6, very interesting move.
B6 for him,
B6,
yes.
yeah.
What is the main line in this position?
Main line is A6, Rook E8, even DC, and then Knight D5.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But he played this move, B6.
Yeah, B6. And
he played it quite fast, so it was definitely his opening preparation.
And we got position from Tartakor-Bondarevsky variation.
Yes. And it seems like around this time it was the novelty. And tell us about this position.
I think that it's completely equal.
Completely equal, and not a lot of things have happened, a lot of things have been exchanged.
Very quiet.
Do you welcome this result after those topsy-turvy games that you had in the previous rounds? A bit more of a peaceful day?
I wanted to get something, but I didn't prepare this particular line. So I was preparing for the Botvinnik variation, but Gregory played it's so solid.
Always difficult against Gregory. He's such a tremendous competitor. Guys, any questions?
Not for me. Just enjoying the game and, keep going. Keep going, Igor. Absolutely. Just remembering when I was playing chess, we would say what Igor said, Tartakover, Bondarevsky. We would say the Tartakover, Kaidanov, Bondarevsky system. So we would call it the TMB in the Queen's Gambit decline. Makes it very easier than to say Tartakover, Kaidanov, Bondarevsky system. That's a mouthful. TMB is what we would call that particular variation of the Queen's Gambit decline. TMB.
Never heard of that.
By the way, the Ru Yang Yen versus Rochelle, I really don't like anything about Rochelle's position. It's just like a Sicilian gone wrong. And it started, in my opinion, with this whole concept of playing for f7, f5. In principle, you're not playing for f5 in these positions because this pawn on e4, you're going to leave a lot of light squares behind. If you go back to this position, one of the things that you're playing for as black is d6, d5. You're also playing for b5. So moves like rook d8, queen c6, knight b6, they all fit into the right pattern, right? But this Rochelle literally got on the wrong horse. She found the wrong plan, knight h7, a5, followed up with f5, and now she's simply suffering as White's pieces are really great, and you can imagine this knight coming to e4. There might even be a tactical problem, like this one Your queen's hanging.
Right.
Oops.
I mean, I understand the f5 idea. You want to open the f file, but you have no way of like doubling up the rooks there to actually put pressure on f2. And
Right.
unfortunately, the d5 square is just
It's
extremely
huge.
important.
Exactly. And it wouldn't surprise me if there's a tactical problem that, but it just everything about this position is wrong. If you play rook b8, by the way, I do have b4, and d6 is suddenly weak too. So Rochelle, again, coming in, not necessarily as a pre-tournament favorite when you have Alice Lee and Carissa Yip in the competition.
Right.
It's not like you can say, hey, I'm here to win first, but she definitely has such ambitions. She's suffering after this current position. What do you have a
Oh, this one is really
recommendation
bad.
for Rochelle?
The Rochelle game is really, really bad.
It's bad, right?
From an objective point of view, right now she's -4.
Wow.
So Ru Yang is
I didn't think it
+4.
was that.
It's that bad.
Yeah, I would say -1, -2, but
It's
-4.
that bad. It's -4. Yeah.
So what if I try to sacrifice the pawn, Christian? What if I
How do you
play
do it?
like rook c7? I give you up.
Okay.
I give up the pawn on e5 and play queen h4.
I'm not gonna take on e5. I
You're
think I'm gonna
not?
go b4 first.
What is he going to do?
b4.
b4.
He's gonna kick my knight away.
And then I'm gonna take on d6.
Ah, okay.
That's more juicy?
I think that's more juicy. Yes. Much more
Wow.
juicy.
I mean, for me, I mean, give me the pawn and I'm...
That's probably fine as well.
I'm singing your...
That truly is probably fine as well.
singing your death hymns here. I mean, I don't see... Okay, but B4...
That's the problem, right? I have so many options. and all of
Ouch.
them are strategically very coherent in the position.
And this one, the problem is the desired rook h2, because you were mentioning, want to take on f2. e6 is hanging with a check. Ouch.
It's not good. It's not good.
Ouch.
It's like black is missing a tempo or two. If I can get my knight to g5, right? It's a little bit some
Scariness
attack.
there,
If queen is
yeah.
on h4, I can be creating something, but I don't have time for anything.
I know, it looks really, really bad for
It's bad.
Rochelle.
It's really
just checking in on Alice, Lee, and Zoe's game, because we haven't been there for a while. Again, Alice coming into this tied for first, and this was a big game, big matchup. She played c5, and makes it very clear, Alice does, that she's playing for an attack, a pawn storm on the queen side. Came a pawn storm on the king side, takes, and okay.
So
But
Alice
this
just wants to
isn't-
recapture a pawn by playing knight f2 and capturing on g4,
Yes.
while the rook from a1 can go to b1 and b7 to capture that guy.
Yes, I was. For me, the question is, could Black get her king, to cover the business squares on the queen side, b8 and b7 in time? But you're right. I mean, Alice is zoning in, locking in on the g4 pawn, and that must be advantage white. Again, that bishop on the problem with the stone wall, the problem with the French, light squared bishop. You solve that problem, you solve most of your problems. But in this, Zoe is definitely in trouble. We left Carissa some time ago. Carissa was going to win an exchange, but we did not like her position at all. She did. She won an exchange, but look at what white has in return. 2 pawns and a huge knight on c5 that transferred itself to e6, and we've caught up with the players.
So what is rook c2? Rook c2 is freeing up the c1 square for a knight transfer? Do I understand that correctly? Like knight
Seems
c1?
right. Seems right. This knight on e2 is not, it's not earning its keep, You got to go out there and earn your oats. And you ask yourself, you look around, you say, how are you doing? How are you doing? How everybody okay? Knight on e2. No. And by the way, the move h4, to my mind, we were also talking to our bishop. The bishop saying, you know what?
I can do better.
I could do better. I could wear, the hero's hat on this diagonal. But I do think that that's what Shriya is all about with the move rook c2, is improving the knight. You put the knight, this looks terrible.
But Carissa is also improving her knight. So knight d6,
Okay,
she
let's
wants
go.
to go to c4.
Right? So, shall we?
Yes, let's go.
Now, the question is, which diagonal do I want to live on? let's say I go f2. I don't want to occupy c5 square because I'm thinking that the knight would be happier on the c5 square.
I mean, white pieces are just dancing around and have so many squares to go to.
The other question I would ask myself if I was in white shoes is, do I like the dark squared bishop?
That's what she did.
And
She took on G7.
capturing, rook c2, knight d6. She captured on g7.
She took on G7, yeah.
And I do like capturing this bishop too. It's a nice bishop.
Right, and it's the only defender of e5 square so
Exactly.
far.
I hate this move.
You hate this move?
I hate this
I
move.
like this move. Why?
Really?
Do you? Oh yeah, I like this
I
move.
really liked my knight on E6.
Yeah, I wouldn't have captured it either, to be honest. I mean, I understand it, but I feel that the knight can always come back to c5, and I'm not that worried about the bishop on g7.
So
being
if we
active.
had continued in this kind of a style, right? Like, and let's say I move my rook. You wouldn't say to yourself, you know what? I kind of would like to trade that knight on e6 for that bishop on h6.
No, I would just play bishop h3.
No buyer's remorse. No regrets. No regret.
Maybe.
For
maybe
Bob,
a few.
for Bobby Fischer, again, Bobby Fischer really felt that he was winning the minor exchange whenever he won the two bishops. So for Bobby, this was like driving, the nail. Knight to c1. We have it.
I just feel like I'm freeing myself up a little bit after this exchange as black.
Okay, but again, help me out, Christian. What is it that...
So let's go rook f7 maybe?
Rook f7, knight. All I want to do is I want to put my knight here.
That's fine.
And maybe take this knight on c4.
Let's go bishop g4, let's say.
Bishop to g4, knight.
Rook f8. Can I do that?
Yes, because I have bishop d1, right? That's a trick.
A trick? Tricks are for kids. Bishop to g1. So if I take on
like
a6, bishop to d1.
Yeah, that's...
And somehow
And then I have rook takes f2 and always like rook takes g2.
And some
more
counterplay there.
Maybe I make a draw, yeah?
Yeah, I mean, that's a good result, right?
Oh, that's the best black can go for, yes.
So I go out of the way.
All right, still bishop d1.
Knight e6 is a problem.
Oh no.
Oh no.
You tricked me.
Yes, I did.
And you said tricks are for kids.
Well, when I was a young man, about 3 years ago, 3 decades ago, I get out of the way, and by the way,
bishop c5.
Wow, that for me is such a surprise decision to put the bishop on. I was sure Shreya was going to put the knight on c5. She put her bishop on c5. Okay, what she could be imagining is that the knight is going to go knight and some wonderfully tricky idea of knight takes e5.
I also think that white has a lot of time, right? So I can put the bishop to c5, then move the king away, move the bishop back.
No question about it. I mean, I love White's position. I like everything about her position. It's just that sometimes you have those moments in chess where every piece on the board wants to go to the same square. You know? Right? like you want your rook, your queen, your knight all to sit on the c5 square. And then you have to say to yourself, well, what's the most effective piece? Now, I put the bishop on c5. You go, okay, that stops you from ever double trouble, right?
Yeah, I'm guarding the f8 square.
Exactly. But if I put the knight on c5, the knight is like reaching deeply a6 pawn, e6 square.
And I mean, I'm very confident Shreya knows that because she moved the rook to c2, she moved the knight to c1. She is going there with the knight.
Yes, she had it all prepared.
Can she be
Carissa's
trying,
in trouble.
one question, can she be trying to trap the knight with like bishop f1?
Yep.
I mean, trap is maybe a strong word.
Well,
but
bishop f1, if you get the move bishop f1, bishop takes c4, knight d2, that's another pawn in the pocket.
It's
So,
a difficult position to play
for Carissa.
Yes,
It's
absolutely no.
And for Alice, this couldn't be any better. Everything is going splendidly. Rochelle loses, Carissa loses, she wins. I mean, she could be starting to write her victory speech, and I'd like to thank my mom.
I mean, we still have 5 more rounds to go, right? Let's hold that victory speech.
But Shreya came here as the lowest rated player in the event, and right now, if she beats Carissa, she's going to be on 2.5. And let's not forget what a disaster she had in the first round against Zoe Tang. But after that, she really is coming back right now.
So let's take a look at the other games in the Girls' Championship.
Sure.
I feel like we did not look at Rose Atwell against Iris Mo.
Okay, let's have a look-see. Okay, one of those wonderful games I love, castling on opposite flanks. And in this case, while the black king isn't vulnerable, I'm counting, and I'm counting an extra pawn for white. Although, I must say, I have to make sure that this counterplay, you're not going to play bishop
F8. I mean, that's my first idea. I want to crack open that queen side and try to checkmate the king.
Yes, you do. Compensation, I want to say. I'm not sure. Would you find yourself, is it more comfortable for you having the material in the pocket or having the initiative?
I like probably initiative. And I play Sicilian a lot for black. On the other hand, here we see the pawn chain is kind of, white doesn't have that many weaknesses, right? No. So the only way to kind of break in is that bishop f8 and...
Because b5, b4 is not going to do it, right? But bishop f8 captures a3.
I think it's more like a strategical compensation, as in white doesn't really have a way to break through, and black can just like wait, like go b5 and just start shuffling, rook c4, rook a4.
In
do
fact,
something on the fourth rank.
It's actually rose on turn here.
Right.
So let's say rook d3.
Right, and now just like rook c4 or b5.
B5, let's say rook d4.
I don't know if I have to start. And now rook c4.
And then just saying, go ahead, and one day, ideas of bishop takes a3 too.
That's the thing. I don't think I'm going to do anything.
I'm
just waiting for you to do something. If you don't do anything, then I don't do anything.
So if I do g4, h5, just let's put the blockade
she already
there.
played h5.
Oh, wow.
She's going for it.
Well, one of the things that in these positions, when you are white and you're saying to yourself, I want to crack open my opponent's king, playing the move h5 has a purpose, right? That in this case, I can play for f4 and playing to open up the king side. I'm not sure. I wouldn't prefer my rook on d4 as a prelude to playing the move h5. I'm just afraid that what am I going to do if you do sacrifice? Like, so what is black? What should white play now?
And perhaps that's the drawback of playing h5 and allowing g5, right?
Right.
So you really want to take on h5?
I do. I mean, I just kind of flashing the alarm bells.
I know what you want to do.
Yes.
You're not being subtle.
Not at all.
All right, let's try to give you a check. I don't know if that helps me at all.
With on d3 or the c2 square?
Potzer sees check, Potzer gives check.
Right.
Okay, what if I get aggressive? Let's go f4.
But don't you want to wait with the check and first do f4 so we can...
Yeah, it could be. I
would prefer to go f4 now. Let's just go.
All right, let's go bishop takes c3. It just feels like, who's getting checkmated?
I'm not disguising my evil intentions.
Okay, I take on g5.
Oh, you just you're not even interested in winning a piece.
No.
Okay, that's cool.
I want to checkmate you.
I like it. Good. It works in theory.
Okay, so we have a g6 move.
Also, do you have a threat as black?
I'm thinking that I want to play queen c4 and only then play rook a1. So yes, in this exact moment, I don't think I have a threat per se. By the way, h5 and g5 on the board as we speak. Rose has to decide if she wants to play bishop g3 or bishop h2.
Or we can have like rook f3 here.
Rook f3,
So
I got to get my king out of dodge. Yeah, I'm not going to walk. I'm not going to let you kill me with rook f7 and g6. You're welcome to eat this pawn, but I'm not worried about that. Eventually, queen c4.
So I go king c2 here.
And just walk the plank, yeah? Okay. This game is heating up. We'll keep an eye on it. Let's go to the game of the juniors, if you will. Andrew, Hong, and Mishra. And we do have this moment of rook h8. Remember, we left it around these parts, castles.
So we were thinking about
takes.
g4. g4 did not happen. Instead, Andrew decided to castle.
Right, because this is, you know, you can almost see how these fit together. This move, rook a3, defends the c3. He's intending to be able to play knight takes and play bishop f4. Now the question is, can we take on d4? Right, because there's a my keen tactical eye or my spidey sense is telling me the d4 pawn is hanging.
But you have to be careful about some, I don't know.
Careful.
Oh, my bishop is hanging on e2. I have to be careful.
They call me Mr. Danger. What kind of careful are you worried about?
Well, some knight f7. So let's say I capture that knight.
On d4?
On d4.
On e5. You captured my knight on e5.
No, you wanted to capture on d4 now with knight. What do you want to play? Yes.
Yes, I do. Let's go. I'll pick a knight.
You pick a knight.
Pick a knight.
I thought you were going to do the other one. All right, so I'm going to move. Yeah, let's move my.
The whole point is, if you take my knight, I will take your bishop.
And I want to go bishop g4.
But then this guy is hanging, right? And that's not exactly what you had in mind when you went for this.
Well, if I have knight f7 here.
G4.
Can I do some smother mate there?
Ooh, you mean there's some nasty discover? No.
Well, knight g.
E5. It's going to take away
nothing.
all your fun. It's going to take away your fun. The smothered mate would have been beautiful, right? This is what Kate had in mind. A miserable death for me. When I first discovered the smothered mate, I mean, it was a moment of absolute euphoria. I rushed to my mom and I showed it to her, and she was like, "Yes, or can I go back to doing the dishes?"
She was not impressed.
Not at all. Did you have a moment like that when you saw the smothered mate for the first time? Did it just like your heart skip a beat and you go, "Ah"?
I don't remember smothered mate. I remember when I got scholars mated for the first time, and I was shocked. How can I lose game this fast? I remember to this day, my first time I got scholars mated, and I just couldn't believe it.
Yeah.
It was
you were like
really
tears. Tears were rolling. What are we doing? Mishra has
So let's
this
try
moment.
to be smart about it.
Let's
you
be
take
smart.
on d4, you take on d4 back, and now you take on d2. Can
Yes.
we start with knight f7 so that that pawn on d4 still remains there? Maybe I have some ideas of taking on e5 later on.
If I take the bishop, what am I missing?
So let's give you a check.
And king b8.
And now let's give you... Actually, let's go rook e3
Rook
first.
e3?
Rook e3. So what's the body card? Oh, you're just forcing me to
I'm just
a
trying
bad
to take-
square.
Exactly. I'm trying to...
And I want to take on e6, right? The only pawn that can be blocked, and then I can continue with my business.
I might take on e6 first. I might go knight b5 first. I'm
Well, no,
not
the
really
question
sure
is
which
my
one.
queen. Oh, okay. So I go queen takes c2. So go ahead.
I can take on e6.
Yeah, rook takes e6.
Okay, but I'm a piece up.
You are, but do you manage to...
I'm a
okay,
piece
and I
up.
go
Right,
back
knight
to
b5.
Knight b5.
Great. Yay. Well, I've got a6. I've got rook c8. I mean, I'm a piece up.
That's true. Okay, so let's go back.
Yep.
Because you tricked us.
I did.
Queen c2.
Queen C2.
Now I go knight b5 first.
Knight b5, and then I have to play e5
Now
because
I take with a rook.
Right, right. And now, is there the smothered mate? Are you on? Oh, you don't.
Don't do that.
Ah, okay, so that's a trick I actually have
That's my trick.
discovered attack. Very strong one.
Now if you go king a8, I go rook e2.
King e8, rook e2.
And now we are getting this set up.
You got, okay, what? No.
Finally, I got my smothered mate.
No, you don't. Not
Yes,
yet.
I do, yes.
Not. Oh, you do.
Yes, I do.
That's
a
I
double
don't have
check.
knight e5.
No?
I was ready to go knight e5.
No,
I'm going to double check.
Double check. Okay, so what are we saying? We're saying that in the current position, if I take on d4, Mishra, this is what Mishra is calculating. By the way, what are the clock times?
So we have, what do we have? Andrew Hong is having 22 minutes.
Versus
31.
Okay, so not a factor yet, but this is what Mishra is calculating. Knight takes d4, pawn takes d4, queen takes d2, and you were playing knight f7. And maybe I was being a little bit too flippant here because I saw it as a one-dimensional threat.
I mean, once you see rook e3, that's the key move, right? That is a very tough move to spot. But the rook a3 is ready there to kind of join the attack.
Exactly. So queen takes e2.
And we see Abhimanyu Mishra capturing knight f takes d4. So we may have this on the board.
Right. And, well, it seems like a narrow path at the moment. Knight takes, and we're starting with check or rook e3?
I think we give a check. Let's start with a check.
Let's start with a check, and then we go king. Because here you forked as a now rook e3,
Yes.
right?
Maybe you can put the queen on a better square.
Yeah, where can I hide where I'm not? It's not an easy. Where can I hide in anticipation of this smothered mate idea? Where can I hide?
I don't know, Yasser.
I can.
I'm terrified of Blag here.
I can give back I can give up some material.
No, you
with
cannot
my
because
case.
I'm not going to capture the queen after you play.
I'm still going to go for the same smothered mate.
The smothered mate, yeah.
Yeah. So if I go queen g4,
still the same thing. Knight b5.
Knight
check.
b5, first check, e5, and then this.
It's still the same discovered attack.
Wow.
It's kind of annoying, isn't it?
Isn't it? It's a very strange thing that I can't get out of that.
You cannot touch my queen at all. On h2 is completely covered, yeah?
Wow. Okay, but just a second. Let me, how do you say?
What's our camera doing?
Camera is enjoying circling around the board.
This is what happens when AI takes over the production. I mean, Tom said, "Look, I want to show you who's boss in this production.
Here
I'm
we
going to
see
take
Shreya
you."
So I guess we're going to look at Shreya versus
Would you please look at Carissa's game?
That is our cue. Because they are supposedly repeating moves.
What?
Really?
Really? We thought Shreya is going for the win with that really nice nice
They
pawns.
repeated once, but now the rook is on c8, so it's a bit
Okay,
different.
so the bishop has gone to c5. That was where we left it. The knight came to d3.
It is looking at the c5 square once the bishop vacates it. Never mind, knight.
And this is the repetition. Okay, so
Wait, what?
so
Carissa
I'm
got out
wondering,
of repetition with a rook c8.
Can she play bishop g4 and claim a draw?
I'll tell you in a second if it's...
I don't think so because the knight wasn't on
times.
d1 that many times, right? It was on d3 before.
Well, wait a minute.
You see?
Oh, you're right. The knight was never on d1. It was on d3.
And the knight wasn't there because where is the knight going from d1? Oh, maybe to trade knight e3? So change of plans, no more,
No,
looking
it was
for a
only
c5
once.
square?
It was only twice.
Twice with on the d3 square. So for Carissa, that would be a lucky save, I want to say. So I think she's intending bishop g4.
No, she played rook c8. She went out of repetition.
Pardon me, that's a... Excuse me. rook c8 on the board.
And now knight f2, which strikes me a bit as odd. Okay, I understand. I would assume she wanted to get the knight to e3 first, and now she cannot anymore with the rook on c8 because I take on c5.
Right. The desired knight e3 is walking into a massive problem. Sorry.
But what I can do, if I really want to exchange that knight, is to exchange it from b2, right?
Yep.
So why isn't she going to b2?
I don't know, because, you know, when you move the knight to f2, you're kind of happy the bishop is no longer going to g4. Maybe that was kind of the uncomfortable spot that Shreya didn't want Carissa to go to. And now we can go to d3 and c5.
Yeah, I always thought that c5 was the magic square. I didn't like the fact that
Wait a minute. Carissa just stopped the clock. Rook b8 might be 3 times repetition, or rook to a8. She's pointing at rook a8.
Okay, do we believe that? Is that a 3-time repetition? Because rook was on b8 all the time. Yes, so if we move back...
Was it rook a8 or rook b8?
I don't see it, guys.
So rook is on b8.
The rook was on b8 all this time. And now she's pointing at rook a8. So she claimed with the wrong move. Oh, no. Oh, no, Carissa, what did you do?
She's saying, if I had put my rook on b8, so she... By
with
the way,
rook a8, if she would have said with rook to b8, I claimed 3-fold repetition, that would have been 3-fold repetition.
Really? So rook b8 is 3-fold
Yes.
repetition?
But she put it on a8. Oh, no. And look at her. She realizes it.
like she wanted to say, I'm claiming
3-fold repetition.
but she put the rook on a8 instead of b8.
She forgot that she came from b8.
That's crazy.
Oh, no.
Now she's just smiling. I think she realized she was like, okay, that's a misstep, a big one, but...
The problem is once you say that with this move and you write it down on the board, you're kind of forced to play it, right?
You're correct.
You have to play this
You've
move.
committed yourself.
You've committed to rook a8. So now she's out of the repetition.
No, exactly.
Luckily for her, I have a feeling Shreya is not necessarily trying for more right now. So
exactly,
she might
right?
be okay
Shreya
with
is
the
moving
draw.
back and forth instead of kind of pushing for that knight d3, maybe attacking c5. So when she sees now that Carissa is actually happy with the draw, she may be just happy repeating, even though this is not a 3-fold repetition.
But my question for you is, right now, Carissa is obviously telling you that I'm actually
ready
the
to make a
one
draw.
that wants to make a draw.
I'm prepared to make a draw. That's right.
As the low-rated player right now, with an obviously imbalanced, maybe you don't assess it correctly, but you understand that your very high-rated opponent does want to make a draw. Don't you start questioning, maybe I'm actually much better. Maybe I should try to find a way to play on.
Okay, just as I can interrupt you, Christian, because the arbiter is saying to Carissa, your claim is false.
So she's taking 2 minutes away.
Or adding 2 minutes to the opponent's clock. I don't think you get penalized. I think the penalty is that your opponent gets 2 minutes bonus or a minute bonus.
Not if you have enough time. So she actually had enough time, so she took 2 minutes away.
But now we see Carissa playing this bishop g4, and let's see if and Shreya is probably
Shreya
happy
is ready,
with the
I
draw,
guess.
so
Wow.
that will be a really missed chance for Shreya, beating the favorite in this tournament together with Alice Lee, having the chance to go on in a better position.
For me, I must say, I really take a great deal of pride in myself, in this idea that I've made all the mistakes possible in chess, at least twice, to be convinced that it was a mistake the first time around. But I don't think I ever made the mistake of making a claim by using the wrong move to make a claim. How about yourselves? Are you... Never, right? I've never seen that.
No, that's very funny. I actually haven't seen it
I've never seen it in my life.
Especially with 30 minutes on your clock.
I'm repeating the position for the third time with this move, and it's the first time. It's the first time the position occurred with rook on a8.
So the thing is, the first time is kind of, you get your cheeks blushed a little bit. But if you do it the second time, and it's wrong again.
I don't know.
That would be really bad.
All right, we'll leave this game because I'm really curious. And if we hadn't left that
you see, I'm telling you, AI is taking
compelling
over.
Mishra game, we would have missed.
But I'm sorry, Yasser, to interrupt you, but Carissa is just looking at her score sheet. Like, I am the highest rated player here by invitational rating. I can claim draw twice incorrectly. Let me check.
Well, the thing is, she understands she's so much worse. So
yeah, she does want to pack up these pieces back and just be ready.
She's afraid of giving her opponent another opportunity. You know?
Carissa is really looking at the score sheet. She doesn't want, she's committed herself. She said for the second time.
She's doing it again.
Illegal claim.
Amazing.
Okay. Look, check this out, Chief Arbiter. I commit myself to playing Bishop D7, and I'm going to go and treble check. Carissa's like, I'm sorry, I'm ashamed.
This is
and Shreya's saying, look, even if your claim's incorrect, I'm ready to shake your hand.
She's like, just offer a draw. Don't claim anything. I'm going to shake. Oh, but you cannot offer a draw.
You can't offer
I forgot, right? There is this rule. Players cannot agree on a draw, so you cannot offer a draw.
Three-move repetition only. Exactly. Now, having said all of this, I think Carissa's stands much worse.
And we see a hand
Cristian, could you give me an engine assessment of the position?
Because she's completely losing. Yes.
Much worse.
Yes.
How bad is it?
Okay, plus 1.6, but I would assume it's more than that.
Yeah.
I would assume it's more than that.
So Carissa kind of dodged a bullet there. Let's go into the seniors for just
Finally
a moment.
to the seniors
and
section.
I'm saying for some time it's been the case that Dmitry Gurevich has been losing, and that's still
he's fighting, big fight.
Yeah, well, he's an exchange down, and well, we just saw Rook, Knight takes B3, so I think he's well on his way to winning. How about Max? Dlugy? Because guess what?
Against Alex Shabalov, we saw those pawns ready to go forward, but okay.
It was
so
funny
we were
because,
kind of predicting this.
Well, I was expecting that I would move my queen and you would move your knight. Max moved his rook, and then we got this same kind of a setup position with an isolated queen pawn. Okay, Max is better. He's going to put his bishop on G2, trying to put his knight on E3, and focusing everything he has on that D5 pawn. Max is for choice, and I'm going to toss it over to you, Cristian, and what caught your eye?
Let's take a look at what's happening between Joel Benjamin and Douglas Ruth in this one.
Okay.
He did not play that queen to D2,
no,
that terrible queen to D2, so he dodged the bullet in this one. He played bishop E3, which I think you were recommending, Kachka. Bishop E3, bishop to E5, good move by Douglas, by the way. He did not go for knight takes E2, which would have given some speed away in the position, right? So I can go rook a D1, rook a C1. You're losing some tempis with black. It's all about the initiative right now. Forget about the pawns. I can take some pawns later. Right now, I need to arrange my pieces on the ideal squares, and this is exactly what he's doing. Queen H6, take. Now we exchange, but now I will pick up some pawns, and you no longer have any sort of initiative with the queens on the board as white. Rook to E8, king to F1, and now I can just simply take on D3, another pawn. What Joel probably wants to do is take on D3 and bishop to G7. That's my guess. Or perhaps he wants to go F4. The problem with F4, and this might be something that he missed, is that I have this intermediary attack, rook to E6. If you take my bishop, I take yours.
Right.
If you move the bishop, I move mine. And if I move my bishop, then the F7 pawn defends my rook. So you're actually completely busted right now. Let's see, did he
We have rook E6 on the board.
Do we? No. No. Okay, he did not take on D3. Perhaps he forgot about this. He played rook E6 first, and now bishop to G5.
And now we're good.
This is still very, very good for black. He can
very
just
good.
Take on D3 with a rook.
Yes.
And
we
he does
see that
it.
on the board.
That's an extra pawn for black. A tremendous pawn structure.
That's
on the
what I want to
queen
say.
side. Tremendous.
For those of you who play the Berlin defense, you're going to really appreciate the fact that you're going to have a 4-1 majority or a 4-2 majority. That's really good. And Joel in big trouble here.
Oh, Douglas might get the full point in this one, and he needs it. He desperately needs it because he's been having a difficult event so far.
And if the black knight lands on d3 after the capture, then I'm even targeting the b2 pawn.
As well.
I have everything what I want as black.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes. This is not looking good.
This whole opening experiment with Queen E2 definitely boomerang. And before the time control, let's just sneak in a quick break, and we're going to be back on the other side for more of round 4 national championships.
All right, see you later.
I'm quite honored to be here, and it reminds me of my days when I played in the U.S. Junior Clubs.
Feels great. Feels great. This is my main tournament of the year. As soon as the last one is over, I start thinking about the next year.
It's a great feeling. Always, I am waiting to come to St. Louis because probably it's the best conditions for the tournament is in St. Louis.
It was a great experience last year as well. The first time I played here. As always, it's great. So I'm sure that this time will be the same. I would like to thank everybody who made this tournament possible, and especially, of course, Rex Singfield.
It's great, but it's also nerve-wracking because this is the most important tournament of the year for me, and I really want to do well. So, you know, I'm going to try to really work hard. Actually, I think I put more work into it before because I don't want to be too exhausted during the event, but I'm really looking forward to the games.
Of course, I'm very excited. It's very excited just to be here, to qualify. I was very excited to win a Senior Open last year. It was very successful for me, so I'm very happy to be back.
In St. Louis, for a long time, it became a second home, so just back home again.
It's honored, always honored to be here. I think it's a dream for every chess player to be here because I always been saying that for years. No one else, no organization, no facilities, no one else treat chess players as high as here. And we appreciate it, and this is amazing. That's why for us, every time if there is a chance for us to qualify and play in St. Louis, that's dream come true.
This is the one big tournament of the year that I play in. And so I look forward to actually remembering how to play chess. It's wonderful to be here. It's amazing that, you know, the prize fund is, the first place I think is more than the total prize fund of the World Senior Championship, for example. So it's kind of amazing, you know. So, I mean, I think it's kudos to Rex, and maybe FIDE should work on this themselves. But it's always a joy to see old friends and to play some good chess and to be, you know, to be treated like royalty here. So I enjoy it a lot.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. championships, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. The World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org. St. Louis, the chess capital of the United States. It also plays host to an award-winning shop dedicated to chess merchandise, all-occasion gifts, and plenty more. At Q Boutique, you can shop both in-store and online. From quirky greeting cards to luxury chess sets, there is something for everyone at Q Boutique. Enjoy a shopping experience like no other. Make sure to check out QBoutiqueSTL.com for a wide variety of gifts for everyone to enjoy.
The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids in schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis City and County, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education.
Hello, I'm Women's Grandmaster Begim Tokurjanova. I will be doing social media for the US Juniors and Seniors Chess Championships. Follow us in our social media and get more exciting behind-the-scenes action.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States and is among the best in the world. Thanks to co-founders Dr. Jeannie Cairn Sinkfield and Rex Sinkfield, the St. Louis Chess Club is a non-profit organization committed to promoting the game of chess locally and internationally. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area, promoting cognitive development, critical thinking, concentration, and analytical skills. The St. Louis Chess Club welcomes chess lovers of any age and skill level to come and enjoy the game of chess. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. Championships and the American Cup, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players, including the prestigious Sinkfield Cup, Cairns Cup, and many more. All tournaments can be streamed via our YouTube and Twitch channels that also include over 2,000 chess lectures for anyone to enjoy. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, merchandise discounts, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. Landmarked by the world's largest chess piece sitting outside our front door, the World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy, including various exhibitions, monthly concerts, and much more. Whether you are a beginner or a professional, there is something for everyone to learn here at the World Chess Hall of Fame. Enjoy free admission to our rotating exhibitions in our galleries and sign up for chess events, family-friendly programming, and art classes. And don't forget to stop by our award-winning gift shop, Q Boutique, and shop a wide selection of chess-related merchandise. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org. St. Louis, the chess capital of the United States, boasts the world-class St. Louis Chess Club and the World Chess Hall of Fame. It also plays host to an award-winning shop dedicated to chess merchandise, all-occasion gifts, and plenty more. At Q Boutique, you can shop both in-store and online for chess merchandise, autographed collectibles, chess campus souvenirs, and much, much more. From quirky greeting cards to luxury chess sets, there is something for everyone at Q Boutique. And all purchases go right to benefiting new exhibitions and programs at the World Chess Hall of Fame, dedicated to exploring chess and its immense impact on art and culture. Located on the first floor of the World Chess Hall of Fame, enjoy a shopping experience like no other and become everyone's favorite gift giver. If you can shop in store, make sure to check out QBoutiqueSTL.com for a wide variety of gifts for everyone to enjoy.
Hello, I'm Women's Grandmaster Begim Tokurjanova. I'm doing social media for the US Juniors and Seniors Championships here in St. Louis. Follow us for more exciting behind-the-scenes content.
The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids in schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis City and County, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We created the Select Chess Training Program and the Junior Select Chess Training Program in order to elevate the skill level in students across the St. Louis area. These students receive professional training from Grandmaster Varusian Akopian. Other programs include Chess Cops, a partnership with the St. Louis Police Department, looking to improve relationships between at-risk kids and police officers in the St. Louis area, with over 600 students playing chess over the board since 2019. The St. Louis Chess Club has also created a chess merit badge for the Scouts BSA, quickly becoming one of the most popular badges, with more than 250,000 Scouts earning the badge since 2011. Students of chess can also pick up a copy of Read and Write Chess. Thanks to club co-founder Dr. Jeannie Karen Sinkfield, anyone can learn how to understand chess notation in no time. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education.
Hello and welcome back to our national championships. We have some results, Kate.
Yeah, so only one result of round 4 so far. We have a draw between Mangalam and Yip.
In the girls, but what about the juniors?
In the juniors, we have how many results? Also one. Josiah Stearman lost to Daggupati.
An important victory for Daggupati because he started so poorly. And in the seniors, what results do you have for us there?
Here we have a draw between Novikov and Kaidanov, and Gurevich lost to Khachiyan.
Who, by the way, with that nice victory, is soaring 3.5 out of 4. And,
absolutely, leading the field.
Very impressive win today. Convincing, I would say, Cristian.
Oh, absolutely. No, beautiful game by Melik, beautiful game by Balaji. And in fact, we will have Balaji here in just a second to talk to a lot of exciting games. But take a look at what's happening in the Kirk Ghazarian game, guys. We were discussing about this one we haven't looked at it in quite a while because we've saw that knight g6, knight h8 maneuver for black, and we really didn't like it.
We didn't like it at all.
We didn't like it at all. Now it's even worse because right now I'm going to go rook to h1 next, and I'm going to kill you on the king side. At some point I'm going to bring even this rook on the other side on the g1 square. It's just deadly right now. And to be honest, I'm looking at the position. I don't see any more moves for black to try to save this game. I think Kirk might actually suffer his first loss in this event.
Yeah, it looks very, very nice for white. And in fact, a number of games look almost decisive. I wanted to bring up the Joel Benjamin game against Group because when we left it, we saw the white queen side was simply disintegrating, and nothing has changed our opinion on that.
Black is enjoying some pawn advantage.
Unfortunately, this was a very, very nice moment. And if I identify it for you, if I say, now is a puzzle rush tactic.
That's the thing. When someone tells you there is a puzzle, so viewers can take 3 seconds now to guess what to do here with black pieces. You have a really strong move here.
Yes, you do. And if you don't know it, however, you go with your routine move, which I think Doug did. He had it in his mind what he wanted to achieve. He took on e1, and that was not the moment.
Yeah, because the problem is in chess game, no one tells you right now there is this puzzle rush tactic. But,
exactly. If you did see the move, knight c2, that's a beauty. That just ends the game instantly and on the spot.
What's happening? Why is this move so powerful?
Well, this is mate. Yeah. And unfortunately, if you do move the rook away, well, unfortunately, that's a check. And this is as easy as it gets. We get to skewer the rook and win. But we have a guest in studio. Over to you, Cristian.
Balaji, a difficult tournament for you up to this point, but finally you get that victory. Tell us a bit about this game, and especially this moment when you play c5. This is, I believe, the 7th move by number of games in this very topical position. How did you come up with this idea?
Well, c5, it's not so uncommon to play this. It's just, I think most people play bishop b7 first. And then even here, like if, for example, white played something like bishop e2, it might transpose into, I play bishop b7,
yes,
and it transposes to a line that's been played a lot already.
Topical line, yes.
Yeah, but it's kind of like to throw my opponent offbeat, which I guess is what happened.
And he played this move a3, which surprised everybody. I'm sure it surprised you as well. Probably it was just like a mechanism to get you out of the opening, yeah?
I think so. I mean, a3 is also a common idea sometimes to get your opponent out of the opening in these type of lines that have like 20 moves of theory. So it was somewhat logical, but yeah, it didn't feel right in this position.
And take us through the critical moments. Now, this change of structure, I really liked it with the idea of a6, then that pawn on, it looks threatening.
Yeah.
But it actually doesn't do that much, right? You control it very well.
Yeah, it's even if he manages to hold the pawn like he did, he's just trapping his own queen and rook to protect one pawn while his king is getting completely opened up. So I think it's a very good trade for me.
And one thing that you were mentioning, you were saying that, okay, sure, rook to h3 is a bit overzealous, but you couldn't see any alternative moves for him either.
I mean, I was thinking maybe he goes queen b5, but even here I go rook a7, and this endgame is very comfortable. It's really hard to hold this, I think, for his white.
Queen takes b7.
Yeah, queen takes, and I have bishop d8 in the end, which is important.
Yeah, rook a8, bishop d8. That's nice.
Yeah.
So why is it much more comfortable for black, this type of endgames?
The rook on h1, all his pieces are on the first rank still, and with so many weaknesses, the b2 pawn is a huge weakness. h4 is always going to be hanging.
Yeah.
And my pieces, I castle in the next move, and all his pawns are under attack. And it's very hard for him to get everything out in time.
Yeah. So it's about the structure. It's about the fact that he's not developed. It's very unpleasant. And he came up with this idea, rook to b3, but missed this next move of yours, rook takes a7, which pretty much takes the game into a completely winning end.
Yeah.
Right. Balaji, an important victory, and you actually know Josiah quite well. You both come from the Bay Area. You guys are good friends, training occasionally together. Tell us about this matchup between you two.
I mean, it's always kind of difficult to play a friend because we know each other quite well. We've played multiple games already, so it's also openings-wise. It's hard to think, okay, I've already played so many of these lines against him. What do I really want to play?
Yeah.
And okay, especially when you're in such a strong tournament, you want to still fight though. You're not gonna take it easy just because they're your friend. And I think it honestly, if anything, it motivates you more to try to just especially me, I'm having a tough tournament. I really wanted to hit back hard, and luckily I got an opening where I had the chance to do that, and it worked out.
How do you find that balance between wanting to hit back too hard and just not losing more games?
Yeah, well, I think the thing for me is I generally like to play aggressive type of line, so I'm okay, let's just try my luck. And I realized I had to make some changes with the way I was thinking in the first few rounds. And I was like, okay, the best way to do that is keep fighting. If you play more slow, and as black, most people like to play it slow and try to equalize, but I think if I try to fight back, it forces me to come out back to my true form, and I hope that's kind of what this game did.
Excellent recovery for you, Balaji. Congratulations, guys. Any questions?
No, just a congratulations.
Can I have one quick question? Congratulations, Balaji, on this win. I know last year you tied for third, so I understand your ambitions are very high. I'm curious, how much do you value win with black? Because it's always harder to win with black. Do you value it more than winning with white, or what can you tell us about that?
I think it's always much nicer to win with black because it's generally, you should be fine with a draw with black against most players in this tournament, I think. And so it's always nice if you can win, but at the same time, I wouldn't say that it's so important because in this tournament, everyone's going to become fighting. It's not going to be this is not a super top tournament yet where it's impossible to win with black. And so I think for me, it's slightly better, but not too much of a difference to win with either color.
A win's a win. A win is good. Well done. Well done. I'd like to turn our attention to the game of Alice Lee versus Zoe Tang for a moment because it's such an important game for our tournament standings. We just saw this move H2, H3 by Alice, and I want to say, it's a tactic time, right?
Again, puzzle rush?
Puzzle rush?
Let me. Oh, it's black to move. I was
Black to
looking
move.
for white what to do there. So can we just?
Rook takes
Can
h3.
we just rook take
Whoa,
h3?
whoa, whoa.
But is there a counter attack? Is there? Right, because rook take h3, there is rook takes
It's the
e8. Do you want to trick
I
me?
wanted to trap you. Yes, I did. If I said to you, okay, White's just played this move H2, H3, and there's a puzzle rush tactic, well, you're immediately drawn and say, oh, I see it. Of course I want to play rook takes h3. But in fact, Alice is setting a very nasty trap for Zoe. If you do that, of course I can't take the rook. It's illegal. This rook is pitting me. But if I could get rid of this rook on g7, I would turn the tables. And there is a way for Alice to do that, and that is
But
to...
now I go king f6. Okay, is this that easy? Okay,
I
rook
don't
takes
know.
e3.
But I want a piece.
I understand that.
Whether or not I win the game, that's a different question, but the trap was set.
But I'm
it's not
winning a lot
win.
of pawns right now.
I agree.
A lot of them. Like, what do you do next?
Rook g5.
Rook g5, now either rook a3 or rook d3. I'm getting another, at least one more pawn. And the thing is, you're kind of stuck, right? You cannot go rook h5 because of rook g3.
But
I have rook e5 coming.
I'm a piece up.
Are we
King
still
F1.
that worried?
No, King F1 and Rook E5. But I'm just saying Rook takes H3 is a
It's
trap.
nice.
Yeah.
Yes, it's nice.
It's a trap that...
That's why I sometimes think it's important to be solving puzzles from books, right? Not just on computer, because it kind of it lures you into playing these tactics fast without actually thinking in much depth sometimes.
Yeah.
And by the way, she took on h3.
And by the way, she did... Whoa, Alice...
And Alice very quickly rook B. Wait, did she capture on e8 first?
Let me just...
She
did. She did.
Okay.
So Alice looks very, very happy. And
she
Zoe,
should be, yes, she should be. I'm checking it with the engine right now. It works, it works.
Yeah.
A
Zoe
piece up is a
looks
piece up.
a little
Exactly.
shocked.
Exactly. And Zoe, I think, just missed this. When she played rook takes h3, that's the cold shower, right? You just played the move rook h3, and it's sort of like, wow, I was suffering, and I turned the tables, and then rook b8 check on the board.
For a second, you are happy for a lucky break,
Right.
and then you are realizing there was no luck in that move.
Exactly. King f7, and I think we're going to see the variation we just spoke about there as rook check by Alice and rook takes g7.
By the way,
Stefan-
that's an important victory for Alice. I mean,
doesn't get any
crucial
bigger
one.
than that, you know.
Against your co-leader?
Yeah,
I mean,
beating a
that's
co-leader.
an important one.
Absolutely, absolutely. By the way, Rochelle, I just want to say against Ru Yangyan, Rochelle, I despised her position. I thought it was just terrible, but somehow she's fighting back. We left it right around here, and it was just like, avert your eyes, but
Wow, so she played queen h4, kind of allowing for an exchange sacrifice.
Indeed. And picking up on the play, fast forwards, we have this position. What does she have materially speaking? One pawn?
2 pawns.
2 pawns. Okay.
But that rook on c2 is very active.
There is a check, and we can win 1 pawn back. And wait a minute, maybe this is just very good for white. Just a second, hold on.
There's also knight e3.
Knight e3. Yeah, wait a minute. I'm just a second. Maybe I was thinking Rochelle was back in the game, and maybe it's
Maybe
not
not.
true. There's queen d5 check. There's rook f1. There's knight e3. What I think I might start with rook f1, right? Just
That's a
hinting
big
about
threat.
knight e3 and queen d5 check. Rochelle still in trouble as the women's, the girls section, pardon me, really heating up. And let's just jump over to the junior section as we're going to go to Jason and Kirk for just a moment. And
So Jason Liang is the one who so far has 0
Sure.
points, but is hoping to get a break here because he has a very active position. I know, Cristian, you were super happy about
he's
his
getting
pieces.
his first win for sure. Yes.
Yeah, well, he's going to rook g6.
I feel it.
Rook
yes.
to g1, and everything is focused on the black king.
It's just such a sad position for black, right?
Exactly. Terrible, in fact. Jason looking good. As we go back to you, Cristian, with guest in studio.
Well, Melik, first of all, I want to tell you, you are my pick to win the tournament, so hearty congratulations for, for another victory. Congratulations.
I'm fulfilling your dreams, so it's good.
Yes, yes. So far, you're doing well, Melik. Now, I want to start with this position because your aggressive stance early on in the opening really surprised us. I mean, you can play e6 and go for the usual typical ways to try to equalize the position, but then you just invite the Marozzi.
It's not my style, yeah.
With g6.
Yeah.
You are ready for a fight in this one.
Always, yeah.
Absolutely. Did you do that because Dmitry was maybe struggling in the event a little bit?
Well, firstly, yeah, I saw that Dmitry struggle in the tournament. So he missed a win against Novikov, clearly winning position. Yesterday he messed up against Dlugy.
Yeah.
He even forgot that actually quite known endgame, sort of theoretical endgame, King F2, and then it's...
And he showed it immediately after.
Right. I saw the broadcast, but I knew the position as well. So I knew this endgame supposed to be drawn. So I figure he struggled. Then another thing is, I don't recall him playing like English opening. He usually plays d4, c4, right? So when he played against me c4, I'm like, okay, my main move is e5, but he perhaps prepared against it or something like that. So I figured, what do I do to make a fight? So I played c5. I was still expecting him to do something with g3, but then when he played Marozzi, I'm like, okay, when he played that move order, you're right. I mean, I could have played like e6 and should be fine.
Right.
But I mean, one idea I had in Marozzi, which actually not know, is bishop e5, which happens in the game.
Yes. So you knew all of
Oh
this.
yeah, absolutely. Yeah, because bishop e5a happened to me as white against the grandmaster Arman Mikhailian, and I lost the game as well as white. But I played better.
So you understood that practically it's not easy to deal with.
Yeah, but when I lost the game, I came home, I analyzed very deeply. I prepared this line for China Olympiad as well. So I thought maybe it will need it. So I had some files on it. I didn't repeat it today, but I remembered all ideas. So yeah, bishop e5 is a very rare move, and you have to know like how to react it. So it's not easy. I believe I played against Arman myself. I played rook d1, and no, I played rook fd1 actually.
So you also started with rook ab1.
Yeah. Rook ab1 is actually fine. It's okay. But then e6, a computer was showing to play knight b5. This is the kind of idea what computers, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, I forgot details, but not here.
Maybe not here. Maybe g3
maybe
first.
earlier than knight b5 then, or something. I remember there was idea with knight b5 at some point. Maybe g3.
Knight b5 here?
G3, you see? G3 and then knight b5, that's right. Play g3.
So rook, let's say g3, queen e7, and knight b5, something like that.
Something like that, yeah. But or you can play not rook d1, you play g3 and meet e6 with knight b5.
Yes.
G3, e6, knight b5. So you're supposed to challenge this d6 pawn ASAP.
Yeah.
Right. If you don't do that, then you might be in trouble.
Because you get this f5 idea and
absolutely,
opening up.
Yeah. And I figure like he doesn't know this position. He has no experience. Clearly, he didn't know what to do.
Yes.
And I missed something, right? I definitely missed something.
I'm not sure you did. No, I think
rook g5 here. No, I think rook g3 was winning.
Yes, a little slightly better. But bishop g3 maintains the advantage.
I saw rook bishop g3 wins exchange. I thought, okay, this is a guarantee for me to win. And you know what I would say is you better have
some material in the pocket.
Right, material. And I would say like, then bird in your hands, then hawk in the skies, right? So I wasn't sure if I'm going to, and also I was a little bit nervous, to be honest. So yeah.
Yeah, bishop f1.
Yeah, my endgame is dead lost.
The endgame is dead lost.
This is one of those games when you do your homework, and whenever you do your homework, it's payoff,
That's very satisfying.
Yeah.
Right.
Like I said, I knew the positions, I know those all the ideas, and unfortunately, Dmitry didn't know this situation. Bishop e5, it's a very tricky treatment for this line.
You said last year that you came with high aspirations, and unfortunately it didn't pan out. But right now it's starting to feel like this might be your tournament. Are you feeling like that as well, or still too early to call it?
I'm just taking day by day, game by day, game by game. So I'm just enjoying. I said to begin before I came here, I said, you know what, it's important to find some kind of balance in your life, and which luckily lately I found, and I kind of feel less pressure. I'm just enjoying playing the game, and that's it.
Excellent, guys.
Yeah.
Any questions for our leader right now in the senior section?
No, I mean, congratulations. What a great home preparation. I was saying that I remember we were preparing it, I don't know if in Tromsø Olympiad or somewhere, because I remember looking at this line, the bishop e5 and queen h4 together with you. But I don't know if you remember that.
I couldn't hear what
She was saying that you guys prepared this in Tromsø, perhaps. This idea with bishop e5, and you were looking at it with her.
Right.
Was that
but
correct?
it was like 2014, right, Katerina, you're right. But back then, I think was it the same exact position with bishop e5 and then e6, queen h4 idea?
Yes, I do remember this. Bishop
Okay.
e5, e6, queen h4. But 2016 or 2018 Baku, I think.
No, Tromsø was 2014. We played, yeah.
Yeah.
But again, I mean, I played this in 2022 in summer. No, 2021, I think. Or maybe 2020. I played against Arman Mikhaili, and we analyzed together. Then I came home. I just analyzed through my engines, and I knew like all these ideas. I knew what's supposed to be better, but you have to, like I said, you have to like really understand this position to treat properly. Otherwise, it could be very tricky.
Right.
And I love to play against Marokko. Somehow, from the very beginning of my life, I always loved to play against Marokko, and I couldn't handle like as a Marokko player.
Interesting.
My first win as Marokko was when I beat Akopian in the first round.
Yeah. Incredible.
Because to me it was too slow. For me, it was always like easy to play as black because I knew the way how to handle it.
Yeah.
But for white, I thought it's too much, you know.
Too much of a build-up.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Slowly. Yeah. Congratulations, Melik, and we'll see you in the rest of your games.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it. And so far so good. I'm happy.
So far so good.
So far so good indeed. And lots of things are taking place, especially in the junior section. Jason is killing it with it just
Ghazarian's
looks,
positions here is...
I mean, this open, half
uncomfortable
open
is an
G-file.
understatement.
Yeah, I mean, the focus, it's bad. It's almost like a avert your eyes type of thing. I was about to say also in the game between Justin and Arthur, that one started slowly. And I actually thought that Justin was happy out of the opening, but then I saw in the middle game that he was flip-flopping around. He didn't really know where he wanted to land his blow. As it turns out, Arthur definitely enjoying the proceedings at this moment. I mean, this knight
He's
on
very
D3.
serious about pushing those pawns, right?
Right? But
and this knight on D3.
is looking really, really good. So I like Black's position here. I really wanted to go to the game of Andrew Hung and Mishra for a moment because when we left it around this period right here, knight f7. Interestingly enough, Mishra saw these
we were
checkmating
looking at queen takes e2, rook e3, some really dangerous lines there.
Exactly. I've got to say there has to be something better than rook f8 here, because it's almost like one of those things you're thinking to yourself, well, if I played, for argument's sake, a6, right? Just for argument's sake, a6, you're going to take the exchange. You no more smothered mates.
Right.
Right. I mean, just like no more smothered mates. Your bishop is hanging, your pawn is hanging. Do something. You're probably going to take a rook. But he played knight takes, rook e3, queen e5, knight f5, rook d1, and the position is too hard. It's too hard. I mean, you tell me. Do you like white? Do you like black? I mean, you make compelling arguments for both sides. Right. I mean, the pawns, the exchange, great queen on e5, vulnerable king on c8, a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, one thing I'm also noticing is Abhimanyu Mishra has less than 4 minutes on clock.
He's been getting into time trouble in a number of his games, right? So, shall we look at forcing move,
can
please?
we go a little bit more back? Are we required to capture that exchange? Because I was looking at some like rook. Let's say if we give check on
d6 once again. Yeah, in this moment.
Some rook b1. No, okay.
In this moment, I'm ready to block any.
Block everything.
Yeah, if you discover check me, I'm ready to go queen block.
Okay, right. All right, so we capture the rook.
Okay. Back. capture the rook.
Capture. Rook e3 makes
Makes
sense.
sense. You're
For me, it was
defending
just
the
so
bishop.
fast. I wanted to just get
Absolutely.
familiar.
No. Get the
Knight
zen of the position.
captures.
Now, again, you're ready to take this
Mm-hmm.
bishop. Maybe you're ready to take this pawn. So the queen on h2 jumps into the game very nicely. You defend, you intimate, at least, that the pawn on g7 might be captured. Knight f5, defends g7, hits rook e3, asks white what they're going to do. Rook to d1, and I think we've caught up. No, we haven't. I beg your pardon.
Queen a5.
Queen a5 steps back. And so again, black's
Mm-hmm.
an exchange down. He's got a couple of pawns. He's, a favorite.
Attacking another pawn, so
Yeah,
he may
a
have
favorite
3
to pick
pawns.
up a favorite to pick up another pawn. But it's the vulnerability of the king too, right?
Mm-hmm.
On b8 that so first of all we see that there's some ideas of bishop takes c4. Should we try a tricky?
Nice.
Yeah,
I was
a
also
tricky
thinking
try.
rook s3 maybe, but rook c3 looks nice. We're attacking the pawn on c4 and we want to capture it.
We do indeed. We want to play rook takes c4 check. That's the pin along the 5th rank. Sometimes those pins on the 5th rank are very difficult to judge. Times, though, because the position's crazily double-edged, maybe...
And I feel this is going to be the most important aspect of the rest of the game because
The
right now,
clocks.
exactly, they're at move 25. They still have plenty of moves to make until time control. The position remains wild, and they only have, Andrew has 5 minutes, Mishra has 3 minutes and 30 seconds.
Wow.
So this one is going to go down to the wire.
And
Rook f3.
Rook f3. So that was the second move I was considering.
Actually, I think
rook
it was the
c3
first
though.
move you were considering was rook f3. I was looking at rook c3. Sorry, Christian, could you just give us an eval on this position? Because
You
it's
don't want it.
double-edged. I don't know.
You don't want it. No, you don't want it.
0 zeros?
Yes, of course.
Wow.
No way. I
0
mean,
zeros, yes.
Wow.
Yeah, so I'm wondering,
Yes,
if we
please.
go rook c3,
Okay.
your idea, because
Sure.
I thought maybe black is going to play b6, just defend the queen.
Can I just
but then
pick up the
there's-
pawn?
Yeah, right,
on
you can
A4?
capture bishop takes c4.
No, I mean
Anyway.
pick up the pawn on a4 instead of b6. Just queen takes a4.
Queen
Oh,
takes
queen
a4
takes A4.
and just challenge me.
The thing is, rook on c3, I think you don't have rook a1 anymore, right? Because of... Well, actually, maybe you do have rook a1.
Well, it's
Well, not
Oh,
right
that's a
now because it's a
check.
check.
Yeah, unpleasant. Yeah.
It's funny, you'd almost think that bishop takes c4, there'd be some tactics along the d file. Sorry, just because the current position is just so interesting. He did not play the move. Let me just refresh. I apologize. Be right back. He played rook f3, queen c7 quickly.
Trying to trade the queens and
Wow.
capture pawn on a4.
Queen c7
I don't think
quickly.
Andrew is allowed to trade the queens right now.
I'm thinking rook, no. Rook takes f5. I really want to snag this pawn.
Queen
Queen
A1.
a1.
Best move in the position.
Defends a4.
Moves queen as far back as possible.
But it's strange because the bishop really belongs, this e2 bishop, which has never fought its way into the game, by the way. This bishop has been off sides the whole time, really needs to be on g4. And it's sort of like white's pieces keep getting in the way of the bishop. Once again, at the clock times, they're
So we have Andrew with 5 minutes and Abhimanyu with 3 minutes.
Will I
And
ever consider g4 as white is the question.
G4?
At some point, yeah. For
Right.
example, you go king to b8. You
I mean,
just
we
try
have to think about it, right? Because it looks like in this position, white doesn't really have entrance through any files. Let's say if black plays something like, what, bishop c6 maybe?
Yeah, bishop c6
look,
looks good.
I'm a pawn grubber. Give me bishop e8. If you want to play g4, I
think I'll
want
have to play
encourage you.
bishop
But
c6
he
was
liked
played.
bishop c6.
Yeah.
He liked your move, bishop c6. Okay, so he's eyeballing d4 possibilities.
Also rerouting the knight then to maybe d6, e4. Anytime, it's kicked away. It feels like black's position is very compact. I know I'm exchange down,
Right.
but I'm controlling a lot of squares in the center.
I agree, and I despise the fact that my bishop on e2 is playing such a passive role, or not playing a role. Here, if I'm white, I hate the fact that my pawn is perpetually. Queens are not good defenders. End of story. I want to play a5, a6, and I want to at least try to improve the position of the pawn to take it from a liability into an asset. So I'm looking at a5, maybe even bishop f1.
But bishop f1 feels a bit passive, right?
Yeah, but
I like the a5. Just get it out from that diagonal.
Yeah. Sorry to just stay on this game. I just want to go to Jason and Kirk because that was so bad. And guess what? It's still...
It's even worse.
It is getting worse. It just looks bad. It is bad. Oh, dear.
I think that one is just
avert your eyes.
Resignation.
Brandon, and that was that whole... that was that minority attack game with the queen came in. We can see that white has made some really, really nice progress in this one. Arthur definitely on the back foot, trying his best to defend the position. Don't know if he's going to be successful or not. Back to the Andrew Hong versus Mishra game. Bishop c6 on the board, and well, sorry. What would you do? A5?
I like a5.
A5 as well.
It's a move that doesn't do much, but I don't see what else to do here. So I think I'm slightly improving the position. But honestly, I prefer black.
You do?
I'm feeling a little uncomfortable with white pieces here.
Okay, so after, for example,
A5 on the board.
After A5, do you play A6? What do you do, Kate? You like black. I understand the pawns and, you know, somehow the safety of the king. The king became safe, right?
Right.
What was that?
Something happened?
He touched the pawn. He touched
Oh.
He touched it in a way that...
A jadub?
A jadub, but almost like he wanted to move it.
The a7 pawn or which pawn?
I think it was the e pawn, which would be a problem. you cannot play.
Hopefully that was jadub.
That's the gasp, right? E6, E5. Oh, we
see
have a handshake.
So it looks
Iris
like Rose
Moo.
Atwell lost to Iris Mo.
Iris Moo actually
Oh,
won.
this was the game where we were looking at bishop takes a3 sacrifices and the rook down the a file, right? The rook down, and it worked. It worked.
It works. So black did get ready to sacrifice that bishop there.
Iris sacrificed her bishop and did win the game. Our congratulations. And again, we'll go back. And we do see a7, a6. Mishra said, you know what? a6 is kind of a disturbing move. I don't want to see it played. And again, I think he used 2 minutes to play that move. And he's left himself with just a minute.
2 minutes? I remind you, 2 minutes.
He spent 1 minute.
Andrew?
And
he spent
Andrew
1
has
minute and
3
gained 30 seconds. So right now he's at 2
wow,
minutes
wow.
and 30 seconds.
Wow. It's heating up. Things are definitely heating up here. So what to do? Mishra, Bobby Fischer did the same thing. It's the shaking knee, kind of the bouncing on the chair, and oftentimes that leads to table bouncing too.
And we have a
From the
question from YouTube. Yasser, have you ever complained to a tournament director about opponent leg shaking or fidgeting or other annoyances over the board?
Yes, most definitely, but not the shaking. Unfortunately, while I don't shake, I've had so many opponents who do. I know it's a nervous tic and it's not something you can readily complain about because you see it in every tournament. And by the way, I think Alice Lee has won our game as she maintains her lead in the tournament.
Yeah, very important win.
3.5.
She won against Zoe Tang, who had also 2.5 points, but now Alice Lee is leading with 3.5 points.
The single most irritating thing that ever happened to me at the chessboard is, you know those hard candies, those rock hard candies that are in these very plastic wraps? Well, it was Grandmaster Sammy Reshevsky, one of the giants of American chess. He'd bring these candies to the board and he would open them up. He'd make as much noise as he possibly could, pop one in his mouth and go, oh, it was the worst sound. And the thing is, I refused to complain. But the people right next to me, they went to the arbiter to complain about Reshevsky. I didn't, because I knew Reshevsky was trying to get into my head.
Opponents eating during the game, that's
terrible.
That's annoying.
G2, G3 by Andrew. He's thinking to himself, well, I don't really know what I want to do other than to play bishop to G4. So what does this move G2, G3 prepare? Prepares to play rook f4. It's a slow, creeping idea, but if I can get in the move rook f4, and then I can play bishop g4, I've got something going. Now, again, it's time, right, Cristian? Why are the moves
down to his last minute?
Slowly.
Down to his last minute, Abhimanyu is, and 2 minutes and 20 seconds, I believe, for Andrew.
I mean, bishop d8, bishop e8, pardon, makes sense here, right?
Well,
yeah, so you wanted to attack that pawn?
But why did he play bishop c6?
So bishop e8, I think finally what White wants to do is get the rook on f4. And I think Andrew would be very happy, especially
No, Andrew wants to play his rook to f4.
Yeah, why
Yes,
not? Because
of
you
course.
cannot touch that rook, actually, on f4. If you go e5, you lose the knight.
By the way, knight d6 on the board.
That's why he moves the knight away, so that whenever rook f4 comes, e5 ideas, this reshuffling of the knight on e4 that you recommended, Kashka, it's a very good idea. I like it.
Yeah, this g3 move, I mean, I'm terrified on that white long diagonal.
Yes.
I'm not sure if I'm happy about that move,
Well,
because
wait a
I also
minute.
feel it's taking away the rook g3 square.
I'm happy for a change.
You're happy.
I'm happy as white for a change because I'm getting finally a construction I understand. I'll play rook to e3 now. Okay, so how would you meet rook e3? Give me the pawn.
Okay.
Now, if you go back, knight f5, and Andrew quickly played rook e3, by the way. If you go back, now, finally, I'm getting my bishop to g4, and I'm kind of a happy camper, even though, materially speaking, all kinds of results. But, okay, you have to play knight e4, right?
Yasser, wait a second. Are you a happy camper after knight f5?
No, I blundered the e6 pawn. I apologize.
But there's still like d4.
You think so?
Wait a second.
Down to his last 30 seconds.
Is Mishra.
Oh my goodness.
Rook e3, here it comes. This is a moment
going
of truth.
down to the wire, guys.
Like here, knight take g3, I don't know.
He's reaching for his knight, and he put it on e4, as I expected.
By the way, this is only move 30. I mean, still 10 moves to go.
He better speed it up, boy. Okay, knight e4, and so finally, like I said, I'm kind of getting a construction I feel happy about. Now, I like to put my bishop on e2. Kate, it hasn't worked the entire game, right? So I finally get to play a decent move with my bishop to g4.
All right, then I go, what, queen f7?
Queen f7.
Counter-attacking on f2.
Counter-attacking on f2. No nasties. Takes. No nasties here, huh? I can take and play queen e5. No nasties. Pity. Okay, queen, you got me. f3.
Queen d4.
Queen e4.
Look, that's very natural, right?
Oh, I mean, this is
centralize the
dangerous
queen.
for me, right?
Be careful. Queen d4, I was reluctant to step into e5, but maybe he's
e5,
got
queen
checks.
a7, bishop g4 ideas.
Yeah, exactly. So queen d4.
I kind of like it. 30 seconds for Mishra.
And by the way, queen d4 does stop your desired queen f2 idea because, oops.
But
so
I can take
d4,
on a5 now. So.
Exactly.
Yes.
The training's working. Good, Kate. I love it. 20 seconds.
But once you take on a5, I take on g7, or perhaps I go bishop g4. I have a lot of ideas.
Oh, I mean, this is it. I feel in
This
so
game
many
is
ways that
turning.
this is the
Abhimanyu
championship.
has to make a move. 8 seconds.
Rook f8.
F8.
Getting off that pin on the
In
d
so
file.
many ways, I feel that this game could easily decide the championship. I mean, I know it's early, but the 2.5 versus two of the tournament leaders. And for Mishra, he came in and he said, my goal is first and only first. And this is a
good move. I like
moment.
this move, Rook F8. I have to say, Mishra is playing well with only a few seconds on.
Can I do F4 here? Like no E5, I want to get my bishop to G4.
Ooh, F4, yeah.
I mean,
maybe.
I'm terrified of moving
I
pawns
like
in front of the king.
No, I
but-
like it. I like what you're saying.
Wow. I don't know. I mean, again, I'm so attracted to the move bishop to G4. This bishop has bugged me from the moment it landed on E2 and it did nothing. I mean, I want my... Put your pieces to work, everybody.
Rook F3.
Rook
Okay.
F3.
That's
Didn't
much
see
more
that
peaceful
move
approach.
coming. Just a second. Oops, sorry. I have to refresh my
I
board.
was worried about that move. I considered, but can I just... Oh, I can't take bishop takes and knight takes G3 because you can always block it with bishop G2. What was I thinking?
Yeah,
I
sorry.
thought rook takes F3, bishop takes F3, but knight takes G3 just doesn't work.
No,
Yeah.
I've got the bishop on
Okay,
G2.
Okay,
knight
knight
F6.
F6.
Now, Mishra is trying to keep as many pieces on the board as possible. But, okay, that's an invitation perhaps to a repetition. Rook E3, knight E4, rook F3, and so on. That could be an invitation. Okay, we see once,
E3,
yes, rook E3, knight E4.
Rook E3, knight E4. Could you guys clear the cobwebs? What would you play if I play bishop G4 here for white? What am I missing? I'm missing something. I just don't know what it is.
Rook F3, okay, we might actually see a repetition, guys.
Uh-huh. You're right. But, so this
So
is the
you're
second
saying-
time, but...
This is the second time. So once knight F6, rook E3 comes on the board,
That will be
Mishra can
third.
be like, okay, this is it.
I
With
can
the move
claim a
knight to
draw.
E4, I claim the draw.
But maybe he's ambitious and feeling,
He's
even
always
despite
ambitious.
his clock time, that he should be the one playing for a win.
He's always ambitious, yes.
He's reaching for something.
Yep.
He's ambitious.
Shying away from the repetition, rook E8.
Wow.
Wow, what a fighting spirit.
I gotta tell you, with no
exchange
time on-
down, 1 minute on the clock,
Yeah.
but you don't want to draw, you do want to continue the fight.
Wow. Okay, and yeah, rook F3, rook E8. Well, I mean, he's basically saying, if I can play E5, knight G5, and D4, this bishop is going to be a hero.
I think we should go back to E3, right? That rook on F3 doesn't seem...
Well, I didn't
Whoa,
understand.
queen A7.
Then I was just thinking about that move because if you play queen takes A5, I have a rook F7. So I'm slightly trying to get rid of, you know, all the escape squares for your king.
There's some checkmating
Exactly.
threats. But what if I start with knight G5? How do you
Knight
deal with that?
G5 attacks the rook. It's a nasty move.
Oh, I can go rook F4 because there is knight H3.
Yes. You cannot stay on the F file.
Very
Oops.
sneaky.
Oops.
So I have to go somewhere.
Maybe
somewhere
you
I don't
don't
want to
go.
But rook E3, yes.
You have to go rook
E5.
E3.
E5 and black is taking over.
But you have to do it. There's no other alternative. You cannot go queen A8 because of king D7.
Right. No, I mean, these last few moves, rook F3, queen A7, very, very strange. Cristian, if he had played that move, bishop G4, that I wanted, would it have been good for Andrew? By the way,
Knight F6 on the board, no knight G5.
knight F6. Okay, he's saying, I'm ready. I'm
It
ready
was
to pawn.
still 0-0.
0-0. But this position I don't like for white.
No, right now he's worse. He's much worse.
Much worse.
White.
Andrew
yes.
is our
Abhi
tournament
is
leader.
taking over for sure.
Yeah, as he's ready to play E5 and D4 and open up that bishop, and well, black's pieces are just looking primed.
And this is
Ready.
move 35. Still 5 moves to go. Still plenty of opportunities to go straight for both sides.
So rook F4 is a nice move, right? I'm defending the H5 pawn,
But you're encouraging E5?
right?
Rook E3.
Rook E3 instead. But boy, I tell you, if that doesn't encourage E5, I don't understand.
There's so much tension in the position right now. Yeah, E5 looks really tempting.
It's a screamer. Screaming to be played.
Abhimanyu has 15 seconds right now.
Wow, the fact that he just lets his time tick down to 8 and 7. He's grabbing the pawn.
Grabbing the pawn. Queen takes a
Pawn Grubbers Association, a gold member, our newest gold member. Queen takes A5, maybe platinum member, by the way. Queen takes A5. I mean, I would have had a hard time stopping my hand from playing the move E5 there. But Queen takes A5. That's pawn number 3 for the exchange?
That's a lot of pawns.
That's a lot of pawns.
That is a lot of pawns.
And it asks the question to White's queen, why did you move to A7 again?
Look, at this point, any endgame is favorable
It's
for
gone.
black. It's completely winning for black.
Precisely.
I mean, White's pieces are just have no coordination whatsoever.
Exactly.
Queen A7 was not good. No,
Not
Queen
good.
A7 just didn't feel like it's from...
You know, again, I'm sorry to harp on it, but if our bishop had been on G4 patrolling this diagonal, the black king would have been vulnerable. Now, I think Mishra just won the game, essentially. These last few moves, Andrew has just lost the thread.
And Andrew has 8 seconds. He has to make a move, not to flag.
Bishop takes C4. Wait a minute. What is that? Take on C4 back. Where's the checkmate? I don't see it.
And Mishra didn't either. Mishra had to stop himself from recapturing the bishop at once.
But I mean, the way he does this thing, where he just touches the piece.
Did he touch the piece?
He touched it, but probably said Jadu.
I see the idea. After pawn takes, now we have rook takes e6.
Rook takes
yes.
E6, yes.
So some tricks, and if you recapture, I have queen A8 check, king C7, and queen D8 check.
That is correct. But there has to be a way. There has to be a way to get out of all the threats.
But you have 20 seconds to figure it out,
King
right?
C7, King C7, kind of sidestepping. Queen A8 check.
But King C7, maybe Queen D4.
Queen D4. I'm still.
Oh, you're still hitting D8. How nasty.
Oh man.
Queen,
this is
King
starting
C7,
to get a little
Queen
bit.
D4.
And 8 seconds for Mishra. King C7
was
on the
played.
board.
I'm expecting Queen D4 right now very quickly.
Can I take another pawn?
No, because then there. Wait. Well.
Oh, you have.
Oh,
that's
come on, Yasser. You cannot be. You cannot
well,
be that
I'm taking a pawn because I want to checkmate you.
Yasser, you are the platinum member, right?
Well, thank you very much. I take that as a compliment.
Taking the pawn on
Queen
H5
D4,
is absolutely ridiculous.
You cannot take it because I think rook takes C6.
Maybe Queen D4, King B8, and just trying to run away.
Yes.
Is a little bit safer. Trying to just run away. Again, I've got 2
But I don't
pieces.
know if can you run away?
Queen D4 on the board. So I'm thinking it's time to.
But then rook takes C6?
Rook takes C6.
And rook B1, yeah? Is that what you want?
Or queen D6?
But rook takes C6, I have rook E1 first, perhaps.
Oh, okay, wow.
Which isn't a surprise because this shouldn't be a combination that should work. Bishop takes C4. It wasn't like you were just so harmoniously attacking. By the way, King B8 on the board by Mishra.
Jason Liang has finished his attack against Kirk Ghazarian. That's his first win of the tournament. King to B8. Did he make 40 moves?
No.
No, not yet.
They've still got
one more.
Sorry.
One more move.
I've got the wrong position. On
Yes, King B8 moved 39.
Apologies, I just had to refresh my board. And that's an important intermezzo. Any sacrifices, whether they occur on C6 or F6, got rook E1 check.
I mean, rook takes E6 is a very nice try, you know, to kind of try at the end,
right?
Do something, but Mishra found the best moves to defend.
Yeah,
I mean, look, rook
this
takes
is the
C6
practical
on
way.
the move on the board.
It's the practical way, yes.
But
Just
this
play
rook E1 check.
You have to pray.
It's a 50-50 shot, right?
Yeah. Put in a prayer. But by the way, okay, rook E1. I go king, let's say, H2, sure.
Well, queen H.
No, sorry. King H2. Okay, why did you draw that arrow?
It's my Jedi mind trick.
You were trying to sway me to go to H2.
Well,
I
have to explain to the audience what you have missed, Christian. It's a checkmating pattern on each one.
By the way, Mishra
you were sneaky on this
recaptured.
one, Yasser.
Yes, I did.
He just recaptured the
He said,
rook.
nobody believes you.
He's like, I don't care about rook b1 or queen d6. I'm just fine.
Well, it doesn't matter. They made the time control. We'll let them think right now.
Well, now that we've made time control, we can catch our breath. And let's take a look at some of the results in the girls.
Right, we have Atwell who lost to Mu, Mangalam drew with Yip, and Lee, very important win in the tournament against Tank.
And Cristian with a guest in studio.
Alice, another day, another victory for you, but this one, once again, it wasn't easy, especially out of the opening. It felt like she was putting a lot of pressure on you. You weren't really comfortable with the opening phase, were you?
Yeah, she played like this 94 move on move 8, which I wasn't expecting. And I actually know this position except with the bishop on d3, not on e2. So here I was pretty annoyed because usually you play like 92. But yeah, so I felt like out of the opening I was definitely unprepared. I was probably worse. But I didn't see that she had like an immediate win with her attack.
No.
She was definitely, I thought she was still better.
I think you still had a slight edge out of the opening, but at the same time she was, finding the right moves.
Yeah.
By the way, you had you had an amazing opportunity here. Did you even consider this idea with knight takes c4?
Oh, no, I didn't.
And queen to c4 now?
Yeah, and then I guess I have d5.
And if he goes rook f7, you take?
Oh, no, I definitely didn't see any of that. I just played g3 pretty quickly.
Yes.
And then, I mean, here I was pretty happy with the position. I thought I'd either win or draw.
And explain to us this sequence of trying to force her, or at least push her to play this move g4 and solidify the structure.
Yeah, so actually, so g4, I don't think she really wants to take on f4 because I have rook takes and then I get the f file. Yeah. So after g4, queen to g5, I wasn't sure whether I was winning or not, but here I thought I could play on the queen side in the ending. Yeah. Well, her play on the king side wouldn't really be that as strong, and she did try something in the game after we traded queens with h5, h4, but maybe h4 was a bit premature because now I can take and the g4 pawn is weak.
Very nice, and it was at this moment when you played the move h3, you kind of coaxed her into maybe taking on h3, maybe. Yeah. But even if she doesn't take it, the position is almost hopeless. Yeah. She did take, and you finished with this beautiful calculated shot. Very nice, Alice. Right now you're by yourself in the lead. How are you feeling about your chances? How are you feeling about your play so far?
I think my play so far is definitely good. I'm really happy with this game because I thought out of the opening I might be in some trouble, especially since she seemed so well prepared. But overall, I mean, I guess there's still 5 more rounds to go. It's not even half of the tournament yet. And I'll be playing Rochelle, who I think, when I checked, she was better, I think.
I think Rochelle is not in a good position.
No,
even though a lot of things have happened. Okay, maybe Rochelle is actually doing quite well right now.
Yeah, yes. So she'll only be half a point behind me, so it's important, I guess, for me to try not to lose tomorrow's round. But yeah, so far I'm happy with my play, and I hope that I'll be able to keep it up.
Congratulations, Alice. And sorry for keeping you so long in the studio, but it was a fun game. You were watching. I saw you. You were approving of Mishra's moves as well, nodding your head. Very nice. Congratulations. We'll see you tomorrow.
Absolutely. Our congratulations as well, Alice. And indeed, a lot has happened in the game of Rochelle. She's turned the tables completely around.
How did this happen?
I have no idea. We thought we were just
she was
very
an
unhappy
exchange down,
with her
very
position.
unhappy, and now suddenly she's got 2 pieces for an exchange.
Wow.
And
what did she trick Liang? Can we just take a look?
yeah, well, it was right back here. Right here, we had left it, and we actually thought that, okay, Rochelle, you're in trouble after moves like knight e3 and or rook f1, some kind of a combination of those moves. Instead came rook e2, and it was a little bit of a bailout. Now you kind of think to yourself, okay, I've got this open diagonal. I got a knight coming to g5. Maybe I can trick my opponent. But Liang, she came up with this position, and she probably thought, okay, I've got something going on here. But No, there was no blow. And the F5, and 2 pieces, and now Rochelle should win the game. And what a turnaround. And Alice is right. Look over your shoulder, young lady. Your rival's on your tail. And we have a guest in studio, Cristian.
Iris, first time here at the junior girls competition, first victory for you in the tournament. Describe to us your emotions right now.
I'm just glad that I was able to win at least a game and maybe get some confidence back after I got the half point out of 3 in the first 3 rounds.
Definitely a good victory for you, but it wasn't an easy game, right? Out of the opening, it felt like she was putting some pressure, but then she took this pawn on a7 and she gave you something to work with. Did you like this sacrifice? How did you assess the position at this point?
Yeah, I was a little surprised that she did it. I thought it gave me too many tempi to get my rooks in play. But what was annoying about it was that I couldn't trying b5, b4 was more difficult because I didn't have the a pawn.
Yeah.
But I think in the end it wasn't that good for her because I got the open file and that was pretty helpful.
You got this nice bishop in play that you couldn't before because of the pressure on h6.
Yeah.
How did you feel about your chances once you sacrificed? Because it was kind of back and forth, one tempo type of position.
Yeah, I wasn't really sure, but it definitely felt like my attack was a little faster, so I was pretty confident here.
Very nice, and I think that's, this beautiful move, bishop c1. If you take with the king, then there's a couple of checks, and then you pick up the queen. If you take with the queen, then rook to a1. Very, very nice move by you, Iris. Beautiful game. Congratulations. You must be feeling quite proud about this game. Who do you have tomorrow?
I honestly don't know who's going to check after this.
Congratulations. Guys, any questions for Iris?
Just our congratulations, Iris. Nice game. Nice win. As we once again just say, Rochelle fought her way back. What was going on in the Gracie versus Kelsey game? That was this 4 knights. I like white, but can you win
at
it?
this game too much. What was? Oh,
this was the rook takes f3 game, or the potential for rook takes f3. Sorry, let's go back to the seniors for a moment. I'm just very curious to see if Max and Shabalov had, if white had improved. And by the way, do we have a draw?
He saved it.
Joel Benjamin
saved
Douglas Root. Wow.
How did he talk about
I think
lucky escape?
He's a happy man right
now.
now.
Oh my gosh.
He's a happy man.
Is he ever? How did he manage to do that?
I mean, that was the nice C2 move, puzzle rush, right? To win on the
I think
spot.
Max is telling him right now. Maybe you had this move, knight c2?
Dude, you had knight c2.
Maybe not. Maybe not. We see this nice discussion in the attic.
In the attic.
Now, big save for Joel Benjamin.
True that. Wow. But Max Dlugy and Alex Shabalov, Max is fighting for first. When we left it, he had this nice ending. Huh. Somehow.
It looks fairly equal, right? Somehow.
Like Shabalov is just in time. H5 on the board.
I'm actually not sure who's playing for a win.
Well,
It should be white, right?
King f6, right?
King f6. If you play king f6 and I go hg, bishop here, I'm playing for the king coming to d4, right? And you can't go back because of e5.
Yeah, and maybe this is the question after
So
g5.
if in this position you play g5, however, so I'm playing for h6 and I'm playing for bishop g8.
But I can do f4.
Right, f4, and
Can I do e3 here?
that's the question, and I think you can. Oh boy, which means I have to, in this position, after you check me, take, and that's a tempo.
Wait, can you go back just a second to that variation? f4, king d2, e3. Can I take your bishop?
I didn't think to ask. Really, I didn't think to ask. Takes?
Bishop
Maybe
C4?
bishop c4.
Well, only move, right?
I can take on f4 first, but I think bishop c4 makes much more sense.
No, you have to go here, but wait a minute. Aren't I?
I'm not sure. Bishop g2. And
What?
king d1 is some weird position, right?
Totally weird. Queen. Uh-oh.
And who's faster is the question.
I think black
you have
is.
g4.
Yes. Let's show the audience what Cristian might have missed.
Yes, you are enjoying it.
Very much.
That's
Usually the foot is the shoe's on the other foot, whatever.
That's going to be a chapter in your book. What Cristian is.
It's a very, very big chapter too, by the way. Lots and lots of pages. But we have a special guest with Cristian in studio.
Way too many chapters of that book. Yasser. Jason, congratulations. Great first victory for you in the tournament, which must have been quite frustrating up to this point. I mean, that first round, you had great chances against Brandon. Tell us a bit about your mental situation before going into this event, and how did you recover to get this first important victory?
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously very rough when you lose 3 games in a row, but I've had bad starts before, so it's nothing new. And I just try not to think about those games and take every game as a new tournament.
And it wasn't also about your game, because your game was good. It was just those slight moments of not paying attention, perhaps, or missing a couple of details. But today you didn't miss any details, it felt like. And tell us about this middle game position and when he started moving his knights around and then his knight landed on h8. How did you assess the position after this move, knight h8?
Yeah, I mean, first of all, after he played knight h5, I was pretty happy with my position. Because I noticed idea from the Italian, actually, where you go king h2 and knight g1 to play g3 and kick the knight out. So the knight is just going to be forced back anyways.
Very nice. So you combine some ideas from different openings. Very nice. f6, h4. And
yeah, here he can't do anything, so he's just waiting, basically.
Yeah.
And here was interesting. If you go back instead of knight c8 after knight g3, I was considering f5 here for black.
Really?
Yeah,
Okay.
I wasn't sure what to do because the idea is if g takes knight g6, and
nice one.
taking on g6 would be a disaster.
That's a checkmate. You definitely don't want to see that land on the board.
Yeah, and I was also considering ef instead of g takes, but the problem with that is still knight g6, and if I take, then queen takes and knight g5. And I wasn't sure what to do here.
Seems like you still have this move knight f5, and then maybe the knight is sort of stuck there on h4.
Ah, maybe. Yeah, this looks good.
Rook h1. He cannot take on g6 because of the bishop. Yeah, this looks, but still, it's dangerous. It looks dangerous from afar.
Right, yeah. I mean, I just tried to make sure there wasn't any tricks because otherwise my position's just completely winning.
Absolutely, yes. And I really like the way you kind of transition into a different type of structure, but which helps you finish your attack more or less.
Yeah.
f6. And these 2 pawns are tremendous.
Yep.
The triple pawns, but they do such a great job. He cannot even go, I really like this situation, he cannot go g5, because then
right.
en passant, then
that's
the
why I
pawns
didn't
are
move the king. That's why I played queen f5 instead.
very nice. Yeah, yeah. No, tremendous conversion, Jason. Congratulations, guys. Any questions for Victor?
Yes, Jason, congratulations on this really nice win. I'm curious, so you started this tournament not very well, right? Three losses, but how did you approach this game? Because you have round 4, I mean, it's still kind of beginning of the tournament. What was your mindset for this game?
Right, so what I realized was in the games I lost, I wasn't really outplayed by any of them. It was just during the critical moments I either played too fast or I kind of got distracted by some outside things. So I just went to this game fresh. I didn't really change my strategy by any sense other than the opening because In the last 2 games, I went for some really crazy openings, which might have not been the best idea, but I just tried to play my normal solid chess this game, and it worked out.
Yeah, it worked, I mean, really well. So did you try to like go for the win with white or just play it peacefully for a draw, or you didn't think about the result at all?
Yeah, I wasn't trying to think about the result. I mean, Kirk is a very solid player. I honestly thought he was going to play to Berlin, and that would have been very tough to deal with. But yeah, I was fine with a draw, to be honest. Like, I was just trying to stop the bleeding at this point.
Right.
But win is obviously better.
Yeah. Well, congratulations on making this win, and you have still 5 rounds to go. So good luck in the rest of the tournament.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Good luck. Going with the game of Andrew and Mishra, well, guess what? Rook takes c6 was a bluff.
Oh,
Rook
really?
takes c6 was a bluff. Mishra recaptured. We were looking, I think, primarily at rook e1 check.
And then the chapter what Cristian missed.
Yeah. Exactly. I'm glad you remembered, by the way. I mean, it will resonate through time, you know. Takes on c6, and Mishra said...
queen d6, there's
queen
nothing.
d6 check, rook b1 check. We were, you know, like, okay, let's go. And...
c3.
Oops, that's kind of an indication that the checks aren't going to bring us success. And he's worried about rook e1. He's just a piece down, and after queen b5...
Knight d5 coming, probably.
Yeah, I mean, nothing to say anymore. It's just it's a whole extra piece. And for Mishra, this is huge because Andrew came into the round 2.5. He was our sole leader. And whoops, big
But
slip.
actually, now I'm seeing knight d5 maybe it's not the best move because we are just giving up pawn on g7.
Right, you can prep it. You can go king.
Maybe, or we can
put
play
the
like
king
a5,
on,
just like really slowly because white doesn't have any targets right now.
Well, the other problem is the desirable rook b1. It's going to take you a while to even engineer getting the b1 square protected. Like if you bring your queen back to c2, you know, this type of thing.
Yeah.
So clearly that's Mishra's game. And Cristian, what's happening on what caught your eye?
Well, Brandon was doing very well out of the opening, but it wasn't easy, right?
Right.
Take a look at this moment. In this endgame, he played the move knight to c6. Beautiful move. Nice tactical shot. The problem is, if I take on f4, in fact, this one is just a draw. The material is extremely limited. And take a look at this. You take, I take, you take on d7, I take, I go king e8, very important, go to e8 so that I don't have to deal with any f5 ideas, check if you go to e6, take, and now I just simply attack your pawn. Now, compare this to if you don't take on f4. If you play knight f6 and you take on c6 like this without taking on f4, the problem is that right now, after rook to c8, I can just simply take on g5 and take on d5, and I'm capturing the pawn with tempo, the pawn on g5. So just a minute detail makes all the difference in this position. So, and by the way, if you take on f4 first, I take with the king this time, and this is extremely, extremely important because after this, I take on d5, you take on c6, and with my king coming to f5, this is in fact a winning endgame.
Wow.
Big, big miss by Artur Xu in this one. He took on c6 with the bishop, but right now this seems to be just a winning advantage after the simple c takes b7 is going to be a winning endgame. But I have to say, Brandon Jacobson dodged the bullet in this one because this endgame, with very limited material, could have simplified very quickly if you take on f4 and then take on c6. Big missed opportunity for Artur. He will definitely not be happy when the engine is going to show him that move, but it is what it is, and right now Brandon is going straight towards the victory.
So he's recapturing with the rook, but that should be good enough.
That works as well, yes.
That works as well.
Pretty much everything works right now. It's just the fact that if you have to, well, whenever you take on f4, if you can take with the king and then push the king back from e6 and infiltrate via f5, That's the path towards victory for white. And unfortunately, Arthur didn't seem to understand that detail and took on c6 too early.
So let's stay with the juniors and take a look at the game Justin Wang against Arthur Guo. What is happening there? I feel like the king is really weak for white.
Well, I thought that Arthur had been winning the game earlier. That was the one who was pushing on the queen side. He had this really massively placed knight on the d3 square. But now things are quite amiss, right? I mean, I'm not sure what the knight is doing on b2. Put the knight on e4. You know?
I mean, I can capture on e3 unless I'm running into something.
Oh, you know, I thought it was white to move. I was like, I'm thinking of rook
Yeah, you want to go there,
and
queen f8 and checkmate me.
Who's turned the tables? But you wanted to ask, well, since it's black to play, let's take the pawn and find out, shall we? Rook takes
Yeah, I mean,
e3.
you may try to do the same thing, but not really. The knight is going to be hanging on d4 and there's no checkmate.
Exactly. So... okay.
Also,
in for
by
a
the
penny,
way,
in for a pound.
One more thing. If we move back, instead of capturing, I can capture queen takes a2. Preparing a discovered attack.
That is true.
But I don't know what is better.
You might get both. I tell you what I wanted to do.
Okay.
Had you taken on e3, I was thinking about this with the idea of check, and at least in this case, my checkmating ideas of covering g6 might work.
Right.
Rook takes e3. I'll play h5 because
King h7.
King h7.
Retreat.
And I'm I'm thinking here.
Oh, but there's queen. Queen can capture e1.
Oh, excuse me. Illegal. Good morning, St. Louis.
But I can go back, rook d3. But there's another strong move, right?
We really like this move, knight d1. What do you think of that?
Ooh,
now,
capture and checkmate queen g2.
because this knight on b2 is terrible, right? And queen takes a2
With check.
That's, get the knight into the game, and you threaten mates, you threaten knight g4, you threaten, knight d1.
Yeah,
that must be winning. That
Is
must be
Arthur
winning.
on 3-game winning streak if he wins this one?
Let me see.
I think he might be.
Yes, he won round 2, he won round 3.
That's a
he has
pretty
the
sweet
speed.
streak.
Nice.
He's really,
but
by the way,
knight
2 of those with black.
And he has 22 minutes, so he has a lot of time to think in this position. But is knight d1 the only move here to go for advantage?
not
because
even
rook
close.
takes e3 looks really nice too, no?
Not even close, yes. He can also go king h7. Just get out of dodge of any checks, unpleasant checks, and go knight d1 next. But I feel he's looking at knight d1. He's looking for that final blow, the kill shot. He might go for it.
I'm sorry, Christian, you say he has lots of choices besides knight d1?
Knight d1, king h7 is also a move.
King h7.
Yes.
Queen a2, rook e3, all of those moves that we looked at.
What about rook takes e3? Or queen takes,
Yes. Queen a2 works. Rook e3 not that good, but works as well. I would say knight d1 and king h7. This idea of knight d1 is really, really powerful.
Sure.
It's powerful because it just finishes the game. If you allow my knight to go to e3, you're done.
Right.
Right. But
So-
king h7 is such a prophylactic move. I mean, I like that too, to be honest, right now. But I would probably take on e3, which is the worst move in the position.
I would be very tempted to take on a2. I like the queen takes a2. The reason I like queen takes a2 is you were about to unveil the big discovered check. But once you see knight d1, because again, this knight on b2, there are certain squares on the battlefield, the chessboard, that aren't ideal. And usually b2, g2, b7, g7 aren't great squares for the knight. But once you see the move knight d1, knight takes e3 and queen g2 mate,
Right.
The harmony of knight to d1 really fits.
And the thing is
position.
that queen needs to stay on b4, because if you allow rook d2 at any point, you get checkmated.
It's
right?
made on the spot. Right.
Instantaneous mate. So you
Right.
cannot venture and try to checkmate me with queen b8 or rook c8, queen f8. You don't have time for that.
Exactly.
There's simply no time. Your queen is stuck
Exactly.
to c5.
Right.
And my plan is very easy. I just go knight d1, knight takes c3. Also, knight d1 opens up the second rank, so queen takes a2. King h7.
h7.
Okay, that's good enough. Yes, that's good enough.
King h7.
That's the prophylactic move that you never expect.
Good move.
But
Good move.
by the way, it looks like Prasan and Lu are going to make a draw.
Are they? Is that 3-time repetition? It seems like they are claiming Gracie Prasanna, Kelsey Liu. Looks. What is the discussion there?
I would assume they maybe didn't repeat the position the way they should have, even though they did.
I feel like after 2 rounds, arbiters are getting a lot of experience with draw claims, and even the players.
Yes. Or perhaps she just didn't ask the arbiter. She should have asked the arbiter about the repetition.
Well, we've got score sheets being signed, so that's usually the final touch of result.
Let's go to seniors now to take a look. We have 2 more games there remaining. Vladimir Akopian, Patrick Wolff. What is happening there?
Draw. I mean, it's 2 versus 2 in a rook and pawn ending. Bad sign.
But maybe a good sign for Patrick Wolff, who started with 3 zeros, and now he gets a break, he gets a draw, and then he can start speeding things up.
Yeah, as you say, stop the bleeding. I think our recent guest just said the goal. As a draw going on there, Max Dlugy versus Shabalov.
What is the bishop endgame there?
They did get to this moment. We left it here, h5, and Shabalov did not go for any of those g5, h6 positions. They may have been dangerous for him. Instead, he took and he said, "Well, how are you going?" And this game has been agreed draw, by the way.
So Vladimir Akopian, Patrick Wolff, draw.
And you kind of think with this king princely on the e5 square, it's going to be very hard for Max to get anywhere with this one. And I want to go back to the game of Andrew and Mishra for a moment, because again, this is such a crucial game. No tricks, right? I mean, it's just a whole piece. And this last move, queen to c5, is an indication that, well, now the king is going to be perfectly safe on this diagonal. There's going to be no checks.
Right.
Like,
if I try, let's say, queen a4, maybe you can do even knight e4, just ignore that pawn. Or no?
Sacrilege.
No,
More
ignore.
training. But I understand what you're saying. On the same hand, I might play a5. Go ahead if you want to trade queens. But yeah, queen takes a6 check.
It's just one
Could
check.
Well, I could ruin the game there. But yeah, I would probably play a5.
Play a5,
I've been
yeah.
just saying.
And then knight e4 whenever we have time.
I love it. Love it, Kate.
So what about Brandon Jacobson, Arthur Zhu? Oh,
This
that's
was the
the
rook
end
takes
game?
b7. And now I think this is where Cristian was saying, if you had played the move g takes f4 earlier, you would have gf and ef in position.
After knight c6.
Yeah.
Yes.
But now king
can
takes
take with the
f4,
king. Yeah.
and Brandon is on his way to victory in this one.
Yeah, no, this.
I just push c7
and by the way,
and
I
you're
have
gonna
a
be
feeling that you can
That-
probably
that
take with
wasn't
the
so
pawn as
clear.
well.
Just a
Maybe you can
second.
take with the pawn as well.
If I go rook a8.
But let's take with the pawn.
I understand.
C7?
Just to finish this thought, though, then I go check,
Oh, I wanted to get...
and I was going to put the rook on an active square on c4 as opposed to the passive square c8.
But I will probably go around, so king g3.
Wow, king g3. Okay, rook.
Oh, I cannot go king h4.
king h4 might, yeah, here somehow I think I've got a little bit.
So I have to be still careful here.
So
well, the thing is, that's why you have the king. After you put the king on e6, you take with the pawn.
So the king is on e6. Okay, sorry. So we have the position, and he did take with the pawn, by the way.
Okay.
So he has taken it, and if we do the same, which we try to put the in rook and pawn endgames when you're the defending side, you're the inferior side. Normally, your only chance of saving the game is to have an active rook. Passive rooks.
Now I go rook d7, I think.
Now we go. Sorry.
Rook d7.
Rook d7. And so let's see. Check.
King h4.
King h4. Sure. Rook
f5.
f5. My king is to getting pushed
c7.
up of the board. c7. And what do I have to do? King here, right? I have to follow my own advice. I have
now
to heed,
king h5, right?
Heed my advice of staying active, but
I think you have to push the pawn.
Yeah, because I go king g6.
King
after,
g6.
If you give check. And
yes. But is my pawn going anywhere after here? King h5?
No.
No.
So I have a question.
You're not going anywhere.
Please push your pawn. Okay, it's not going anywhere.
So Yasser, if I don't recapture e takes f4 as happened in the game, and which is the right move, if I capture with king, is that just a draw? So
After
king
this-
takes, rook a8, is this really a draw?
I think so.
Wow.
That's what. But EF, I liked what we just saw there for Brandon. Going up the board with the king is it's kind of funny to force your opponent to have a centralized king, a pass pawn, and say you've got to push your pass pawn, and I'm forcing you to centralize your king because then you're lost. And it's sort of like, what? Yeah, I'm going to put my pawn on c7. That keeps your rook honest, right?
Yeah, this is really
And
so
then
sad
I'm gonna
for
go
black.
King h5 and king g6, and then I'm going to play g5.
All right, let's try it out. Let's continue.
Okay.
Let's give black the benefit of the doubt.
Okay.
d4.
d4,
Right,
king
let's keep
h5.
going. King e4.
King
I cannot go
e4.
d3 because you take on d3, and that should be a win.
King.
Rook c6. Let's try
Rook
to
c6.
defend like this.
And now do I need to be clever with g5 and f6, or do I
Probably works either way.
g5 takes
Take king. Let's say d3. I continue pushing. Yeah, I'm not in time.
Pawns are too
No.
fast.
it seems so. For Brandon, that
That's a big
would be
win.
a huge win, because especially with Andrew losing, he and Mishra will be tied for first should these results hold up.
Yep. No, big victory. Big,
So what about the girls section? I think we have last game there, Ruing Yan, Rochelle who turned tables around, and who is playing for the win right now?
Exactly. Black, for sure. 2 pieces against the rook. And yeah, this is a huge turnaround.
But I'm not sure it's enough, right? Because do you actually... I think you're just losing the a-pawn.
Ah.
So
This
this
is
actually
second.
might
Hold
not
on.
be enough, guys.
We're
And by
just
the way, you know
losing
what the
the
problem
h-pawn?
is? The problem is if I take your a-pawn and you take my g-pawn, I can just sacrifice my rook for the knight.
Oh, that's the wrong corner.
And that's the wrong corner, and that's a problem.
Whoa. Huh. Oh my.
I think knight d4 was just a step in the wrong direction.
Right here at this moment?
Perhaps, yeah. h5 also, perhaps too quick.
h5 as well. Normally you're trying to activate your pieces to their maximum before pushing the pawn, something like leaving your king, leaving your bishop in the pin to your king, king g5. Okay.
But I
So
have
if I
to
go
say,
knight b3 here,
guys, this is kind of the right result, right? The correct result, the fair result.
The moral
the
result.
moral.
The moral
The
result,
ethical.
the ethical result.
There you go.
It's true. Your Liang Yan was just pushing the whole game and then slipping. But okay, if I play knight b3,
King c4, yeah.
king c4. Okay.
Or maybe king c2. I don't know exactly which one is the better
I like
one.
your king c4. Eventually,
Yeah, I
what
have
we
to go-
want to do, we get this position, and then I need to just sacrifice my rook
Right,
for
so
the knight.
Now I just
right?
go king e3 and
Like
rook takes
something
f5.
like this.
That's the problem. That's if it would be
And
on the
then-
other side, I think black is just winning.
Yeah,
But on this side, that's just a draw.
right. Because of the promotion square of the h pawn being the wrong color.
Yes.
So this is the current position is the rook on a6. So it's the same business. If you go knight f5, rook takes a5, knight takes g3. What I'm going to try to do is just, here we go, knight f5, is I'm going to try to give up my rook for the knight.
Okay, she's going for it. Rook takes a5, knight takes g3.
Yep,
King e3.
exactly,
You can expect that.
exactly.
Here we
Yeah,
go.
and that's a good move because if you allow my bishop to go to g5, which is going to block your king from approaching my knight, that's a problem.
Oh, that would be nasty
So-
because then all of these squares, the king wouldn't be able to cross into the king side.
Yes.
So, yeah, king e3 is huge.
h4, okay.
King
And
f3,
King
expect
f3,
it.
yes.
Yeah, and the problem is you
The
cannot
knight's
get
kind
the
of
knight
trapped too.
out.
The knight is not hip hopping anywhere.
No, it's a sad situation, but yeah, and I think she's. Oh, okay, knight f1.
There was
An interesting way of
where was that knight heading? You know,
an interesting way of
Knight
moving the piece.
Right, just very soft touch. Knight f1. I would stop the knight from going anywhere. I'd try to keep it trapped on the king side
So we
with
can
some
go
move like rook d5.
King g4
No, rook
here,
a2,
right?
rook a2, right?
King g4, king g2, yeah. I
King
just want to
g2.
park my king in front of the pawn on h3, and then I may even want to try to take the bishop and the pawn.
Mm-hmm.
That's
Okay.
also very solid. Solid decision.
King
King
h3.
h3. It's bad news when I can give my exchange for the knight, but also give up the exchange for the bishop and take the pawn. That would also be nice. I think Ruyen was planning on playing king h1, got to this position and said, you know what? King h3 might work too.
But she may be also thinking about king f3, just attacking the knight. Like, where do you want to go with that knight?
But then knight c4, I don't know.
Right?
I really don't want to let that knight go.
Exactly.
Jump around too much.
Exactly.
Yeah, just park the king in front of the pawn. Never mind. Go and attack the knight.
Wow, we got that one wrong.
Yeah, I'm
What
not
am
a
I
big fan
saying?
of
You
this.
guys really got that right. You guys weren't
Not
close.
a big fan of this.
King f3 on the board. All right, let's just go around the horn and just see. No, I mean,
We don't have that many
Dlugy is
games
still
left.
playing. Dlugy is, I mean, he's saying, whoa, whoa.
Yeah, let's wait. H4.
Wait a minute, wait a minute. What? H4. You're giving white a passed H pawn as well as a passed C pawn? H4.
That looks
Suspicious, to say
at
the
least
least.
suspicious.
Yeah. Suspicious is being kind, isn't it? Okay, king d2.
What is he trying to do?
Well, I can force the pawn to push, like king d5, right?
Okay.
I'll gladly push it.
And then king d6.
I'll be victimized by your pawn push, that's for sure. And if I can park a pawn on h6 and c6, I've got
By the
a
way,
feeling I'm
Right,
winning.
wait. I thought there's some kind of wall the king cannot go forward, but it can. Just
Right.
c3, d4.
This might be winning, and for Max, whoo, what a start that would be. 3.5 out of 4. I mean, his flag will be flying high. What is the computer's assessment?
He's winning.
Winning?
Just winning, yeah.
Yeah, but was h4 necessary? That is a very strange decision.
h4, I mean, at that point it seems like he was already winning actually.
Wow.
Really?
Yeah.
Wait, so if we, yeah, let's go back.
So was it the h5 move? Oh, excuse me. Sorry, let me just refresh my board. I apologize. I will be right back. Was it the h5 move that changed?
h5 was a very bad mistake, yes.
A very bad mistake.
Very bad mistake, yes.
So what are we supposed to play here if
I
not
guess
h5?
Just
King
keep the pawn
D-
on h6, in fact, or bishop to a2. Yes, those are the two moves.
And just wait.
Yes,
Wait for you
exactly,
to push the pawn.
Exactly.
And the difference is that if the pawn is on h5, I can target it from e8. That's
And maybe you can even keep the pawn on h6, in fact.
Yeah.
Because
h6
what you want
is
to
a
do
safety square.
is whenever you're going to go to d6 and the white king is going to come to f4, you have that entry protected with the pawn on h6. So that's why I think it's even better to start with h6.
h6, c5, bishop to d5. So instead of pushing the pawn to h5, keep it on h6 so that when we do get this position,
now I can just simply go bishop e6.
Maintain this pawn.
No entry.
That looks quite simple. Conversely, the current position where we've got this passed pawn on the H file.
That looks scary.
Totally. I mean, how are we going to deal with that, Kate? Kate, get your gun.
I don't know.
Shoot that pawn.
That pawn is dangerously fast.
Really, that's what I'm thinking as well. And I think one of the weaknesses that Shabalov had in his career is he was an enormously gifted attacking player.
Mm-hmm.
And you give him an active position, and he was, wow, grease lightning. He was really, really great in attack. But you give him a position where he had to defend and play passively, he couldn't sit on his hands. This was a position where he needed to play h6 and just say, okay, I'm not going to play actively. h5, h4 is, a killer. You're trying to do something. And by the way, Rochelle's game has petered out into a draw, a very eventful draw, I want to say.
And how Cristian would say, very ethical draw.
It's the moral result.
The moral result.
Can we take a look in the juniors?
Yes.
The game Justin Wang, Arthur Guo, because Queen takes a2 happened, King h7 happened, a lot of things happened. What is the evaluation now?
When we left it, we saw this position after Rook c1, King h7. We kind of sang the praises of that move, getting the king out of any tricks, prepping knight d1. Rook came to c5. Now
we're grabbing that pawn and ready with our pawn to go for promotion.
Exactly, and by the way, discover checks galore. The rook came back to c2, the queen went back. So we caught a pawn, and we did it with a gain of time as well.
And we have maybe rook d1 threat?
Yes, that was something that I was looking at. In those variations where I was going check in here, I was always afraid of rook d1, and you were fast. You're going to checkmate me.
And even if you
h1.
block it with like rook g2, I have two threats. One is checkmate on h1. Second is just supporting my pawn. I want to go a2, a1.
Exactly. No, this is completely winning for Arthur, and that will be his third victory in a row.
Right.
Mishra.
And 2 wins with black pieces. That is also impressive.
Yep. Mishra, piece up. I'm not exactly sure why Andrew is prolonging the agony here. I mean, now domination, right? You can't even move the rook because we have rook e1 at the end. And as soon as this knight finds ideal square, it's over. So That one is winning, and Brandon.
We're having a lot of decisive results. Actually, we might have all decisive results in the juniors section.
Right?
Brandon captured correctly on f4 with the pawn, so this is supposed to be winning, but he has only 2 minutes to go. So he also, I believe he already spent the 30 minutes increment, so he really has 2 minutes until the rest of the game.
Right. Here's the problem I think that Brandon is thinking about. So we've been looking at ideas of c7, pardon me, we've been looking at ideas of rook d7, f5 check, and c7. So then our rook is very active and nice. But you're sitting at the board and you're thinking to yourself, should I play f5 check? King d6, rook f7,
targeting the f6
king
pawn.
takes, rook takes. Now I've got 2 connected pass pawns that I'm going to escort with my king. You've got 1. I should be winning. But is that more convincing than rook d7, f5, and playing with the pawn on c7?
Well, when it's your pieces, it's always more difficult.
Exactly. And it's your clock ticking. You know, that was what Mishra said about his combinations. So he would win and bamboozle his opponent, and a month later the opponent would come back and say, I could have won the game if I had played this move. And Michael Tal said, yes, but analysis after 2 months is far different than analysis when your clock is ticking at the board.
30 seconds, guys.
30 seconds?
This is getting serious.
I have a feeling he's going to play rook d7 because he don't want to give up the pawn.
Exactly.
It made a journey to c6. It's close to promotion.
I would play rook d7 on a different perspective.
f5.
Ooh,
wow, f5.
Okay. That when you play the move f5 and you get in that 2 versus 1 position, you've burned your bridges. You know, and I feel that you can always, if you play rook d7, f5, and c7, somehow you can always get that same ending. And so you can do it on your terms better. And here we go. They're in this ending, and soon it's going to be table base, and the table base is going to tell us what, Cristian?
Oh no, it's winning.
It's just winning.
It's definitely winning. Yes.
Okay, well then that's fine too. That's the.
It would be nice to know during the game, like, yeah, this is winning.
This is the table
and
base
you know
victory.
you're going to go for that.
Yes, that's important. By the way, in the negotiations of the Deep Blue Garry Kasparov match, it was agreed by both sides that whenever they reach a table base position, the game was stopped, and just would reflect whatever the result of the table base, because the computer has access to the table base. The player does not. So that was one of the things that was agreed. Any table base
Was it
position.
used at any moment during the match?
No, but it was just nice to know that that would not cost you the game.
We see a check, rook a3.
King h4 is going to be played more or less, especially when you're so short of time. Moves like king h4, you're kind of happy that you get to play them without hesitation. I think Brandon hesitated because he felt that the move rook a3 check was a mistake. That is to say, from the current position, imagine when rook takes f6, pardon me, king takes c6, rook takes f6, king c5. He's thinking that this rook might actually be well placed, so you can't get the rook behind the pawn, right? Black wants to go trundling up the board. And once you've included the rook check, once you've included, gosh darn it.
By the way, Yasser, look what happened. Arthur Zhu, he did not capture the pawn on c6. He played king e5, holding on to that f6 pawn.
Okay, well that kind of transposes into the variation that we were looking
Something
at.
that,
Right?
yeah, very close to what we looked at.
C7, you got to put the rook back, and then you go up with the king, right? And the rook will go back to d7. And yes, well, he said, hey, look, if you're not going to capture my c pawn,
I'm going to go.
I'm going to keep it. Thank you for letting me keep it. c7 on the board, rook c3.
So with king h5 here.
King h5.
Yeah, king h5 is one way, maybe rook d7. Rook d7 is another way,
I'm just-
similar to what we
You
looked
don't
at.
want to get checkmated, like black king getting to f4 and the rook to f1 and rook h1 checkmate.
That would just feel you
That would be depressing.
totally. Totally. But you know, king h5, king g6, those moves are pretty self-explanatory. Oh, Brandon hesitating.
Yes,
rook
rook
d7.
d7.
Stopping king f1.
Just in case.
The results are going to come in quickly, guys, because Abhimanyu is pushing and putting the finishing touches on his opponent as well.
For quite some time. I'm still a little bit surprised that Andrew is still playing. I mean, again, he hardly has
I think
a move.
the knight is finally coming into play right now. Whichever way you want it.
I
Knight
would like
d5.
it. I'd like it on d5, and you know what?
Just to cover, yes.
I probably put my king
Back to h7, very safe there.
right. You know, no
Yes.
checks, nothing, nothing, nothing.
Knight d5 is definitely a very technical way.
As we're looking at
Knight
Brand
d4 is
and
also a very nice way, right? Knight d4, knight d2 maybe.
Right.
Knight e4, knight d2.
What about in the game, Justin Wang, Arthur Guo? I have a question, Yasser. Would you
Please.
simplify here? Rook d2, trade the rooks, or are you just going to play queen e4?
I would probably play queen e4. Again, whenever I do those trades, for me, in making the decision to trade queens or not, it's all about whose king is more vulnerable. If I see that my opponent's king is more vulnerable than my own, I'm not trading queens. If I see my king being vulnerable, get those queens off the board
Get out.
as fast as you can. Get them off the board, take away my opponent's attack. So yeah, I would probably play queen e4 and try to maintain queens on the board. But the fact that you've got this passer and it's so close to promotion, sure. Rook d2, queen takes trade like that. That's your.
It could be possible, but still, anytime white moves the knight to b3, it's still unclear when I'm promoting. So yeah, I agree. Queen e4 is probably better.
But yeah, just so many ways of winning it.
Looks like a
this
very
case.
good position for black.
By the way, just to remind me, all the results in the girls section
Yes, girls are done.
All
Three
they're done?
draws and 2 wins.
Which is kind of a surprise. I mean, and here it is, the standings for the girls.
Yes.
4 rounds in the history books.
4 rounds are done, and we have a sole leader, Alice Lee, 3.5 points. She had a very important win today against Zoe Tang, and then we have a 3-way tie for the second place. Carissa Yip, Rochelle Wu turning around today's game.
Right.
And yes, still Zoe Tang there with 2.5 points.
Carissa is looking up at Alice Lee, saying, somebody please stop this runaway freight train. And so far, the results in the junior tournament, 3 games still in play.
Right, we have Stearman losing to Daggupati and Liang making his first win in this tournament against Ghazarian.
Couldn't come too late, right? Absolutely. And the results for the seniors so far.
So we have a lot of draws. Akopian drew Wolff, Novikov drew Kaidanov, Benjamin drew Ruth, and Khachiyan, another important win against Gurevich.
Absolutely, one of our tournament leaders coming into today's round. But guess what? Max Dlugy, also a tournament leader. He seems to be winning this bishop ending that we have on the board. As well, I mean, Shabalov.
Very unhappy, shaking his hand.
Oh yeah, yeah, he's winning this one.
Wow.
What a rough game. I mean, he was doing well, Shabalov that is. I mean, it didn't seem like he will have any big problems, and then this h5 move just changed the whole outcome of the game.
Precisely. He needed to just keep the position, and sometimes that's just a very hard skill, especially when you've been kind of trained to be this attacker, and you have such great success as an attacker. You don't. You don't have this other skill set. That
and again, the brutal thing about chess, right? Only one mistake, and that's it. You push the pawn too far, one square more up, and you are losing. This is hard.
That's where I think that today's top players have something over yesteryear's top players. Is yesteryear's top player. You have somebody like, for example, Michael Botvinnik. He was fantastic opening preparation, fantastic technical player, maybe not the most gifted attacker. But now you take a look at Fabi, Magnus, all of these guys. They can defend, they can attack, they're technical players, they're gifted endgame players, their preparation is simply awesome, and you go, wow, what do they do wrong?
Yeah.
Where's their weakness?
I remember Magnus Carlsen being asked a question like, are you a tactical player or positional? What do you prefer to do in your games? And he was like, you know what? I do what the position requires. If it's a tactical, I'm going to play tactical. If I'm supposed to play positionally, I'm going to play positionally. I don't have a preference.
Right. And by the way, this move, Bishop A4, Zugzwang, and Shabalov resigned, and we have a tie for first in the seniors. I mean, 3.5 out of 4. I wouldn't have guessed so many wins for the leaders.
Yeah, and Maxim Dlugy with really tough, great wins in a row.
Absolutely. As he knocks down our defending champion, Alexander Shabalov.
Yesterday he got a little lucky. Today we could say, but he's playing well.
Exactly. Truly. And well done, Max. So turning our attention again back to the junior games as
we still have three games playing.
Right.
And in the game, Justin Wang, Arthur Guo, we have Queen D7. So he's retreating a bit back.
Queen D7. Okay.
I did not expect that move.
I didn't either. I
thought he wanted to target E3.
Right. And so, I mean, even something about retreating to A8.
Supporting A pawn, right?
Supporting the A pawn to begin with, but also making sure that your queen can't move because of Rook D2 check, right?
So do you go Rook A5 now?
Rook A5. And
Rook A5, maybe you just take on E3. I guess that's his plan.
Right. Sorry. That's, yes.
Okay.
Rook takes E3. Yeah, but I was just thinking.
I mean, it's probably just winning either way.
Right.
This is kind of unexpected move.
It was an unexpected move.
How easy it is, though. Let's go Rook C3.
Rook to C3.
Can you allow me to check on D2? I'm going to check you.
Yeah, maybe that doesn't work. H5, whoa.
So White is thinking about the back rank checkmate, not allowing king to get to G6 at any moment.
But I just like the idea that with this move, I'm thinking about checkmate. You know, I'm not finished with you yet. I still have checkmate ideas on my brain. H5, well, that is what we would define as an optimist. H5, love it. Taking the pawn.
Taking the pawn. Rook takes E3.
Good, the training is.
I'm learning from you, Yasser.
Yeah, there we go.
Grab a pawn if you can.
If you can. And time is not a factor. Well, yeah, maybe. And
yeah, I see Arthur go wanting to take that pawn, but still thinking. Because he has 6 minutes, whereas Justin Wang only a little bit less than 3 minutes.
And by the way, Brandon is...
we switched to Brandon against Arthur Zhu.
And that is looking fantastic now. Right. F7 and...
We're going to see a bridge here soon.
Well, maybe. We don't even need
maybe
a bridge.
Even, I don't
King
either.
F6.
King F6.
And
that's it.
Who needs a bridge?
Handshake.
We're going to see a handshake, yes.
No.
Not quite.
Still
okay.
Fighting?
Promoting?
I would make a queen. I mean, others might play King G7. No.
We may see the bridge, King E7 and then Rook F6.
Just make a
no. Just make a queen. Brandon's like, no joke.
Brandon probably knows how to win.
That's enough. That's
an
enough.
Extra rook.
That's a good one. Extra rook.
Important victory for Brandon.
Very important.
It wasn't easy.
No.
Really, Arthur is giving everybody a very hard time.
Yeah, Arthur is playing really strong. He's the lowest rated player in the juniors, but he's doing so well. Yeah, tough game for Brandon here, but he managed to win it.
And these are the type of games that give you a lot of positive energy. Yeah. Because, you know, despite the fact that you missed a couple of things, you still fought through adversity. Mm-hmm. This is exactly what you need in this type of competition.
By the way, I think finally Mishra just put the finishing touches on a game that he's been winning for quite some time. He's just played this whole concept that you spoke about, Cristian. Knight e4, knight d2, chase the queen away from f1 square, and what are you going to do about the f2 pawn? And our tournament leader, Andrew Wang, is going to have to give up the tournament lead after this move.
All the black pieces kind of camped in the in the white's position. You see the queen and the rook and knight really close. That rook
Whoa.
f7.
A move I didn't see, by the way. Rook f7. Just when I think, you know, and there's nothing you can do. You've got to resign. There's a resource.
But probably queen e5, queen e4, threatening rook e1.
Thank you.
With a checkmate, with getting queen.
Yeah, queen e4, that definitely has an appeal. Although, I have to say, after queen e4, I still play king h2. Oh. You can't move your knight, you can't move your rook. I mean...
So I have to like king e6, maybe target the rook, and then I have
Exactly. It was always one of those things, whenever you were playing these guys, Garry Kasparov, Viktor Korchnoi, Anatoly Karpov, Boris Spassky, it's sort of like you had to kill them like 3 times, you know? I mean, you had to beat them.
Resilient.
Yeah, and if you gave them, you know, a chance to save the game, boy, would they find it. And they were always...
Queen e4 just kills the game
yes.
right now. That's the model move right
does.
there. He knows it. He knows it.
And he has 6 minutes on the clock, so he doesn't have to play fast. Oh, he's taking the rook.
Wait a minute. Why would you do that?
Well, I guess he wants to take and play queen to d5.
I mean, look, everything is winning.
Of course it is. Of course it is.
You can also just give check with the knight on f3, move it back to e5.
I think that's what he's going
Everything is safe.
for. Yeah.
Yeah.
By the way, he kind of made the move in the same kind of a loopy fashion that Rochelle moved her knight.
Where are these youngers learning this? Dancing around.
Right. Knight f3 check. Yeah, okay. And the knight will come back to the e5 square. The queen will come to the d5 square. And everything will be very, very fluid. Nice.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And now I always have queen d5 check.
That's the point.
Right.
Yeah.
So.
Queen d5 check is totally on the agenda.
We have one more game to see. Justin Wang, Arthur Guo. White managed to capture the pawn on f5.
Rook takes e3. Rook
Still
takes
putting
f5.
the finishing touches on that one, huh?
Yep.
Oh, there we go.
And that was the touch.
That was the final. Really? That's over?
That's it. Nothing to do. The rook is connected to the knight. The knight is connected to the queen.
And if I'm not mistaken, right now we have a sole leader.
Well,
that is Arthur Guo, right?
Correct. He is the sole leader.
3.5 out of 4. We will have
No,
Abhi.
No, Brandon Jacobson, right?
No,
Arthur just won 3 in a row, and he drew his first game.
Oh,
no,
pardon me.
no, he lost his first game.
He lost his first game.
He lost his first game.
Sorry,
okay.
yes, because Andrew came in with 2.5 as the sole leader.
So we have Brandon Jacobson and Arthur Guo both with 3 points, I believe.
And Mishra, we're expecting to join also with...
Right, he's going to have 3-2.
Yes.
Whenever this game finishes. So last game to go. Andrew Wang is still trying f4. So he's attacking the knight. But will Abhimanyu move the knight or just check on d5? Probably both moves look good.
And in the meanwhile, Cristian with Max Dlugy.
Max, back-to-back victories in Bishop endgames as well, almost last to finish today. Also, there's something about those Bishop endgames. Tell us
I gotta write a book, I guess. Yeah, I mean, those are rare. I was knocking myself for going into this one, though, because I missed the king f6 route. I saw the king d6 key 5 rule, but then I'm winning with bishop g8 h7. But when he played king f6, I was like, my God, I saw that preliminary, and then I went into it. I was like, what an idiot. Then I decided to play h5 to have a chance, but.
And you're talking about this moment when he played
when I could have
king
just
f6
kept
where-
the minor pieces on with like a huge advantage, I think, but who knows.
At this point, yes.
Yeah.
Knight takes and bishop to c4.
Yeah, just keep moving the king in. Yeah, this knight d5 move.
King f6.
Wow,
king
king +2? Really? Oh, that's pretty amazing. Bishop
yes,
c4.
but he did equalize. At this point, perhaps not king to e.
Bishop
not king to
c4, I
e3.
thought about that, but bishop c4, yeah, I'm not sure about that, because what's the...
I wouldn't trust this engine.
Yeah,
too
I'm
much,
not
right?
trusting. Well,
Perhaps king to
g4,
b2.
f4, g4. Oh my goodness. Okay, that had... Yeah, I lost my focus here because I couldn't believe what I did. So I was not looking at these like long-term things, you know.
Yes.
Like, and this, I don't know, but it's the quality.
It was this moment when he played the move h5. If he goes h6, then the game is more or less a draw right now.
Yeah, I can figure that. So c5.
Get and then
king
e6.
f4 is
and
not
bishop
good.
e6. And you just
Yeah, and then
stay
like
this.
if I swing to the, there's no way to swing in. Yeah.
There's no swinging. Yeah.
This is unswingable. Yeah, h6. I saw that idea, and I was like, I was even thinking of temporizing to force like h6 and then maybe h5. But I saw like another move that black could play.
Yeah.
Yeah. So believable.
Yeah, but you know,
Oh
this
yeah,
is not
c7.
easy, right?
C7 is not winning. Yeah, c7, king e5, and then swing.
At
no?
this point.
Yeah, c7, king e5, and then what happens? Bishop c8, only move. Okay, bishop e8. Probably a lot of only moves coming up, right?
okay.
King b6, only move.
It's a question who's first, right?
Yeah, and it's equal, yeah, if he runs.
Yeah.
And I'm even lost. King
yes,
d4.
king
Oh
d4,
yeah, he
yeah.
wins a couple of tempi going to the b pawn.
Yeah, d3 c2. Not easy to calculate from
Yeah,
afar,
no,
right?
of course, but wow.
And
Yeah.
towards the end of the game, I mean, with so
Okay,
much pressure.
two lucky bishop endings.
After this move h5, did you realize that finally you have something to work with?
I thought I'm just winning here, but yeah, but
and you are,
and I am, but it's just sad. It's sad that I went into the bishop ending, and it's also sad that it's still probably winning after king whatever bishop c4. But that's such as chess.
Such is chess indeed, but still, back-to-back victories, that must feel quite good, despite the fact that maybe you missed a couple of things here and there.
Yeah, look, it's
things are working out for you right now.
So far, so good. Yeah, yeah, keeping pace with Melik. So
absolutely, yeah, it's a two-horse race. It feels like right now.
Wow,
at least
I think
after
all the
round
horses
4.
are still here.
Guys, any questions?
First of all, our congratulations to you, Max. I noticed that you had gone over to the game of Joel Benjamin for a moment. Did you point out a tactic to Joel, or because there was this moment in Joel's game that there was a very cute tactic that Doug won.
I thought Rookie won, but then he said knight f5 is fine. So instead of queen g7, because I thought queen g7 was a little scary.
No, I don't think it was that moment, Yasser.
But that was the moment I was. I mean,
we were referencing
I'm
because there was this
I'm
moment
trying to find the moment.
Yeah, early in the opening.
This was the moment he had knight c2, which finishes the game.
No, I did not point that move out. I did not see that move. That is a thing of beauty.
Yeah.
A one off.
One also.
Oh my God. No, it felt like black should be winning, but yeah, I mean, knight c2, my God. Good stuff.
Our congratulations, Max. Very
Thank you,
nice. As he scores 3.5 out of 4 to keep pace.
And is the leader with Melik in the Seniors Championships.
Exactly. One game remaining. And it was the game that
That's still
Mishra
going.
has been winning. I mean, he must be plus 13 for
It
the
doesn't
last
matter.
10
It's
moves.
not that easy. It's never easy.
It's never easy to win.
Never over until it's over.
Right.
After playing a game for like 4 hours, you don't want to blitz out one move, realizing it's a draw now, right? So he's taking his time, but this seems.
Oh, it's so over.
I mean, I can grab another pawn on c3.
Oh, you wanted to? Well,
Yasser,
there you go.
that's your school.
I was trying to checkmate you, actually. I was going to go queen e4 check and just kind of worm my way in.
But you told me you see the free pawn, you take it.
Correct. Queen takes c3. You are right, and that's why you're getting a gold membership into the Pawn Grubbers. And while we wait for this game to go into the history books, we have one more guest with Cristian.
Brandon, important victory for you, but it wasn't easy. And this specific moment, you spent a lot of time on b5. He was also blitzing out his moves. What was your assessment at this point?
Can we start off by saying how ridiculous 2080 is, or whatever his rating is?
Yes.
I mean, he obviously deserves to be here. He's playing chess, like he's proving himself. And there are no easy games in the tournament, for
Absolutely
sure.
not.
And yeah, I mean, he fought super well the entire game. And it was probably a draw up until even the last moment, but I felt like I was trying
We'll
everything
get to
I could.
that.
Okay. I don't even want to know what the computer says, but
we'll get to that.
But yeah, okay,
yes.
so in this position, yeah. So I figured I knew knight b6 was not the correct move. I mean, I knew this whole g6, knight b6. It felt a little loose because knight's still on h5.
Right.
Normally they go knight back to f6 first. It only really makes sense of blacking it. But the thing is, if I spend like a logical like waiting move, knight d2, let's say, once he gets in bishop e6, it feels like he should be doing pretty much okay here.
Mm-hmm.
You can reroute his knight f6,
Whenever
knight
you
e8
go
at some
b5,
point.
you have c5.
b5, he has
much
cb
easier.
and a5, I think, is the bigger issue. And
A5,
in general, yeah, white should be slightly better. I can play queen b3 or something to cover the c4 square, but it didn't feel like anything special here, and I figured I'd probably have something better. So I started looking at b5. Now the move black would like to play is cb5. And if I take back, then a5 is pretty comfortable for black, I think. So instead I have this a5 move here. And so I spent a long time calculating this because, so black can try b4 or knight d7. And the issue is, let's say black goes knight d7 after a5.
Sure.
It looks like black might be in time after knight takes d5, queen d6, e4, and b6 here. And if black has one more move, bishop b7 is fine, but I have e5 here, which is pretty important, I think.
Ooh,
and black's in
nice,
pretty serious
nice.
trouble.
Yeah.
Yeah, and if instead of b6, black like wastes another move, let's say, I don't know, like rook b8, or rook b8, let's say, then I'm in time for rook c1, and again stopping b5, b6 with the rook c6. So,
yeah, this is nice.
So yeah, black can't really get developed here is the issue. And then instead if after cb a5, black tries b4 here, knight a2, so knight c4 is the only move that makes sense. Queen takes b4, he's got a trade, take, bishop e6. And now I think the issue in the end is I was trying to figure out the right move order. e4 is playable, but knight f4 is an issue, might be an issue. So I can take on c4, I think, dc4, and knight d2. And now, so I'm trying knight e4 and knight c5. And if black plays something like knight f6, then I'm just in time for knight b1. And I think black's in pretty serious trouble here, yeah.
That's nice. So you're calculating all of this crazy
And the thing is, like, I have
ideas.
to be careful. Let's say instead of like knight d2, if I
Yes.
start with d5, for example, bishop d7, knight d2, black can try like rook f c8. And the issue now is if I go like knight e4, for example, then he's in time for c3, and rook c4 is a threat. So, so there are a bunch of little tricks like this I have to watch out for, yeah.
Yes.
So I was just calculating this all, and like b5 intuitively felt like the way to punish
And it
the way he
was.
played, but yeah, I needed to make sure all the lines worked out for me. So he played a, b, and c5, which I think was a good practical choice.
Best move by the engine,
Really,
by
yeah.
the way. Yeah.
Yeah, it's surprisingly difficult to figure out what to do here. I mean, I tried queen a3. I actually really underestimated bishop e6. I mean, I saw it, but I thought like I can go queen takes c5. I just completely forgot like in the end his knight will just come collect my b pawn.
Yeah.
I thought I'd have an extra pawn in the end game.
Yeah.
So I tried queen a7 and okay, in general white's always slightly better here, but like to actually win this game is another story.
Very limited material.
For sure.
So-
Yeah. I thought this queen one might have been clever to try to get the c file. If he doesn't go for knight g4.
Yep.
But he went for this really interesting knight g4 rook c8, which I didn't even consider for black. And it feels strategically risky to trade off the knight, but he's kind of just in time to hold
this
everything.
queen c3.
Yeah. So g5, rook c3, yeah, it seems all forced. Rook a1, rook c5. Yeah, I thought he would keep the bishop on c8 instead of bishop d7. To me, it felt like bishop d7 was kind of a step in the wrong direction. I thought he would go bishop c8.
Bishop c8.
Yeah,
okay.
and try to just go king f8, king e7 pretty quickly. Now he does have to watch out for like an eventual.
Let's see what. Yeah, not easy.
Yeah, I mean, eventually you just have to watch out for some like rook h1 at some point with my king's on g3, let's say.
Yeah.
But if he places his pieces correctly, he probably, yeah, so king e7 is already a blunder. But if he puts like the rook on c5 at the right moment, I think maybe he'll have enough counterplay in the b pawn, like maybe rook
c5 here, yeah.
Maybe?
f6.
It says f6, okay.
Still
But-
remains complex,
Right.
right?
I think what he got in the game practically was pretty difficult with his king kind of boxed out.
It was, but then it was this moment when You got this point.
Yeah. So I was getting one time here, and the thing is, after f4, by the way, after f4, I think even easier for black is to go f5 here. I noticed it. Yeah, I noticed in the game, but I figured it was worth a shot because I didn't really know what else to try. Because the thing is, if I don't go f4, the issue is black's
Perhaps he was worried about this.
Yeah. There's something f3. I can go b6 in some moment too. And like it's not an immediate draw. It's not as easy as the engine might suggest. I think.
Right.
But
if you take, I take on f5.
Yeah. Or like I can start with b6 or.
And he wants to just like give up the piece like this, yeah?
Yeah, I guess this is some
G
kind of
takes
draw.
f4.
But even like I can start with b6 after, I can go like gf and b6 after f5.
Yes.
Is that an f3? I can take on taking on f5 first. Yeah, and then b6 maybe.
Yeah.
And okay, I mean I guess this is a draw, but like at least the game goes on, yeah.
Not easy.
Not easy. But the thing is, if I don't go f4 though, like he's gonna go king f7 next, and I'm gonna get a similar kind of rook. I can go b6, but I don't know. What do I do against king f7? Like, obviously I'm better here, but I wasn't exactly sure to break. I guess I can play slowly rook a5, yeah.
Just some slow.
Yeah, it's probably smarter. I thought
rook
also
a5,
because he was
rook
starting to get low in time on move. What was it, like 38 or something?
No, not easy. Not easy at all.
But yeah, after knight c6, I noticed gf4 should draw instead of bishop c6. Yeah.
That's
This
right.
I saw. And the issue was, if I go king takes, you can even go bishop c6 maybe, but okay, let's say bc. If I have to go king takes, then this is the draw, yeah.
I think something like this.
Well, okay, but here we go king e6, yeah.
Yeah.
But okay,
With a king
so I want to try e4 though. Is like what I would want to do. But now he takes with the pawn. And if I take back, then he's in time for rook d8. Yeah, this I saw. Yeah, and so I can't do this because cd king e7. So instead I go rook takes d7 here. And then I think it was king e8 takes rook c8 exactly. Yeah.
That's so. If he takes with the pawn, you go to e8. If you take with the king, he goes to e6.
Exactly. Yeah. So the thing is, I noticed that he should have I noticed that he should have started with gf4 during the game. I was just kind of hoping he wouldn't play it, especially because it would force me to make a decision on which is like trickier for him on move 40.
Yeah.
So I was pretty glad to see, like, even if I wasn't exactly sure that what he did lose, but like, I don't know, it was like, I kind of felt like I at least avoided the danger because now I have 30 minutes to think and figure out what at least the best practical try would be.
Brandon, never easy to win a game, but the result is what counts. How do you feel about your shape so far? Are you getting warmed up?
Yeah, I mean, in general, I think like my play has sort of, I wouldn't say it's gotten better, but I think I've stabilized it and I've kind of found my footing especially because like the last game was nice, basically a rest day, and I was able to kind of reset. In this game, like during the game, I felt like it was not great, but okay, seeing now that I didn't really have many chances, I feel a bit better about this game. But I think it's still pretty early in the tournament to make any conclusions, so just trying to take it one game at a time and do the best I can.
Absolutely. Congratulations, guys. Any questions?
Our congratulations as well, Brandon. Very nicely done, and that's what it takes. Sometimes you just need a little help from your opponent to make a victory. One game remaining, and it's really confounding because it's one of those games where Mishra has been winning, and Andrew knows it for the better part of 20 moves, but he just doesn't feel like giving it up.
He doesn't want to resign.
And,
captures pawn, queen takes c6 here.
If I was in Mishra's shoes, I would centralize my queen, pardon me. I'd be playing the move queen to d4 so that I could go king, knight, and just escort the pawn. But in truth, just basically everything wins. But in these endings, a very big centralized queen in the middle of the board just means that you don't have any perpetuals.
What about queen b4? Okay, Mishra goes queen d4, centralizing the queen,
Right.
and then hiding the king pretty.
Yeah,
yes,
and I wanted to save the square b4 for the knight. That way you don't have any perpets. I could hide out on the b file and push my pawn home. But again, this has been winning for quite some time. I'm realizing for the first time I'm looking at it, so it helps as far as the visual goes. We've had all decisive games in the juniors, and this one will be decisive as well. 5 decisive games out of the 5 played, and we came into the broadcast talking about the number of decisive
Because
games.
juniors already had one day where all games were decisive.
I think the girls did too.
Junior
They had
girls,
the opening salvo of round 1 was quite something to behold as well.
Yeah, I think we are gonna see a resignation very soon because this king b3, knight b4, and just pushing the pawn.
Exactly, that's set up. Well,
queen a8,
queen 1 check.
A few
King
more
B3.
spite checks.
King B3.
The problem is you didn't even manage to get any pawns on the king side, so there's no counterplay.
Exactly.
You don't have any passed pawns of your own or anything of that nature. Just have to sit and wait.
Well, you're not going to have to wait too long because, like you said, Kate, knight to b4 and c3, and there's just no checks anymore. Your king will come to b2, you'll go c2, and it will be a girl. New coronation. For Mishra, this would mean that he'll be tied for the lead with two others. It'll be a
With
three-way
Brandon
tie.
Jacobson and Arthur Goh.
For Arthur, 3 in a row. Impressive trifecta.
Yeah.
He wins. Expecting knight b4 now from Mishra, followed by king b2 and c3. And you know, the sad part is, Andrew, with these 3 pawns, there's no stalemate tricks. He can't, you know, even...
Yes, sir. Can we do queen g1 and then knight f2 checkmate? No, knight b4. Okay.
He's not...
Not interested in checkmates, just pushing the pawn.
But queen g1, yeah.
Right.
That would also... that was pretty clean. This is very clean. Knight b4. You get to put your king on b2. No checks by the white queen. And very, very harmonious setup with queen on d4, protecting the knight on b4 as well.
It looks like Abhimanyu is just clearly winning, but he's still shaking a bit.
We had a question from our audience, and I unfortunately put my head right in there. What was the most disturbing thing that your opponent did? He was shaking the table, right? With smashing the clock. Did you ever have the clock smashers?
Yes, I think that was. But when I was younger, I think now everybody is more careful.
Right.
I think when I was
More
younger,
respectful,
one thing I didn't like, if players went for a smoke and then they came back and they would just like breathe on you. I think that was really annoying.
Right, the smokers. That
Yes.
was yeah. And we also had that in the playing halls, especially in Olympiads. We had the smokers cough. You did have a lot of people who were coughing, and those smokers had that.
But they were smoking in the playing hall.
And they were smoking in the playing hall.
You
Boy,
could actually
we
smoke
come
at
a
the
long
board.
way. Yeah, we came a long way. Christian, what was the most, how do you say, annoying thing that an opponent has done in your
I think it's
experience?
just eating at the board.
Eating at the board.
I really hate that, especially if it's like some sort of a well thought of lunch. Some people bring their whole lunch with them, you know, not a snack, not some peanuts
Yeah.
or something like that, just a whole lunch.
Right. I think that should not be allowed eating at the board. too.
Sometimes even eating an apple, the whole apple, it takes forever. It's a lot of biting, a lot of noise.
Takes forever. Then you have dirty hands. You touch the pieces. Then I have to touch the pieces. It's quite annoying.
Right. Still, I was just thinking of annoying things, but it was just brilliant. There was a player, a Grandmaster Anatoly Liang, and he was one of those players who was really nervous at the board, you know, and he would micromanage you, right? You know, please put your score sheet, move your score sheet a little bit there, you know, put your pieces away. I mean, he would always, you know, he had something to tell you no matter what you did. Even when you put your piece perfectly in the center of the board, he would adjust it or something like this. So he's totally micromanaging you. And his opponent had come with a Snickers, this big chocolate Snickers bar, right? That he just put on the side, Cyrus Lakdawala. And at the right moment, 3 hours into the game, Cyrus took the Snickers bar and very, very, very carefully, not to make a single sound, opened up the Snickers bar, right? Very, very, and Anatoly was ready to pounce, you know, please, you know, but he didn't eat the...
He just opened it?
He was just opening it very, very carefully. Anatoly couldn't stand it anymore, offered a draw right away. He couldn't take it.
We're gonna see
Mishra.
Mishra promoting to another queen very soon.
Exactly.
King B1,
King
come on,
B1.
Mishra, it's time.
Yeah. Andrew, I think he's gonna resign soon. I saw how he was shaking his head.
I'm not sure what the queen is doing on H2.
Yeah,
I'm not sure
very
why this game
unhappy.
is still going on.
But we've been predicting a win for Mishra for an hour or two.
There's 0 stalemates in the position. That's
Right,
the problem.
that's the problem.
You would love to have some sort of an idea of a hope, of a chance.
Of a trick.
0 chance. There's
Of
no
course. Yeah, no, you want to have a situation where you can go queen to e4 check. You have to take with the queen and there's a stalemate.
And
but nothing.
Not that it matters too much, but Andrew Hong has 25 seconds to make a move.
No.
Yes, okay. I don't think clock is his biggest issue.
No, that's the one. And we've had those, also those types of players who do lose on time.
I mean, 5 seconds is coming.
When there's nothing else, you know, and I'm down. You know, you're down a queen, 2 rooks, and a knight. Oh, look at that, my clock has expired.
I was having a great position, but my clock.
Pity.
So sad.
Queen G2. Now, Mishra is saying, what are you doing?
Time to put the second queen on board.
Second queen. They are ready next to the clock.
It's time. It's time, Mishra. There's absolutely nothing that you have to worry about. Boom.
Just don't hit the clock to
Very
make a legal
nice.
move.
Right.
Very professional. Oh, queen h1. He did find. No, not even that.
And Mishra.
I can actually take that. Because
Yeah, you still have queen, king F5 is a legal move.
Visually, it looks really nice, but wait, Mishra is not going to capture it.
He's going to go queen d7 check.
Just in case there was a stalemate.
Okay, that was enough.
And we see a handshake. Yeah, very important win for Abhimanyu Mishra against the team, against the tournament lead until this moment.
Exactly.
Andrew Hong.
I couldn't tell you how important this was. If Andrew got through this game, you know, like, I mean, he gets Mishra out of the way, and he has a lead. You know, if he had won this game,
right.
I mean, Andrew's just like home free. I mean, he could gallop to the finish line. So big
And I'm
win for
really,
Mishra.
big win. I'm super curious about the position because we're looking at some kind of crazy smother mates and attacking stuff. I don't even know what was the evaluation, Christian, of that position.
Zeros.
It was zeros.
Yes,
Oh,
yes.
okay.
It was zeros for a very long time. Yes.
Very good. And let's take a look at the standings all the way around as we have our history books.
Right, so the girls junior after round 4, we have a sole leader, Alice Lee, very important win today, 3.5 points, and then we have a 3-way tie for the second place, Carissa Ye, Rochelle Wu, and Zoe Tang.
And in the junior section.
In the junior section, we have a 3-way tie for the first place, Brandon Jacobson, Abhimanyu Mishra, Arthur Guo, all 3 points each.
Andrew, who just lost, falls down, but only half a point behind the leaders. And in the seniors, the legends.
The legends. We have a 2-way tie, Maxim Dlugy and Melik Khachiyan with 3.5 points, and a 2-way tie for the third place, Vladimir Akopian and Gregory Kaidanov. And we are very happy that Patrick Wolff made his first draw today, so everybody got some points in all the tournaments.
Exactly. And Christian, bring it home for us. Final thoughts of this round 4.
I mean, I have to say, it's all being decided in the last few moves, the last few minutes of the round. But I have to say, Abhimanyu really deserved this one because at the crucial moment, with only a few seconds, both of the players on the clock and with a draw in his pocket, if he wanted it to do it, if he could have repeated the position, right?
Right.
And then he played this move in a completely complex, completely unclear position.
Right.
He shied away from that repetition. And if you remember correctly, that was the moment when Andrew made his mistake. He played the move queen to a7, went too hasty to a7, allowed Mishra to capture that pawn on a5, and that was all she wrote. I have to say, those type of moments can decide the tournament. And Abhimanyu, well, he took his chances and it paid off. So congratulations to him. But I have to say, all 3 tournaments so far are getting extremely, extremely exciting.
Yeah, definitely. Mishra kept his nerve.
Right.
Kate, another great broadcast. Really,
Yes.
really enjoyed it. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining us. Tell your friends where you're hanging out, and we'll see you all tomorrow for round 5 of the National Championships.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.